Buenos dias, bienvenidos. Welcome to finals day here for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Beautiful scenes greeting us here for day number 7 of competition. Looking at the surf break of El Sunzal, the premier longboard wave for this competition, as we see competitors getting ready for the heats this morning. On screen, Eduardo Del Perro. He's going to be coming up in the first heat of this morning alongside his teammate, and also Taka Inoue of Team Japan getting things excited down on the beach there with his team. He's going to be heading out alongside Roland Lefebvre of France. We've seen an amazing performance from Roland yesterday, making it through to the main round of competition here. It's going to be a great day of action. We cannot wait to get things started. The first heat is out in the water. It's about to kick off. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Auntie Megs, Megan Godinez. Great to have you here to call the action for final stages.
I'm so excited. I mean, every heat on here out is a final. I said that yesterday, but today we're going to take a lot of deep breaths in this booth today. It's going to be a lot of action.
We're going to be crowning medalists today, gold medals. We're going to be silver, bronze, and copper as well, but also teams vying for that team medal to bring home for their country. Currently, as it stands, Team Philippines is out on top. We just lost Daisy Valdez yesterday in competition from the Philippines, but still looking really strong for their 3 surfers left.
Yeah, especially Mara. She is the youngest surfer so far left in the heat. 14 years old to be getting this far in the ISA, surfing that marathon. I mean, amazing job on her.
As we take a look at the conditions greeting the longboarders for finals day here, we've got that 3 to 5 feet of swell, so a little bit smaller than we've seen in previous days, but that wind offshore currently at the moment, really beautiful conditions out there. Low tide coming up at around about just before the finals, 20 past 11 this morning. As you take a look at some replays here of the free surfing, Agustin Cedeno of Panama. He lost out in competition yesterday, but not taking away from the beautiful surfing he has been doing throughout this event, and also this morning, Megs.
Yeah, still absolutely ripping. I mean, why wouldn't you want to go out there and not surf perfect waves? Even, going down in the heat, the waves are absolutely perfect. I mean, these surfers who lost out yesterday were first people in the water and having so much fun. As we see Sophia Cohane, there's the 10 that we've been looking for. Hopefully that'll get into her heats upcoming. She is the only woman left for the Hawaii team, so she will be fighting for that medal into the finals day here. Nice surfing from her. I would like to, gotta not have a coaching moment.
Yeah, of course, because Megs, you've been coaching Sophia for the WSL Tour. You see Crisanto of the Philippines still keeping the team hopes alive for his country. Beautiful surfing, Megs. We were talking about Crisanto yesterday. If he can clean up that transition, the footwork that he has between maneuvers, I think he listened. I think he watched the replay back. And
you think so?
I hope he did.
I think a lot of surfers actually were really sweet, and they were like, I watched the replay and hearing you guys talk about like certain transitions in my board, I took it into the next heat. So that's really, really cool to hear. And I mean, maybe he did, because that was beautiful, beautiful footwork this morning. It could have, also the sun shining, the sunrise. He's a big key.
Let's talk about some of the previous medalists here that are going to be up for the action today. Of course, on the women's side, Alice Lemoine, 2-time ISA gold medalist, but she's got some really stiff competition in the form of silver medalist Rachel Tilley from last year, but also back in 2013. You were in that final as well, Megs. Maria Fernanda Lopez as well. Really going to put on some great surfing. She's a previous medalist alongside Natsumi Teoka as well from Japan. So she's going to be looking to improve her previous results. As we look at the men's side, Kai Salas, Rodrigo Spire in the Repercharge rounds as well. Both previous gold medalists. Kai, of course, last year's defending champion. And then we've got Ben Skinner, Taka Inoue, the silver medalists. Eduard Del Perro going for his 4th final in a row here, the ISA. So the last 3 years he has been in a final, and he's up in this heat in the blue jersey alongside Roland Lefebvre of France and Taka Inoue of Japan in the green jersey. What a way to kick things off. This is going to be exciting, Megs.
Yeah, like I said, every heat so far is going to be a final. And we're going to have to, I'm going to have to breathe, take a breath, make sure, I realized yesterday I was holding my breath a lot because of how intense the heats were, especially with having 15 minutes in Repercharge and then switching back to 20 minutes. And I'm not surfing, so I can't even imagine the pressure and the intensity going on in their mindset. I mean, wow, to put on a jersey and to really compartmentalize what you have to do in 20 minutes, that is, surfing. I don't think there's any other sport that can really do that, and that's why we have the best in the world here.
That's exactly right, Megs. The heat has started. We're kicking off men's round 5 of the main event. We're going to be moving into women's round 5 of the main event as well after this, as we see Eduard Del Perro taking a look for his first wave. He's up and riding. The regular footer out of France, up on the nose, holding that 5, bringing that back foot, tighter 5. You can see him making his way out to the shoulder, has to cut his board back toward the whitewater. As we see him drop knee, weaving his board through this section, back up on the nose again for a 5. Bring that back foot up again, bit tighter there for his 5 as he carves that board back around. Beautiful scenes here, the sunrise in El Salvador. As we see Eduard drop knee, grab rail carve back to the whitewater. Again, just touch of the rail there for that carve as he brings it through to the inside Papusa section. Walking the board, almost up in the nose, gets a touch of the 5, and he's going to finish off with a floater on the inside. Maybe still got a little bit more for us there. Another floater to finish things off right on the sand. Eduard Del Perro gets a great start.
Wow, what a beautifully ridden wave. I mean, I talked about building a house yesterday. He is starting to put the final 2-story building on there, finally stamping in that roof. He's got one side of the roof right now, finals day. I mean, that was such an awesome way for him to regain that speed for that second hit on the inside. Where did that even come from?
Talk us through the replay, Megs, because we see him up on the nose here in that critical section, but makes his way out to the shoulder a little bit.
But for him to go onto the shoulder like that and that board control that he has, that's really difficult, especially, I think it looks like he's using maybe a bigger board this morning, being that the surf is a little smaller. Nice hang 5, long, nice stretch hang 5, beautiful carving turn, working his way back up into that high line that we talked about yesterday. Really critical, really crucial for surfers to find that high line, because that's where all that nose ride, all that beautiful levitating hang 10s are going to happen. Nice rebound cut back into that whitewash, just working his way back into this Pupusa section. It is a high tide, nice hit. And then how he regains his power to just hit this again all the way to the sand. That is going to be, and that's going to set the bar for the rest of the day, and that might be a fairly high bar.
Roland Lefebvre, tight 5, has to step back to hold this nose ride through the outside section. Now stepping off the nose, back on the tail. Finds some open face to a nice carve. Drop knee again, dropping that back knee, setting things up as he gets back up on the nose. Great transitions between the maneuvers, great footwork as well from Roland as we see him bring this one through this midsection of the wave. A little bit smaller than Eduard's wave. You can see he really has to fade back to the left side as he now makes his way back up to the nose for a nose ride. Has to stretch out on this one as he steps up for the 10. Brings this one right through to Papusa section. Looks like he is going to try and finish off on the inside with a nice wrapping cut back. So Roland Lefebvre getting things underway quickly. Taka Inoue, though, on the outside from Team Japan. Last year's silver medalist. Beautiful 10 to start things off. Holding that nose right again. The way he redirects that board. Has that tight 5. Taka, a great start on the outside section here. finds himself up on the nose again as he carves that board back around, rebounding off the white water. And again, just a beautiful style, keeps his board moving through this midsection of the wave. And he's going to decide to kick out. Smart move there from Tucker. Lots of great work done on the outside section.
Yeah, he's going to want to work his way back out quickly to get that priority. There's no priority. All the surfers are still paddling out. They all caught their first wave. I mean, from that exchange bowl, I think Edouard is going to get that exchange. In my opinion, he really. But let's look at Roland's wave here. Nice critical hang 5, stretch 5 here. Just getting past this whitewash. Nice drop me turn. That carve was so beautiful. The way that he went from the top of the wave to the bottom of the wave and letting that wave rebound him back into position. That's what you want to see, is your surfer reacting and not trying to control the wave. You know, you want to be able to have that flow. And the second you try and control too much, the wave is just telling you, no, I'm going to kick you off. But he works his way onto this inside. This is where he gets that beautiful levitating 10 right there. Really, those chops helping him to get into that levitating air. It almost let him stay there a little longer. So good work from him. I love that really beautiful, that scene, that shot with the sunrise was so nice.
I
but
like
this
wave.
hang 10. I mean, yeah, the work that he's gotten done on the outside, little loose on that turn there, just trying to, first heat of the day, finals day, just got to really control the nerves, not overcook anything. Nice wrapping carve cutbacks here. He did have, out of the exchange, he did have the best nose rides, in my opinion. And here's Edouard's wave, the first wave of the day of finals day. Nice 5. You see how it kind of is starting to roll out into the shoulder. Grab rail cut back, swooping turn up into that face.
Edouard definitely looked like he had the better wave
Yes,
of this exchange.
he did. There was no lull, actually, in this wave. This wave had a face pretty much the entire time. And that allowed him to really showcase what he can do on the wave. There was no downtime. You are exactly right. Yeah, this was his only downtime, and that was maybe a second, 0.5. Nice wrapping carve cut back. Just working his way. Nice footsteps. This hit, and then this hit again. I mean, all the way to the sand. You gotta make sure your fins are still on there when you get that close. The pebbles, those rocks, they'll get you.
Oh,
they're ankle getters.
Coming up in the next heats, J.R. Esquivel on screen representing the Philippines. He's been on fire throughout this week. He's going to be the only goofy footer left in the main round of competition, which is interesting as well. And of course, Team Philippines currently leading the team rankings. Team Hawaii took gold last year. They're in 5th place right now. We've still got Kai Salas, Sophia Colhane representing Team Hawaii. But Team Philippines looking strong as they move through this competition. 11 minutes, 45 seconds. Excellent score dropping for Edouard Del Perro, an 8.17. His teammate, Roland Lefebvre, he drops a 6.17. We see Taka's wave dropping as a 7.0. So great start there from both Edouard and Taka. Roland Lefebvre just a little bit behind. He's going to look to back up that score. As we see on screen there, the ages of Team France and also their stance. Unfortunately, we lost Ophélie Acouin yesterday in competition, but Team France currently sitting in 2nd place on the team rankings. Of course, Edouard, Roland, and Alice still in competition. They'll be looking to try and back up their success as a team in previous ISA events. They've got 3 gold medals for Team France. They won in their home nation in 2019. Let's just see that score on screen drop. Judges going excellent with that surfing. And I think it was really well deserved, Negs, because it was that bigger wave and he got a lot of work done, especially on the outside section. Did some good nose rides.
Yeah, I think that with that, as we see Team Japan there rooting on Take Inoue in this heat, I think for his wave, he didn't, you pointed out he didn't have any downtime, and that's really crucial for the surfers today, is that they're going to have to really connect everything. No, the judges don't want to see this thinking thought of, what am I going to do next? Everything should be in your head. The second you stand up, everything should have been done by the end of the wave in your head. And then you're going to apply it onto the wave and do it. And Edward displays a perfect example of that. He looks like he's like he does this in his sleep. You know, the way that he flows and connects everything, he really allows his feet to feel his board to connect with the water. And I think that's, you know, I talk about the board and dimensions and all that, but it's also the surfer really understanding what their board can and cannot do, and nothing of it looks forced or pushed. So for him, that control that he has is really, really, I love that he can do that with his board. He has such a good connection with his boards, especially following in the footsteps of his brother, Antoine. His brother is here. He is coaching for Team France. So I think having him be here and having that push from his brother, I think that's really, really, that's gonna be key for his success for today.
And a previous gold medalist as well, Antoine Del Perro himself, winning in 2023 here in El Salvador. So a lot of that experience of Antoine being passed on through the team, which is great to see. And I just wanted to touch base as well on Team Japan, because they're currently sitting third in the rankings, still with 3 surfers left in the competition. As we see Ben Skinner representing England on screen. He's going to be coming up in the next heat against reigning gold medalist Kai Salas. Of course, Ben Skinner looking to go one better. He's got a silver medal in previous years. Ben has put on some great performances, riding his own shapes. He's got a new design that he's been working on with his team. And of course, some of his team even flying out here to support him on the beach, which has been great to see.
Yeah, that was really cool to do his post-heat interview, and the boys were all just screaming on the beach, having a good old time. And that's really what it's about, you know, like having that, the world come together with surfing, but also involving everyone who isn't. And that's I think that's what the ocean does in general. You know, being from Hawaii, we're very ocean friendly and we're very ocean conscious. And it's really cool to see that the ISA has put on something like this, that the world can come together as a team and also as an individual sport, which is, I absolutely love.
It is amazing to see as we are waiting for surfers to get their second scoring ride. All surfers currently sitting out there with just one wave at the moment. You can see on screen there the former medalists that have been represented here at the ISA World Longboard Championship. Of course, defending champion Kai Salas of Hawaii. And we're going to be seeing Rachel Tilley, Elise Lemois, Maria Fernanda Reyes, Natsumi Teoka, Rodrigo Schweier, Ben Skinner, Taka Inoue, Eduardo Del Perro, J.R. Esquivel. They're all still in with a medal contention today.
Yeah, that's going to be exciting. They're always wanting to do better than they did last year. They're always doing better what they did in the previous contests. So, I mean, stacked heat from here on out. I said this yesterday, and I might have spoke too early, but today, literally, every heat is a final.
I think I said this on like day 3 when the Repercharge were hitting the water. That it's stacked already.
Yeah, seeing a lot of top contenders go down into the Repercharge. Ah, man. I mean, we still have Rodrigo Schweier. I was very surprised that he went into the Repercharge, but the way he was surfing yesterday, his rail-to-rail turns, connecting those hang 5 and those tight the hang 10s, I mean, he surfed so well today. So he is also looking for a gold medal. It's been, I think I heard Sam say it's been 13 years, 12 years?
15 years. He won in 2010.
Yeah, so the passion that he had and the focus he has right now, I definitely wouldn't count him out. There's got some heavy hitters in the Repercharge round too.
Oh, certainly do have some heavy hitters. As we are just counting down, 5 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock in men's main round number 5. This is the first heat of that round. There will be another heat after this before we move into the women's side of competition. But Eduard Del Perro getting an excellent score and sitting with priority out in the water, Megs. That's got to feel good.
I mean, that to me is that's money. That's what you want. I mean, that's gold medal status. For the surfers who are watching that are still in the contest, you guys should do well into focusing and paying attention to what the tide's doing, because it is completely different from what it was yesterday. We did have a high tide in the morning, but this swell has dropped a lot. So timing your heats and figuring out when you want to get started, whether it's early or even in the back half of the heat, time the sets. I think that's going to be really important coming up for the rest of the day on finals day.
Team Philippines there going to cheer on JR Esquivel. Daisy on screen, Mara as well. Mara will be coming up shortly in the women's main round. 14 years of age, Mara is showing just some class with her longboard surfing. As we take a look right now, the water temp is warmer than the air temp. Beautiful. That's lovely. That coming from the UK,
yeah.
Personally, that's lovely.
Like, you are so excited. You have surfed every day. I love the passion that you have after we're done with work. You're like, I'm out there. Yesterday, I saw you. I saw you walk across those slippery cobblestones like you were a mountain goat. I was so baffled. The way you dodged every set that came in to bash against the wall, and we took that inside section took a couple of people out.
Yeah.
And you were like, bye, and just went fully. And then you got aboard and paddled out. And I was like, and you were like, all right, I'll see you out there. I reassessed and I was like, I'm going to visit this tomorrow. We'll try again tomorrow.
I was scanning the lineup the whole time I was out there. Where's Megs? Where's Auntie Megs?
I'm good.
Roland Lefebvre up and riding. Getting a second scoring ride here. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. Made his way out toward the inside. You can see he's in a couple of different mines on this wave. He was eyeing off the outside section, whipping that board around, back up on the nose. Beautiful 10, another 10. Holds it for an extended amount of time on the nose. He's still riding on the nose, Roland Lefebvre. These smaller wave Megs, they really hug the point break, hug the rocks, and allow these surfers to have that steeper wall in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. As he's making his way back out, he did kick out kind of more in the middle of the break, so he will have some time to get back out there, but he will have third priority. That was really smart to kick off on this wave and have that backup score. He did have a look in the back of the wave to make sure there wasn't a set coming, but this hang 5, yep, that little look like, is there a set? Was this a bad idea? But he really contained himself.
This
had to be back in the moment. And this hang 10, tap hang 10 again, holding. Beautiful hang 5. And that tap again. 3 hang 10s on one wave. Now, are judges going to look at it at the size of the wave? This would be very interesting to see.
It's going to be very interesting to see the score that comes through. Judges deeming that there wasn't enough done on the outside section. A 3.87 drops for Roland, but it puts him into the lead because surfers haven't got their second wave score yet, as we are watching Eduard Del Perro using his priority. Again, looking back, 4 steps up to the nose, holding that 5, brings that back foot up for a tighter 5. Has to step it back there to keep the nose of the board levitating as he now steps on the tail, getting some speed, that compression and extension. As we see Eduard stepping right back on the tail, wrapping that board back toward the white water. He looks to get on the nose one more time here to hold that hang 5, stepping back as this wave starts to offer him some open face to get some rail work done. Eduard setting things up. You can see it's a smaller wave on the inside as he's back up on the nose. As you can see, looking to finish this one off cleanly on the inside section. I mean, to time it with the backwash and get that projection out, that's really well surfed there from Eduard. Tucker getting a wave, 1 minute left on the clock. Tucker's going to need a score, so looking for a 1.18 at the moment as he's up in onto the nose, hanging 10. Drop knee carve back toward that power source of the wave as we see Tucker again just rebounding off the foam. Again, all surfers taking a look behind them to see if their competitors are on a wave or if there is a set wave coming. But Tucker's going to stick with this one, really shifting his weight low on the board, getting it forward to make it through to this inside section. He has found that connection as well, so he's going to get some more work done as he brings this wave through. Stepping on the tail, stalling, getting on the nose for another touch of the 5. Bringing this one back. It's gone really small for him on the inside. We see him try to hang a heel there and run back along the board. And he's going to leave Roland Lefebvre at the back by himself. 10 seconds left. Is he going to get another wave score? Because I believe that Tucker's wave is going to improve on his situation, overtaking Roland. But Roland, can he get to his feet in time? I'm not sure that this is going to count. We will get confirmation on that as we see Roland up on the nose holding that 5. He steps back, wraps it toward the white water. So we see him sticking with this one. I don't know if this one is going to count. It looked like he was just up after the first sound of the hooter. And I think he realizes that as well. So waiting on scores now. Edouard Del Perro on his second ride alongside Taka Inoue. His score to come through. Tucker's going to need something in that kind of mid-range to overtake Roland. I do believe that Edouard Del Perro will take the win in this heat. He already dropped that excellent 8.17 earlier on. Surfers and catching a couple of waves in this heat, being very patient. Different strategy from what we've seen in the last couple of days, Megs.
Yeah, that was a good fight from Roland. I don't even think he paddled into that wave. He just swung his board around and just stood up. That was very, very impressive.
Edouard Del Perro dropped a 5.5 for his last wave. He goes up into the lead. Roland now down into second, but we are waiting on Taka Inoue's last wave to drop. He's only looking for a 3.04. I think he can feel pretty confident that's going to be the score to put him through, moving through to men's main round number 6. And that is that final round of the main event before the grand final.
Yeah, that's going to be... I think he's going to feel really good about that wave. He only needs a 3.04. He did get a lot of work done on the outside as well as in the inside. I mean, his dismount alone was pretty... was deserves a point. I mean...
And there we go. The score dropping a 5.23. Edouard Del Perro takes the win in this first heat of men's round 5. Taka Inoue in second of Japan. Roland Lefebvre not out of competition yet. He's going to drop down into the Repercharge round, so we will see him coming up later today. He's got a lot more surfing to do if he's to find himself back into that medal contention.
Yeah, that's right. I was holding my breath and I totally forgot. He does still have a second chance with Repercharge.
He does. We're going to be back. Don't go anywhere. Kai Salas, defending gold medalist, is out in the water in the next heat.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to finals day here as we see Team Philippines, JR Esquivel up and riding. Beautiful nose ride, switching between the 5 and the 10. Again, finds himself back up on the nose. Critical nose ride here. You can see that front foot just really hanging right over the nose there. Quick tap of the 10 as he steps back onto the tail to get a bit of rail work done, but he finds himself up on the nose again on this section here, adding a nice bit of style to his nose ride as we see JR bringing this one right the way through to the inside. Again, up on the nose, beautiful 5. JR has just been really connecting and finding these nose riding sections throughout the whole wave all week throughout competition. JR finishes it off cleanly on the inside. Great footwork to kick things off for JR Esquivel. He's joined in this heat by Kai Salas of Hawaii alongside Ben Skinner, and Ben up and riding now on the nose, holding that 5. Beautiful perch 10. Steps right on the top of the nose of that board as he makes his way right down to the bottom of the wave and draws a huge carving maneuver. Again, backing it up on the nose here for this wave. He's going to stay on the nose. He can't find that connection through that bit of a slopey wave. And we're going to throw it down. Belen is on the glass with the winner of the last heat, Edouard Del Perro.
Good morning. Thank you, Bo and Megs. Here I am, Edouard. A little bit of a wave-starved heat, but you were able to put it together. First day, last day, finals day. How are you feeling out there?
Good, yeah, it's definitely tricky out there and not many waves. You got to be patient and choose the right ones. And unfortunately, I thought there was 2 waves for me and Roland behind, but there was not a second one. So they put us in a different rhythm, and he's still in the game, and we're both still in the game. So we keep going.
Well, your surfing is on point. Your board looks like it's working really good. You're sticking to the same board. How's your board feeling out there right now?
Yeah, my board is feeling great since the beginning of the contest, so I'm not going to change my little weapon for sure.
Well, I know you want to go get your head spaced in the right place. Best of luck today. What are you hoping for now that, we've lost Rolando, unfortunately, but you're still on the road for gold. How are you feeling right now? A little bit more pressure?
No, I need a nap, and then I'm going to be okay.
All right. Best of luck in the next heat. Up to you in the booth.
He needs a nap. I love that. I'm a nap guy too.
Me
I
too.
like my naps. Oh, you love naps too, Megs? Yeah. How good
naps.
are naps?
I am a true believer in the siestas. Oh, I love a nap.
Yeah, it's so good. So just to clarify, Roland Lefebvre will be dropping into the Repercharge rounds of competition. So he will be coming up again later on today for his chance to get back into that main round final. But attention turns to the water as JR Esquivel drops a 7.67 for this ride, Megs. Up on the nose, holding that 5, perch 10. Let's take a look at a replay of this one.
Oh, the way that he's got this patience about him, that he just really lets the wave work for him. He's not trying to force anything. Even this turn, he really catches that rail, lets that rail get really engaged. Nice cross step to the nose. Nice tight hang 5. Working his way back. I do feel like this wave
What do you think, Megs? What do you think?
Oh, he got a lot of work done on the inside.
I mean,
He's
he went
absolutely flying. Sorry, I
from
didn't.
the nose back.
I
to the
couldn't
tail,
tell with the
again.
sunrise.
I mean, the beautiful sun. I mean, that was amazing scene there of the sun streaking through. Kai Salas of Hawaii up and riding on the nose. That 5, beautiful 10. Just the stature that Kai Salas brings. You can just tell that he's hungry out here in the water as he does a beautiful carve. You can see lots of spray from his board there, riding a 9'8", his own model there as he's back up on the nose for the 10. Beautiful 10. You can see how critical it was. The tail of the board in that white water behind him as he has to fade back to the power source of the wave here, waiting for things to stand up. Now, I'd call that some downtime, Megs, but it's setup work for this inside section here as he gets another 10 on the inside there as well. His stature, his style, his posture on the way, we'll come back to that as we see Ben Skinner up and riding on the nose on the outside section here, holding that nose ride for an extended amount of time. We see him step on the tail now. Just set up work to get back up on the nose here. We find him up for the 10. Beautiful 10 there. We see Ben wrapping this board back toward the white water. Bit more setup work here for him to get on the nose again. Type 5. Great little touch of the 10 there from Ben. Just touches the rail as he wraps this board right back to this white water. I can hear all of his mates on the beach cheering for Ben as he wraps another turn off the top. You can see Things starting to get a little more critical on the inside here as he makes his way back up to find a quick tap of the 5. And again, wrapping that board back around to the whitewater. 0 downtime on this wave as Ben Skinner kicks out. Team England, you can hear the cheers on the beach. JR Esquivel now up and riding, looking to back up his first wave score, which went to that 7.67 on the nose, holding that nose ride. Beautiful style, beautiful commitment as well to stay on the nose throughout that whole section. Again, finding himself up on the nose for a touch of the 5. Gets back on the tail now, wraps that board back toward the whitewater. Stalling here, you can notice he wants to get another nose ride in. Looks like he's going to get that longer 5. Thought he was going to go up for the 10, but he wraps that board back to the whitewater, decides to kick out. Then it's going to be a great backup score for him.
Amazing backup score for him. I love the way that when he cross steps back and forth, it's very cat-like. There's not a water out of place when he walks back and forth, and that's because he's really just engaging his legs. He's not even really, the only thing that he's doing is maybe lifting his arms so slightly to just get that weight a little bit above the top half of his body. But the way that he walks back and forth, I mean, it's like a cat. Like there's no running, there's no rush. And it's just, he stays very level. If you look at where his eyes are, they don't really fluctuate between him running back and it's very high. It's very low and very centered. But speaking of centered, Mr. Style Master himself, Kai Salas on this beautiful hang 10. Nice, beautiful. I love the way this board works for him. Nice big carving turn. You can see he really engages his rail on that because that big spray that he creates. Nice high line, beautiful hang 10. That the way he puts his hands up, I mean, that's just an homage to the old Beach Boys back in Waikiki where he grew up. And you talked about this downtime, but it's not really downtime. It's kind of more of setting up. How you said you saw that ridge, that almost ridge back in the wave. He wanted to make sure he got in front of that, and he does so and gets that board back behind that wave to set himself for that hang 10 and beautiful kick out.
Well, just watching that back in live action, when we saw him ride that wave, that downtime, he just has this presence, this aura about him on the wave that it's not downtime. You
It's
could
not
just tell
panic.
he's like, no, it's not. It's so smooth. It's relaxed.
He's like,
It
don't worry,
is-
I know what I'm going to do.
It's
Just wait.
the essence of longboarding.
Yeah, and that's he holds that. Even with having a bigger board too, kind of hones in that Waikiki Beach Boy days, a 9.8, one of the bigger boards that we've been seeing. But the way that he shaped it, you would never think it's a 9.8 because of how more of a high performance it looks. But here we are with Green, his replay, beautiful, beautiful, critical hang 5, and this wave got him a 9.17. Nice big set wave, nice high line again, and this 10, the way that he just holds himself, very poised and very proper, like a true Englishman.
Definitely Ben Skinner. But
Nice.
0 downtime throughout this midsection.
Yeah, and the judges are looking at that, and that beautiful carving cut back. Nice drop knee, gets a little caught up, but regains that composure. Just looking for this inside, and I love the way he drives that board into the water, letting that board work for him and not against him, setting that rail for that big carving turn. They really, on rail surfing, the judges are going to look for it because it's going to create that very big spray. They don't want it. They want to see the bottom of the board. They want to see that fin come out, so beautiful score for Ben Skinner, getting that 9.17. He is in second place right now with just a backup score of a 3.17, but Kai Salas only having a 7.03 and a 2.0, and their sets out the back. I mean, 8.5 minutes left. Wow, these scores, these are final day scores right here.
They certainly are. So JR dropped a 7.53 for his second ride. He's in the lead. Kai Salas into third, looking for a 5.32, decides not to go on this one. JR as well, recognizing that this wave isn't the one he wants to go. He's looking for something that's going to improve upon his 7.53. Of course, Ben Skinner sitting in second place currently with the highest wave score of the heat so far, a 9.17. He's also just got that small 3.17 in his scoreline. So he's going to look to definitely improve upon that, and that's going to make things harder for Kai Salas if Ben is able to find himself another wave. But Kai is sitting at the back with priority currently. 7 minutes 45 seconds left in heat number 2 of men's main round 5.
And you see how nobody caught that set wave, and it's smart. They look back on the board and seeing that they have time. But the Philippine surfer here, this is a replay of his 7.53. Those hang 10s. It did go a little lower because as long as it was high, he got into the shoulder, and then the wave created a more steeper section as he was hanging 5. But he did a lot of work on this inside here, turning, carving, staying on that high line, not really dropping all the way down to the wave. That's what it is the judges are looking at where the surfers are performing that maneuver, and when he's turning, it's kind of staying a little high. And I think the judges, we saw the score from Ben's 9.17 and Kai's 7.03. It's those turning, really engaging that rail, using that top of the wave all the way to the bottom, and really redirecting the speed with the wave.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just going to ask you if that's why you think that score didn't go excellent, because we saw Ben Skinner drop that 9.17. But he utilized the whole wave face. He dropped down to the bottom. He got his board up into the top of the wave. Again, those wrapping turns back to the bottom of the wave. JR was just doing a lot of setup work for his nose rides at the top of the wave.
Yeah, and that's, for the judges, they want to see that variety of fluid. They want to see control. They want to see commitment. They want to see you using the whole wave. Now, we heard Edward Del Perro. He's like, I just need to make sure I choose the right ones. That's going to be crucial for this finals day here. Ben chose a gem of a wave. The way that wave just stood up for him, it walled for him the whole time, meaning there was always a face as we see Team England on the beach, his boys cheering him on for the second heat of the day. I mean, it's quite early for these boys, and I know that they've been having a great time celebrating one of their birthdays. So it's really cool to see that, the brothers have come down and is cheering him on.
Also flying the Cornish flag there. Cornwall being the county right down the southwest of England where Ben is from.
Also where you are.
Yeah,
also
and
Sam.
Also
yeah.
Sam Bleakley from right down there toward Land's End. So yeah, so we've got a few Cornish surfers here. Of course, Arthur Randell as well, just lives down the road. And Emily Curry, she's up on the northern side of Cornwall. But yeah, Cornwall well represented. Definitely Cornwall being the kind of surf centre of England surfing.
Yeah, I was talking to Sam, and he was telling me, yeah, it's quite a bit of a drive from London. and
yeah, 6 hours.
Yeah. It's a mission.
It is a bit of a mission.
Yeah.
4 minutes, 45 seconds left for heat number 2 of men's main round 5. It is JR currently in the lead of the Philippines, as we see Ben Skinner looking to back up and improve upon his 3.17. He's up and riding now, using that arm to stall in the wave. He's up for the 10. Quick touch of the 5 there as he wraps his board back. Set up work to get back up on the nose. Beautiful, critical nose ride. That hang 5 again stretches out for a quick tap of the nose. Ben wrapping that board right the way back around. And as we said, utilizing that whole wave face, going from top to bottom. Again, we find himself up on the nose. This is definitely going to improve upon his 3.17. Already he's done enough work to get up that score up into the good range there as he's up on the nose again, holding through this section, has to drop down to get around that little section that stood up in front of him. More setup work as Ben takes 4 steps up to the nose, carves right back around. As we see him eyeing off the nose again for the 10 on the inside, digs the rail a little bit, has to get out of that one. A lot of great surfing already done on that wave. That's going to improve his scoreline. Is it enough to get him up into first place? Maybe.
Maybe. That was a good score. The judges are gonna look and compare it to that 9.17. Again, not having a lot of downtime, even on that 9.17, as we see that little swallowtail doing really good for him in this competition. And he said he's actually shaped this board maybe 10 days before he came out here. So to be able to get used to that board in such little time is very impressive.
JR Esquivel up and riding, looking to improve upon a mid-range 7. As we see him up on the nose to start things off again. Set up work at the top of the wave. He's standing up on the nose. Beautiful 10. Holding that 5. Long nose ride here. He's going to step back onto the tail. Wraps that board around. And now he starts to drop down the wave face. carving that board back around to the white water. This is more of what we like to see from JR, as he now just does some stalling on the board to get another nose ride on the inside as he wraps this board back toward the white water, rebounding off the foam, waiting for things to stand up on the inside again. He gets a quick touch of the 5, beautifully controlled cross step there as he holds it to shift his weight. Again, up on the nose, holding this 5 all the way through this end section here. Gets a nice wrap of the 10 toes over the nose to finish off. Could improve upon his mid-range 7. We'll wait for those scores to come through. Ben Skinner looking to drop a pretty high score, but it leaves Kai Salas out the back. 2 minutes left. He's going to need a pretty excellent score if he is to get through this heat. He's just calling on the wave gods right now to bring him some waves.
Yeah, he's got to be channeling, Hiyaka right now to bring in some sets with that high tide coming in, that declining swell. It's going to be a little lully. 2 minutes. Kai's probably really looking back at the score or at the priority board, the time, the clock. You can see him actually sitting deeper, and this is, he is going to be really searching. I mean, he is searching for that 9-point ride right now. Any wave that comes to him, he already has to picture it as a 9.
He does, and it has to offer him up the scoring potential that is going to allow him to progress through this heat, because I feel like J.R. Esquivel, he's got a 14-point total. Kai Salas with a 7. He's going to need something in the high 7s, possibly an excellent 8-point ride to make it through this heat. I'm going to expect Ben Skinner to move up into the lead after that last wave score is still to be tabulated. But there's some small bumps out there. Is it going to be enough time? 50 seconds left on the clock. Defending gold medalist Kai Salas sitting out there, but we've got to bring it back, Megs. Remember, non-elimination round. He still has that second chance in the Repercharge rounds. Team Hawaii took gold last year. Kai Salas took individual gold last year. Megs, 30 seconds left. Will these lines out the back make it in time? I think he might even have a chance here. 27 seconds left on the clock. Sets approaching the lineup. Ben Skinner, J.R. Esquivel, I'm sure they're standing on the beach right now, waiting and watching. Is Kai going to make it in time? You can see a set standing up, 15 seconds. He's going to have to go this first one. There's not enough time to get onto the second one. 10 seconds left.
Turn and burn.
Kai Salas stroking into this wave, putting everything he has to get into it. He's up and riding before the buzzer, so this wave will count. We see Kai Salas on the nose, needs to get some excellent surfing done on this. Already on his way to a good score, holding that nose ride. Really tight 5 to kick things off. Wrapping that board back toward the power source again. We see him up on the nose. Definitely a bigger set wave as he's, again, just stretching out for that hang 5, stepping up for the 10 as well. What exciting finish to this heat. Kai Salas found himself on one of the biggest set waves of this heat with 5 seconds left to go. Wrapping his board back toward the white water. As we see him just sticking with this one right the way through. He's going to want to try and maximize that scoring potential through the inside here. As we see him up again on the nose, holding that 5. Has some backwash to deal with, but we can see just the energy that he brings in there. I think pretty happy with that. I think happy in the fact that he got another shot at trying to get a score as this heat is finished in the water. So we're going to wait for the judges to tabulate that last wave score. Megs, I'd love to get your insight and just what you think this wave is going to come in at.
This beautiful hang 5 as he gets this high leg and he just moves his back foot just up to shift that weight. This carve right here, that carve. I mean, the way that he sets that 9-8 board on rail, and he's just getting this, he's feeling it start to levitate, and this is where he tends. And he puts his arms down. So just relax, being cool as a cucumber, the way that he's always been. And this nice swooping carve. I love when he turns, he really lets his lead hand lead him. I always tell everyone it's like throwing flowers to the gods, to the whitewash. And he just works his way in here. He's looking for this last little hang 5. Gets it, does well to navigate this Makaha backwash. It's all those times he's been practicing at Makaha, I think. And he feels good. I know he probably had that big exhale, But this wave from JR, nice hang 10 out the back in that critical section. And you know how we talked about his turns not really being all the way down. He just tries to get a little bit out into that shoulder, big swooping carve, and this is where we want to see it. We want to see that him use the whole wave from the bottom to the very top. Nice, beautiful carving turn, setting that rail. Gets a little flat. You saw this tail kind of slip out just a bit, letting that fin catch the water for him to regain that control. Working his way to this inside, finds another quick tap pine 5. And again, the way that he walks is very, very cat-like. His shoulders don't go up and down like he's jogging. It's more of just a really good leg strength kind of creep, and he felt good in that.
So JR drops a 7.4, not enough to go into his 2 highest top wave scores. Ben Skinner dropped a 7.7, so he moves up into the lead. Still waiting on the last of Kai Salas, so Kai Salas could overtake JR if he gets an 8.17. He does. An 8.6 drops for Kai Salas' last wave, puts Kai up into second. It's going to bump JR Esquivel down into the Repercharge rounds. He's going to be down in that round with Crisanto Villanueva. As we see Team England on the beach there. Ben Skinner, the winner of that last heat. I love the energy Team England are bringing.
I can't wait for his post-heat interview. He's been wanting to be on that glass for so long, and he's getting it on finals day. I'm so excited for him.
Moving on through into women's main round 5. We're going to switch it up in the booth here. Sam Bleakley going to be coming in with Belén Alvarez-Kimball.
Welcome back to the action. Of course, it's finals day here at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. And what a perfect situation to crown our gold medalists, our team gold. As we can see, really nice longboard conditions coming through at El Sunzal. And we move on to the women's main round 5. Maria Fernanda Reyes for Peru surfing against Sofia Colhane for Hawaii and Natsumi Teoka for Japan. It's 20-minute heats all the way through. We'll have 30-minute finals when we get through to those grand finals, and the chance for surfers to go for individual golds, individual silvers, individual bronzes and individual coppers. And of course, a huge factor is the opportunity to win the team golds, the team silvers. But with that, let's go down to the sand. He's got 2 silvers individually over the years. Is this his year for gold? Is Mr. Ben Skinner down on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with the English gentleman himself, Ben Skinner. You looked amazing in that heat. I mean, that looked like a final. You said yesterday, this is just the beginning. Yesterday, what's in it for today?
Yeah, just slowly building up. I'm really stoked to actually put a wave together from start to finish. And yeah, the board feels incredible. The waves are fun. I've obviously got my boys here behind me. And the rest of Team England. And so yeah, I'm stoked. Still 2 more to go, so job's not done yet.
Exactly, job's not done yet, but having that support system with your boys here, Team England here, how's that feeling on your shoulders right now? Great.
I mean, it just gives me nothing but belief and energy, and that's what you need to go all the way. And in other events in the past, been so far away from home and not had that support crew. And so yeah, it feels pretty special.
That's amazing. And that board, this swallowtail that you have, seems to be working for you. You said you shaped this only 10 days ago. I mean, it's finals day. We're not changing equipment, right?
Not at all, no. I've only got 2 of these. I mean, that's all I have. Because I loved it that much when I started riding it. I made another one 5 days before we came as a backup. And actually I've rode every heat up until yesterday. I alternated between the 2 boards. So I rode the triple string in the first heat, and then this one in the second heat, and the triple string in the next heat. But I finally landed on this one as like my favorite. And so yeah, it feels so good.
Well, I love watching you surfing. You've been one of my favorites, and it's been an honor to call your heat. Congratulations, and we will see you in the next round. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Amazing energy, as we can see Jason Gray, his laminator and business partner in the background, and Roger Knight there cheering him on, and the energy behind Skin Dog really gave him that extra edge. But it was Kai Salas who got that last score in the exchange, moving up into second. And let's not rule out JR Esquivel. He is still in the mix. He'll move down into the Repercharge, but let's set the scene now for Maria Fernanda-Reyes, who just has started off with the most beautiful, strong, committed, dynamic ride. So scores coming through for red. No waves yet ridden for blue and green. Blue is Sophia Colhane from Hawaii. Green is Natsumi Teoka from Japan. I'm Sam Bleakley. Berlin, Alvarez, Kimball, you've been down there doing the first couple of post-heat interviews. Talk about the atmosphere, the energy down on the beach.
Oh my goodness. My anxiety levels are through the roof right now. Just watching that last heat, just wave after amazing wave after amazing wave, and the performance, and Ben, superlative.
Yeah.
That is all I can say.
Yeah.
Just beautiful, technical, amazing surfing. Everyone is buzzing. It's finals day.
And the impact of having support on the beach is so positive for Ben. It really brings the best out of him, as we now see a 7.67 drop from Maria Fernanda-Reyes. And let's talk about Maria.
Oh.
We have been speaking off air about some of our tips for wins, and Maria has been right there in the mix. We have been saying she has been outstanding. She's a former silver medalist. Can she go all the way this year? In 2023, she was so close. She lost out to Elise Lemoine here at Sunzal. In 2018, Hainan, China, she lost out to Tori Gilkison, but she's just dropped a near excellent range, 7.67. What is it about Maria's surfing that really gives her this edge?
She has really beautiful flow and trim and timing as well. Her wave readings goes as is 5. Look at her nose riding, and nice up to, quick tighter 5. Like I said, she knows how to tail surf so beautifully as well. She knows how to put in the flare of her nose rides when she does get in. She doesn't fall very often either, so she's Mrs. Consistent. Again, lovely wrap back up to this 10, holding that. Again, arms not flopping all over the place. She knows how comfortable she is in the front of her surfboard, and a little switch stance cut back. And just these beautiful S turns, just not hopping and popping. Again, 5 to 10. Really clean, driving with her upper body. Again, nice little switch stance cut back. She really does have a graceful feminine approach to it, which is so pseudo to the women on the longboard.
And interesting that we've just heard from Ben Skinner, also twice a silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship. How does that motivate people when you get those silvers? Do you think that they cherish that as a big result, or do you think it frustrates them that they want to go further?
I think it feeds the hunger. Personally, I think it makes them want to, you're that close to it, and you have the skill set.
Yep.
And as well, it's just about sometimes honing your equipment that will help you get to that. And right now, his equipment is seeming so honed in. I swear, it feels like the glass isn't even probably cured enough to be out here surfing on that board right now. So look at this 10 right here. What exquisite performance, flow, trim, style, and really clear with her movements as well. She's not chasing and racing. She's very precise.
And let's talk a little bit about the conditions. It is absolutely perfect to crown our gold medalists, our world champions. But patience also important, and there will be an element of luck. because some of those sets are peaky, others have that wall. And positioning at the start of the heat, do you go deep? Do you stay wide? Do you stay patient? How quickly do you try to get a backup score after a significant set? I think everybody knows that excellent range surfing is essential to stay in the mix today, but I will say I reckon there's going to be a few moments where just a little bit of luck happens. We saw that with Kai Salas. He waited patiently and that set came in time, but what he delivered was no luck. That was performance longboarding with control, critical, high degree of difficulty, long traditional, locked in nose rides. The confidence to do that under pressure, it always blows me away when the big names really shine in those last seconds of heats.
Well, and that's, you know, that's time under the belt.
Yeah.
That's understanding and navigating and being able to blend and mold with those conditions and be able to have good wave reading skills as well. Look at this, Team Philippines.
And Team Philippines currently sitting in first in the team standings. Is this their year to finally win individual golds and team golds? Unfortunately, the queen of Philippine surfing, Daisy Valdez, eliminated just by the narrowest of margins yesterday, but Mara's still in, Crisanto's still in, JR is now down into the Repercharge. He's still in, but it's going to be a more challenging battle to get to that grand final. But Mara Lopez, the 14-year-old, she is going to be coming up next, and we're really looking forward to that because she's got Rachel Tilley in the heat to surf against, and Tully White from Australia, and Mara at the age of 14. She's already revealed so much talent and composure. The two youngsters in the field on the women's side, Ginger Kaimi, Mara Lopez, they have been incredible to watch, and they have surfed with a level of maturity that is mind-blowing considering their young ages, just 12 and 14 respectively.
I've seen it, just the growth from the first few days to now with Mara as well, and making it into, you know, finals day is such, you know, it is a level of achievement that people put years and years and years into, and to be here at 14 just is a testament to her perseverance, her the drive that she has as well with her surfing, and to put herself on stage.
Natsumi Teoka has got the inside line. Sophia Colhane is going to leave that one. Natsumi strokes into this Sun Zhao wall, cross steps forward, rolls a 5 and cross steps quickly out of that nose ride as that wave chandeliers down. She grabs that outside rail, just washes spray away from her face, but she's going to have to hang on super tight to get back out to the open section. She's had to go down to her knees, so this is really going to dent the scoring potential, but she has kept those feet on the board, so it'd be really interesting how the judges now analyze that situation. It was difficult to tell, but through that foam there was a point where it seemed like her knees were touching the board, but throughout her feet was still on that deck, and she's now into the rail work on the shoulder. She's got an opening 5, a long foamy section that she had to hang on to, and now she's got some scoring potential through the inside, as we can see a beautiful clip of Team Japan cheering her on. They will know that her scoring potential will have been limited by that whitewater section, and thankfully for her there was nothing too dynamic on the last part, because I think once she got stuck in that foam the score had already been lost.
Yes, I agree with that. You know, she did well to try to navigate and connect that inside. She does have to have a second score. That's, you're just to this point now. If you only have one score, unless it's a 10 or a 9 and the girls have really low numbers, these ladies are not going to be dropping low numbers. So she's got this will be, you know, a significant small score, but she needs to get out there and get something solid, because Maria has a 7.67 as just takeoff is so lovely. She does get a nice nose ride off the top in a nice critical part of the wave, and then again just, you know, the wave just shutting down in front of her, and does, you know, spend quite a bit of time navigating through this white water. And it is so frustrating being in that position where you just can see the green in front of you right there. Yep, she did get to the knees right there.
And I think once that happened, the scoring potential was just gone. And I think she should have kicked out here.
Yeah, I feel the same. I was looking at, over my shoulders, because we can see the surf behind us, and I was wondering if she was going to do that choice. And stingrays, manta rays. Manta rays. But she did well. You know, she will get a small score on this inside, and it will be, you know, a lovely. But her opening nose ride. So there we go. See, a 5.5. All right.
So
that was amazing.
Could be a significant backup for Natsumi. So Clearly, they're recognizing the degree of difficulty, the size, the commitment on that opening hang 5, and also that work through the back half of the wave as we see the incredible setup here at El Sunzal, the premier longboard wave in this south-facing coastline. If you go east, you go down to Las Flores. If you go west, you go to El Zonte. But this is the area of Surf City. El Tunco, just to the side, to the right of your screen, has a great concentration of bars, restaurants, clubs, and all different places to stay and eat. And on your doorstep, if you come and travel to El Tunco, you have a really beautiful foiled right-hand point break of El Sunzal. You can also go left as well if you like to, and you have La Bocana, A-frame peak just down the beach, which has a really good left-hander and a really nice right-hander, and will host the World Surfing Games in September as we move into the last 6 minutes 15 seconds of this women's main round 5, with Sophia Colhane waiting to get her first score, and Maria Fernanda Reyes having a look at this with first priority. Maria Fernanda Reyes to a nice lock tight 5, pulling those ankles really close into a 10, staying tall and walking cleanly out of that nose ride, and then accelerating with a sweeping S-turn, cross-stepping forward with trim, linking nicely for another soul arch 5, a close tight 5 with those ankles coming near each other, and that back foot just dangling off the inside rail edge as he goes in and out of those 10s. And now on the shoulder, cutting back, gaining a good smooth line as she arcs and moves, keeps it all smooth. And she was first priority over Sophia, who had not yet caught a wave. So what must have happened is at some stage, Sophia may well have gone for a wave that she missed, which allowed Maria to get priority over Sophia. And now Maria is looking to drop something that may well be in the excellent range.
I think that will come very close to her wave as we see Sophia up and riding.
Absolutely incredible locked long 5 from Sophia Colhane, as you can just see the texture of that face all smooth. There was a little bit of a kind of ripple across that, but she was right by the pocket, so that ripple, as you can see it just texturing up that shoulder, just unaffecting her ride, because right in the pocket it's all smooth, and Sophia has been in the pocket for this entire ride as she walks back now for some redirects and just sets herself up from the middle of the wave and finds a steep section for another touch of the 5 with crisp, clean footwork, and then just opening her arms and following with the leading shoulder, and sensibly, I think, kicking out there, recognizing that I really need to get a strong backup wave. I don't need to manufacture an extra 0.01 through to the inside, and she is gonna accelerate on this long paddle, knowing it can take up to 7 minutes if there's a big set to get out back.
That was smart surfing.
6 steps to the tip. Natsumi Teoka locks a tight 5. Bottom turns, a bowly section. You can see this one is more of a peaky wave, but it will stand up for potentially another touch of the 5, and she locks into it now. Low in the wave, wide on the shoulders. You can really see the angle of that lip line there. A lot more peaky than Sophia's wave that had a steeper wall ahead of her, but Natsumi has already dropped to 5.5, and she's accelerating on a nice clean bottom turn. All of the women now in the mix. Maria Fernanda Reyes will probably be comfortable in first, and it will be a real battle now for second between Natsumi and Sophia. Sophia, though, needs a backup wave as Natsumi moves through the white water with cross steps. What do you think of this, Belin?
This is a great wave. It's going to definitely better her 5.5. You know, I think this might come up. It won't be as high, I think, as Maria's 7.67, just my opinion. But it was really well surfed. But the combination of the score right now will keep her solid second. Again, I could be wrong, but Sophia's wave, oh my goodness, on point.
I agree. I felt like Sophia's wave got the edge. Let's see the replay now of Natsumi's second ride.
All right, so going up to nice 5, still holding that, walking back with, so the difference between Sophia's wave before was she just kept that nose ride in the pocket. No, I'm sorry, this is her first wave.
Yeah.
This was that 5.5 again, and you can just see the downtime, just you know, trying to get around this section. And for her to get a 5.5 on that
is impressive.
Is impressive. So I'm oozing with excitement right now to see what's going to drop for Sophia on her opening ride, because again, she navigated this inside section so well, but again, just a little bit wider out on the shoulder. So see what's going to come with
I think
Sophia's.
that because her feet were both still on the board, although the knees touched the deck. I think the feet were still on the board, so the judges were happy to just continue to score this ride. I think probably 4 of this was on that first nose ride, and the extra 1.5 was just a little bit of linking work.
Just to clean up on the inside, just kind of clean up, you know.
Exactly.
Yep.
Just get the dustpan and sweep things up. And here she is on that second ride. What do you think of this, Belin?
Again, quick nose ride, and then, you know, nice carving turns from her. Again, I'm comparing this to Sophia's right now. So 5, a little bit out, you know, out on the shoulders, still gorgeous nose rides, nice style, really good rail work. You know, still waiting for something. Her wave, like I said, doesn't have the lift in the wall that Sophia's wave did, but beautiful navigating. Her bottom turns and cutbacks are so clean and lovely.
Well, now we have just seen a number come through for red. It's a 9.4 for Maria Fernanda Reyes.
Oh.
That is excellent.
Butter.
She is on fire. A 7.67 and a 9.4, still awaiting for a score for this last ride of our surfer in green, with Sophia Culhane waiting now for her second score, and Maria is going to be feeling amazing as we move down into the last 50 seconds.
That was so well deserved.
Is there a chance now for Sophia Culhane to get the score that she needs? Is she out back, as we can now see this spread of scores for Maria from a 9.5 down to a 8.5, and the average comes in at a 9.4, and Fernanda Reyes is just setting herself up as a front runner, a favorite. But we do have some other big names to look forward to in the next heat, and we really now get to start to see who's dancing best on this saline floor. Because I think Maria is going to be somebody that's going to be very hard to beat. But watch out on the inside. A third wave for Natsumi, but out back, Sophia Culhane has got one in time, Billy. This is important for the Hawaiian. She locks in a really nice 10. Walks out of that 10. You can just see that lip line there all smooth as she sole arches and holds another double 5 to 10, walking cleanly back, sweeping down that turn, throwing spray, and then just gaining composure, standing tall, cross-stepping forward as she gets strikes for the 5 once more. And then the poise of Sophia with those just arms opening through that cutback, and very aggressive as well when she needs to be, just driving that Michael Takayama round pintail as she looks for another opportunity for a steep section. She'll stall, she's trimming, she's riding out nicely, and she is going to have a significant score. And I think that Sophia has earned herself a second place spot in this heat. I think it's Natsumi who's going to be in trouble.
So this is Sophia, beautiful, locked in poise up to, again, a 10 or type 5. Beautiful, again, holding this, just arching, leaning into those hips, coming forward up to another 10. Graceful surfing from our Hawaiian. Oh, that cutback is just so beautiful. I love her flow. It is so beautiful to watch. Again, just that open palms, nice, you know, transitions between rails. This is going to be a lovely score for her.
Well, she
should be very proud of herself. Patience was key for her on this wave as a solid backup.
And she's got an 8.0 for her first score. So this could rival that. I mean, that first wave was bigger. This was a smaller wave, but ridden with an equal amount of flair and control on the nose. I think the 8 had a bit more scoring potential. It was a bigger wall, but I do appreciate the footwork and the nose rides we saw on the last ride. And I think that Sophia is sitting solid in second. I don't think she's going to move into first with that 9.4 for Maria Fernanda Reyes, as we get to appreciate one of the best waves of the event.
Oh, that nose ride, that really tight. Again, just stretching it out to stall a little bit back up to the 5. You know, and then her swooping cutbacks as well. Looking for this section to line up. Flying out on the nose. Quick 5. Again, this is a beautiful looking wave, so glassy, and such great nose riding. Again, going down the line of, going down the face of that wave. Still beautiful display of graceful, you know, powerful surfing blended in with that.
And some dynamic elements as well.
Yes.
Yes, we could argue that some of it was a little bit out on the shoulder.
Yes,
and
we could.
Maybe there'll be viewers thinking that 9-4 was pretty big considering that, but I think that it was a strong set and there was a huge amount of variety. And a 7-1-7 comes in for Natsumi Teoka's second wave, a 4-3-3 for her last wave. So Sophia Colhane is chasing a 4-6-7 and she gets a 7.9.
7.9.
Second. Maria Fernanda Reyes stays in the main rounds along with Sophia Colhane. Natsumi Teoka, she's not eliminated. She will shift down into the Repercharge, which is a harder thing to claw your way through, but she still has a chance of going for gold and getting to the grand final.
100%. She is a great surfer. She's a great competitor. She knows what she needs to do to get through it. Very excited for Sofia. Beautiful flow, quality surfing, and then Maria as well. Felicidades. Great surfing from all three women. I cannot wait to see this day out and see who's going to end up holding that gold above their head this afternoon.
Stay with us. We got Rachel Tilley, Tully White, Mara Lopez next.
Oh, man.
Welcome back and straight into action. It's Tully White for Team Australia. The Urakanji's up and riding, walks cleanly onto the nose, perches on that tip, and then walks out with a nice down carve. There's that low, unique bottom turn drawn out, but in the pocket, using the curve of the bottom of the wave to drive to the top. And then out of this top section, she'll cut back. Now a middle line using a drop knee, demonstrating some variety. Cross-stepping back to the tail. Tully White has been surfing so perfectly all event as she just gracefully sets herself up. And what Tully does, which is so unique, is she makes the difficult look easy. In the essence of so many great longboarders, she hides all of that complications of power and staying in the pocket and doing maneuvers with this really graceful but strong presence throughout her rail work, which is dynamic, and her footwork and nose work. And she's going to drop a score. It looks like we can see the spinning roundabout next to the name of Mara Lopez, the 14-year-old regular footer, in green for Team Philippines, leaving Rachel Tilley in red on your screen, sitting out back. Rachel, a silver medalist last year. She lost in a fantastic final. It was extremely close. She was beaten by Honolulu Bloomfield, and she got her second gold medal, or silver medal of her ISA career there, with a second to Simone Robb in 2013, as we get to see Mara Lopez looking good, Belin.
Great opening nose ride. Nice, not up in the top of the wave, but nice in the middle of the wave. Beautiful flow. Our 14-year-old representing the Philippines on an absolute smoker over wave. Beautiful technique.
But in a small wave.
Small wave.
Has she rushed into this?
I think she just was maybe going in with the mindset that the first heat of today was very wave-starved.
I think that already, just that's the first small wave we've seen ridden. Already it's like
a 5.
The patience needed. However, earning a 5 on a small wave, that says so much about her skill. The fact that she obviously thought, I need a quick start. I want to feel the confidence. But what we really need to see from Mara
is a big wave.
That surfing on a big set. I mean, but though, to drop a 5 on a wave that size, that is impressive. And somebody who really has had a good start to finals day for Team Peru, it's Maria Fernanda Reyes with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with the Queen of Peru, the queen of longboarding. That heat was incredible. What a great way to start your campaign on finals day. You got a 9.40. I feel like this is where we're going to end up living here, is on the glass. I mean, beautiful, beautiful heat total of a 17.07. How are you feeling on finals day?
Estoy demasiado contenta, muy feliz. La verdad que creo que he ido de menos a más y solo quiero divertirme, disfrutar. Creo que ya estando en el último día de competencia es una bendición de Dios y creo que todo el esfuerzo y todo el entrenamiento que he venido haciendo con todo el equipo, con Osvaldo, Piccolo, mi esposo, mi familia, la verdad que se están dando los frutos y nada, solamente quiero disfrutar y correr unas buenas olas aquí en el Sunsal.
Well, the swell has dropped down, but your surfing seems like it's just going up and higher and higher. How do you feel going into finals day, knowing that you've made it all the way through the main round, and now you're on to surfing the finals, and you want that gold medal, and having that Team Peru backing you? I mean, what's the goal? What you want that gold medal?
Bueno, creo que todos soñamos con ganar una medalla, pero yo quiero ir paso a paso y disfrutar cada momento, ¿no? Sería increíble poder traer una de oro a Perú, pero nada, paso a paso y solo quiero disfrutar.
Well, great surfing. I love your style and where you're going with it. Congratulations, and we'll see you in the next round on finals day. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff, Megs. Congratulations, Maria. I love the system. She does speak okay English, and she gets those questions happily in English and answers in Spanish. Belin, what did she say?
Oh, she just said she's so excited to be here. And to enjoy. She's
Sure.
having so much fun, and it's so great to have, her team of Peru down here as well, and acknowledging, the talent in the water, and of course everyone wanting to have a medal, but she's just going to take it day by day. Well, not day by day. She's going to just take it, heat by heat, and really have fun with this because
Nice.
she's really enjoying herself and very happy.
Yeah, very different in behaviour to Mr. Iceman himself, Rodrigo Schweier, whose post-heat interviews have just been so focused. She's got flamboyance, positivity radiating. But let's have a little recap on the conditions, Belin.
It is so nice to see this. 3 to 5 feet. East-northeast, just lightly puff at a 4 mile an hour. The water temperature is 85 degrees and the temperature outside is 83. How's that?
It's Surf City, El Salvador, all the way. Big shout out to one of the most progressive, exciting surf tourism developments in the world. The huge rate of surf tourism growth here has been a joy to see. Meeting people from Europe, from Asia, from the North and the South and Central Americas, enjoying being based here in El Tunco, surfing the waves, eating the variety of food, and also taking adventure trips to go hiking and look at the Mayan history and the volcanic landscape, as we can now see Team USA listed there with Kevin Skavana and Stephen Newton both eliminated, and Kaylin Mickelson and Rachel Tilley both surviving. Is this going to be an opportunity to Rachel to finally get the gold she so deserves after getting silver in 2013 behind South African Simone Robb, and silver last year in 2024 behind Hawaiian Honolulu Bloomfield?
I know she's got fire right now, and she's surfing so well on her board. She's, understands this wave. She knows what she needs to get. She's a performer. So I think if she gets the opportunity to get the right wave, she's on a good path.
And then for the Australian team, Clinton Guest and Tully White still both in the event. Archie Bemrose and Melanie Staunton both eliminated. Melanie, also a professional AFL player. I saw her on the spin bikes this morning training. She is here to continue her athletic journey. And it's really impressive to have an elite athlete from another discipline here surfing as well. I love following now Melanie's career. I've started following her on social media, and I recommend you looking at the biographies on the ISAsurf.org website and finding out more about these incredible athletes, many of whom have been eliminated but have earned so much from this experience. As our former silver medalist goes to the tip, Rachel Tilley locks a 5 on her Josh Martin board with the Springer Spruce stringer and the Hoffman fabric inlay on the deck and walks cleanly out of that really nice locked soul arch nose ride. And her lines, her creativity, the way she uses all of the wave and all of the face and all of the board throughout her surfing is as good as it gets, as she stalls it now with a cutback, stands tall with a soul arch setup turn, and now just S-turning a little bit back and forth, but then locking another 5, and then walking into a much more open sweeping turn right back to the foam, just accelerating back into another turn and really leaving that line of feather spray as she kicks out on the corner. And she was patient to wait for that one, but it was worthwhile. She's still got 10 minutes left, and that was going to be a really strong one.
Oh, that's going to be a solid score drop. She was really able to captivate all of that. The nose ride, the really beautiful connecting turns, as we see again, straight up to the nose off of that. And that side drone angle that we had earlier was, you could really see the flow. Look at this 10.
Nice.
Again, and just walks back, leans right into, like, how's that lean and pose? Just ole. Beautiful technical 5, not out in front of the shoulder, right in the pocket again. And this transition of walking back, going into that cutback is butter.
Wow.
And then again, the leaning into that inside rail and getting the drive off that lift. And then as we see the little bit of the front angle here, look at this.
Well, this was amazing. Did you notice the way when she found the 5, she just wanted to then roll the toes an inch further, and then that allowed the control for the 10. Already the opening section of this wave for me says excellent range.
Oh, easily, definitely. And again, just the way she walks, when she walks back to that tail and then drives into the cutback, again, the flow, if you watch the line come off of her rail of water, it is consistent. And that's just understanding your fins and your tails and really being in flow. She's surfing so well. And I am really interested to see what this is going to drop. Tully's wave came in. If we're comparing the wave of Tully, says, look at the side angle.
Yeah, and look at the way she just readjusts that front foot and then locks for the 10. And that's a really important message for people out there tuning in, learning to nose ride, as she gets an 8.83, that if you can actually roll all of the toes over the tip, it gives you a heightened sense of control when you're on the nose.
That's it.
And that really matters, because when that foot is not rolled over, you don't necessarily feel where you are placed on the wave, but it's a little bit like shaking someone's hand once you have that
like
glass.
Wet fish?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to wet fish.
You don't want to wet
Actual
fish.
handshake.
You want to get those toes on the tip, toes on the nose, all the way.
I 100% agree with, and as well, you know, when you do have your toe wrapped over, you've got like control of your board.
Yeah.
The board, and you really, it makes such a difference of understanding what you need to do and not do.
It's a bit like when you're at home driving your Maserati, as I do, cruising the streets, and you're obviously going to put your fingers around the steering wheel. You're not going to hold it with
your
flat
fingertips.
And it's the same on the nose. You know, when you're learning to longboard, if you can try to experience that feeling of rolling those toes around the tip of the board, that's when the nose ride really starts to sing.
I agree.
I don't have a Maserati, by the way. I have a Volkswagen van.
Nice.
What do you drive?
I have a Z71.
Oh my gosh, that's classy. Look at the spread there.
Oh, goodness.
8.83.
8.5, 9, 9, 9, 8, 5, 8, 8, 3.
I felt like the opening 5 to 10, back to 5 to sweeping setup turn for more, already sat that ride on a 7. You know, if she had decided to kick out then, I think she still would have got a huge score. She did that damage early on the wave, and I think that was a really strong score for Rachel, considering that she had to be patient. But she knows, like all the greats, that it's about those 2 big waves. Now, moving into this last 6 minutes, 40 seconds, she paddles out in 3rd priority. Do you think she'll work her way up the line, or do you think she'll just stay deep in case she can shoulder a bigger set?
Okay, what are we down to? We're down to 6 minutes. It was a bit wave-starved for a little while. She sat for a while. I think maybe down to like 9 minutes she waited. I think she's probably going to... These ladies know that they need to get a backup score. So they're going to be popping on the next wave. She's probably just going to go sit and wait for a set.
But do you think she also may just muscle in and kind of impose her presence on the other 2 surfers? Unlike Rachel, though, it's not really her style.
She might come in. She might say, you know what, I'm out of position, And because, we can see some lines coming in, and she's doing that. She's like, you know what? If I get away from these ladies and they're too deep or they can't get into it, I'm going to go. She also understands this wave really, really well. So does Tully.
Yep.
And, Tully's a strong paddler. She's a weapon as well. So you don't want to really leave Tully alone because she can drop some scores too. So, and Mara, she's our little dark horse right now. She's just wants to come in and whoop everyone.
Well, it's low tide at 11:22, so that tide really now starting to drop out. As we can see now, Mara Lopez, 6 steps into a nose ride, and then trademark have we seen all event, the way she holds a long soul arch 5, and she's able to climb and drop from that nose ride position. You could see when she locked the 5, that board dropped down into the middle of the wave, rose back up into the top, and now she's out of that nose ride into a good setup turn, locks again a 5, a little bit out on the shoulder relative to some of the pocket nose riding we saw at the beginning of Rachel's wave, but again she's back up for another touch of the nose, and we have to appreciate the talent here. This is a 14-year-old surfing at the highest level, walking through the inside, reigning Philippines longboard champion. She beat Daisy Valdez to earn that title. She beat her older sister, Ashley Lopez, who competed for Team Philippines last year. And Mara Lopez, I know her dad, Nano, who runs a Nano Surf School, will be really excited about that ride. As we can see Rachel opting to stay further in, connects with a really nice fade-in snap, straight to a soul arch 5, back to a big sweeping S-turn, using that footwork into a 10, and then drives out of that nose ride. And look at the acceleration off that board, the expressive, fluid style of turning. It is so exciting to see. There's an elasticity to her surfing in the sense you can really see the spring of the board coming into play, and she's got such a great relationship with Josh, and she really knows how to maximize those designs. They really have a great duet when they shape a board together, and this is the outcome, the dance of Rachel Tilley all the way to the inside.
Oh, look at her face. She looks so happy. And she's been surfing so well. Her board is next level.
Yeah.
On fire for her.
That was super cool.
Her drive off of those turns and that lift and the way that her board does hold her on you saw her hips kind of bouncing up and down when she was on the nose as well. You could just see those subtle. Her board is working so well, and she's just really honing how perfect this surf is.
She's the best example of any longboarder in longboarding history for me who uses the flex of the board efficiently and effectively. She works so naturally with the flex of the board, and she does like to have quite highly rocketed boards, but they're so perfectly foiled that they nose ride incredibly, as we can really appreciate it all here.
That fade turn, go left to go right to set up your line was really beautiful, wiping a little bit of speed so you don't outrun that section, and really allowed her to stay in the pocket. And then again up to a nice high type 10, and then drive, and then again watch the way she comes, swoops and gets that lift and really lifts straight back up to the top of the wave. Like you said, her board's so responsive and her footwork so poised, and you see her knees and her hips and stuff really light and flexing, and you have to be you need to be soft in the knees and in the legs in order to be able to flow over the little chatter on that inside.
And you know what I really appreciate as well is when she sets up the bottom turn, she elegantly but powerfully drives out of that bottom turn, and while the board is still climbing, she's already cross-stepping, but with complete continuous motion to lock that 5. There's no downtime in that footwork.
No, so exactly, like that lift gives that forward momentum, because when you do see a section coming towards you, you need to be in the pocket, and if you get stuck behind that, that's not what she's wanting to do right now. Look at this. Another solid backup for her.
An 8-point ride comes in excellent range. 8+ is known as excellent. She's got a commanding lead. Mara Lopez drops a 6.67 for her second ride. Now the attention focuses to Tully White, perhaps the only surfer out there in the lineup, chasing just a 5.51 to add to her 6.17. 1 minute 14 seconds remaining, a really nice big overhead wall. Tully scrambling as fast as possible to get into position. Now this would be a pretty tricky takeoff. She's recognizing that it was a hard one to ride. She could see ahead. She had the look, the vision. If she made the right move, we'll find out on the inside. Rachel Tully soul arching out of the nose ride. Was it a mistake for Tully to leave that wave? What do you think, Belin?
Looking outside, 43 seconds left. There's still a couple bumps coming. I think leaving Mara by herself and not catching that wave could be, you know, a little bit of an issue. But again, we still have 30 seconds left. Hopefully this set will come through, and I think Tully might be able to you can't see her. I think she might be able to scratch into this wave coming towards her right now.
So Mara is looking solid with a 5 and a 6-7. Is this the way for Tully White to get the 5-5-1 up to the tip? There won't be an improvement on scores for Mara Lopez. So Tully White is chasing a 5-5-1, and she gets that nose ride. And again, so clean, and then just in the middle of the board, that low, smooth bottom turn to a nice drop knee top turn. And now she's standing tall. She's just staying with this wave. She needs a steep section here to really emphasize something dynamic. There's a beautiful drawn out drop knee setup. Again, back into another turn. She'll be thinking, can I get behind the section here? She's going to come from behind, but she needs to keep weaving those snaky S-turns. But here it is. There's a 5. Can she get another maneuver in before the shore break? No, that's the last moment, and she's only chasing a 5-5-1. I think she's done that on that wave. What do you think, Belin?
I have a feeling she's done that. The nose rides, the drop knees, that's the one thing I didn't see any other girl in this heat do, I didn't see that traditional drop knee cutback. She, you know, mixed it up a bit. She did get a couple nose rides. Beautiful flow, as we see, you know, paddle into this nice little setup, straight up to the nose in the pocket, holds that. Again, just leans into a beautiful arch showing control. Nice style, nice drive as well. And then love a little check turn, just to, that bottom turn is so beautiful, straight to the drop knee.
And a great example of there's no need to shuffle.
No need to
She really was so patient in just using the footwork, trusting where she was on the board to initiate maneuvers and walking around the board when she needed to change feet position. Again, a real masterclass.
100%. Adjusting that weight on that inside rail when trying to stay in the pocket. And you can see her turns as well. She's not going way out in the face and coming back into the green.
There it
and
is.
She gets it.
What'd she get?
She got a 6-7-7.
Wow, there it is. Tully White moves up into second. Rachel Tilly takes the win. Tully, Australia, Irakanjis gets second. Mara Lopez moves into the Repercharge, but Mara, she is a threat to go all the way back to the final. She's not eliminated. She's done incredible, the 14-year-old, but Rachel, she really shone then, and Tully did the damage on that last wave.
Oh, beautiful, but, you know, we're still waiting for one more score to drop from Mara.
We have got one more
we're
score
all
to
excited
drop.
right now because we're so happy for everyone being able to get such great waves and such beautiful surfing. We are so inspired right now.
So it's going to need to be a 6-2-8. It's not. I saw the wave. It wasn't big enough. It was small. It was inside. It's not going to be significant. We're going to shift gears, Bo and Megs, into the booth. Stay with us. It's finals day. Golds are coming.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Hello, longboard surf fans across the world. You are watching Finals Day here for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Surfers greeted with some fantastic conditions to kick off Finals Day here at El Sunzal, the long right-hand point break in El Salvador. Plenty of long right-hand point breaks here as we move through into men's Repercharge, round number 8. Heat 1 in the water. There'll be 2 heats of this round. Roland Lefebvre of France in the red jersey, Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil in the blue jersey, and Jon Garamendia of Spain in the green, as we see Roland Lefebvre on his belly, waiting to kick things off for this heat, deciding that this wave is not going to offer him up a high score to kickstart things, so he gets out of there quickly and repositions himself. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth, Auntie Megs. What a day it's already been of action moving into this men's Repercharge round.
Yeah, I've only got 1 cup of coffee, so I need to really to get on that, because this is a lot of tense moments and a lot of energy. I mean, the way that they're really positioning themselves, the men I seen in the first heats, they've been pushing themselves really deep. They really need to take time to look at what the tide's doing. The tide is starting to suck out, and it is going to create these little bowly sections, as we saw Roland really recognizing that it wasn't going to offer him that 8-point ride, and surfers are going to have to be really picky on what waves they pick, because from here on out you're not going to win with 5s and 6s. They need 8s, 9s, as we saw as the other heats were providing.
That's right. Roland Lefebvre already surfed once this morning in that main round, so he's been relegated into the Repercharge rounds. This will be his second surf, and if he goes all the way, he'll have to surf 5 times, I believe, today, which is a lot of surfing.
That is a lot of surfing. I mean, thank goodness we are at El Sunzal. This right-hand point break allowing surfers to really showcase their talent, and the waves are absolutely perfect, as we see some surfers paddling for this wave here, Bo.
Rodrigo Schweier on the inside is going to get the jump on his other competitors, up and riding on the nose. Really critical backhand nose ride. As you can see, he started at the top of that wave, dropped down to the bottom on the nose. Nice wrapping cut back toward the white water, sets himself back up for a 10. Holds that 10 for a moment as he 4 steps back, and he's able to whip that board back around toward the white water, staying with the power source of this wave, as we see Rodrigo again finding an inside section here to get up on the nose for another touch of the 10. And again, just whipping that board back through. Rodrigo really recognizing that this wave has a lot of that scoring potential throughout the midsection and down into the end section of this wave. Rodrigo looking to finish off this wave really cleanly. He does so, waiting for the score to drop from the Brazilian. But I tell you what, Megs, a surfer that dropped excellent rides in that last heat, Rachel Tilley, down on the glass with Sam Bligley.
Thanks so much, team. Rachel, that was another masterclass. An 8.83 and an 8. Absolutely incredible. Now, let's talk about that lock of that opening hang 10. I mean, it was great to see. We saw it in slow motion. You had that touch of the 5. You just stretched in and locked it and got the 10. Talk about how important it is to get those 10s on that opening section.
Yeah, well, I think it's really important, and I think that's my goal, to get those out the back and try and find those opportunities and set those lines so that I can, and try and do it, in the steepest part of the wave. That was like, I've just been trying to stay really locked in and in the zone, because I think that's where my mind needs to be in order to do 10s out the back. And I think on finals day, that's what it takes to bring. And I didn't get my first wave until 11 minutes remaining, but I was like, we have to make this a good one if I want to paddle back out and have any sort of skin in the game. So was happy that came through the way it did.
And I know that Josh calls your stringers springers with that spruce wood. I mean, you really see the spring in your surfing, but also a new Hoffman fabric. How did you choose that new pink inlay?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we went into Hoffman Factory, and Aaron Hoffman always helps me out, and we're it's like a giant cupboard of, giant walls just filled with fabric, and you just have to pull them out in order to see what they look like. And so we really take our time, and
we just happened to be in this one section that found this one, and he had explained to me actually that this one was all hand dyed and hand printed as well. So that's like once I saw that, I was like, okay, yeah, we got it, because then it's handmade through and through. So yeah, that's always such a fun experience to be that involved with my equipment.
Well, it looks great. Amazing start to finals day. You've got a lot ahead of you, so we'll let you relax and get fueled up. And some last words on your feelings. How are you feeling today, really deep down?
I'm feeling excited, feeling good, but like you said, lots of work to go, so trying to just stay in the present.
Go Team USA.
Great interview there with Rachel Tilley, of course. She got silver last year. Looking to go one better this year, and the way she's surfing, Megs, I think she's on her way there.
Yeah, a pair of 8s. I mean, to start off your campaign for this finals day, you're only going to build from here. You're going to feel really good. Her knowing the structure of her board is really important. She's really understanding the springiness, as we heard her shout out her shaper, Josh Martin, really understanding the board, down to the glassing, even the fabric. The fabric actually adds a little bit of weight. So even as an EPS board that she's riding, an EPS core foam board, having a little bit of that weight from the resin to set the fabric is crucial. I've been kind of, even in my shaping, I've been kind of adding some fabric inlays just to see where I can distribute weight, because the EPSs can be very light, and you need a kind of a heavier board to get through these chops. We saw yesterday a lot of surfers kind of get thrown off their board like they were riding a Bronco, and it's really beautiful to see a woman understanding the board and getting really down deep into the anatomy of board shaping.
Oh, it's amazing, Megs. I love that insight into board shaping. I love that you yourself, a shaper at home as well, shape your own boards. It's just so great to see. As we're going to get you caught up with some action in this heat in the water. Rodrigo Schweier dropping a 7.5. We saw waves from Roland Lefebvre of France and also Jon Garmendia of Spain being ridden through the interview there with Rachel. So we'll look to get caught up on those scores as they drop, but they did look like they put together some nice surfing on those rides. We see Roland here staying busy in this heat, looking around. We just only saw he caught 2 waves in his first heat earlier on today as he's up and riding, deciding to kick out of that one. I like that he's hunting around, looking around on the inside here. Just under 11 minutes left of this first heat of men's Repercharge, round number 8.
Yeah, his first heat, he was in the main round. So he's got dropped down into the Repercharge. But this man yesterday also putting on such a great display of surfing, that beautiful hang 5 down almost into that flat section of the wave. Beautiful carving cutback. I know he did switch up his board to be a 2+1. We've seen Edouard Depero, beautiful hang 10. We saw them both switch to 2+1 boards, and it seems like it's really working for him. Nice carving, swooping turn back into the pocket, waiting for this wave to stand up again. Nice hang 5 and this beautiful perched hang 10, the way that he sticks his hand up in the air just to get that weight stacked very straight, very vertical, so that way his weight doesn't throw him off on the nose. And this big hit off of the top, I can appreciate that. I'm a little bit of a high pro surfer myself, so seeing those gets me all happy and riled up a little bit.
Oh, that's awesome. As Rodrigo Schweier, he dropped that 7.5 for his first ride. Roland Lefebvre now, his second wave, a 6.5, so it puts him up into the lead. Jon Garmendia of Spain, a 4.5 to kickstart his campaign here. Top 2 surfers moving through to the next Repercharge round, Megs, but unfortunately we're going to lose that surfer in 3rd position.
Yeah, it's going to be very unfortunate, but these surfers should be so proud to represent their country all the way here in El Salvador. I mean, to surf for your country and also surf for yourself, it is a lot of pressure. I mean, I've done it, and I actually had my dad DMing me and texting me, and he was like, wow, I can't believe I went down in the main round in the second heat, and to surf that all the way through Repercharge and to surf it to the final. I'm looking back and I was like, wow, I should pat myself on the shoulder. I never really thought about it. I was so young, but now that I'm older and seeing all these surfers put in the work, I mean, good job to you guys.
Quick in and out there for John of Spain. So that won't really help his scoreline there. As we take a look at the replay here, Roland Lefebvre 6.5. Beautiful critical nose ride from behind the section, Max.
Yeah, nice cross step back. Swooping carve cut back into that power section. Bank off of the whitewash there. Just trying to find that face again. Gets a little hung up on that whitewash. Couldn't find that face. Nice, beautiful carving turn, drop knee, straight back into a hang 5, hang 10 in that critical section. Working his way back down, trying to navigate these chops here that it's getting a little bumpy, a little choppy, and he just kicks out. He realizes it's not going to reform on the inside, so he kicks out. That got him a 6.50. It was a smaller wave of the set. That's why I think the judges kind of gave him that lower score, even with those hang 10s.
Yeah, I thought that was really beautiful surfing from Roland. Just the way the transitions he had, no downtime between maneuvers, so linking them together, especially, you know, that wrapping turn back to the white water, and didn't even have to step on the tail, just came out of that turn and took 4 steps up to that 10 on the inside section. Really well linked together maneuvers, but I think Rodrigo Schweier on that bigger wave on the outside, he had that really critical backhand nose ride where he dropped down, and he's up and running again on his second wave, looking to back up that 7.5 as he's up again, a tight 5, holding this through the section. You can see it standing up in front of him, so he's going to continue through that flatter section as he makes his way out toward another section that's standing up in front of him. Maybe a little bit on the shoulder for him earlier, but now he finds that bit more of a critical section, gets a touch of the 10. So a really long nose ride on the outside section. He wraps that board all the way back toward the white water, not opting to rebound off it, just going to cut it short, as you can see him drop down to the bottom of the wave here, waiting for things to set up through the inside section. You see Rodrigo stepping on the tail now to get up to the nose. A little bit of a wobble there, so he decides to kick out. But that nose ride on the outside, super long.
Yeah, I mean, it got him back into a critical section, so that was a good read from him. As you see red up and riding Roland Lefebvre from France. Nice hang 10 out the back. Another long hang 5, hang 10 in this pocket. Beautiful, long, committed hang 10. Still on the nose. Another hang 10. Putting his hands up like, what else can I do on this nose? Nice swooping carve cut back. Oh, wow. That was a beautiful display of nose riding. And that drop knee cut back, straight rebound back into that whitewash. Setting up for this another nose ride. Another hang 10, tight hang 5, stretch 5 now, navigating these bumps. Oh, beautiful drop knee one more time, because why not? Finding this line again. Is he going to hit it? No, he decides to straighten out. He's looking back at the judges like, what else? What else could I do there?
I don't think he could have done anything else. Live action. John Garmendia of Spain up and riding on the nose. 5, tight 5. He has to step back there as he gets that air underneath the nose of his board. He's stepping back on the tail of that board. Beautiful wrapping turn back toward the pocket. Stands up tall for that quick 10 as he again brings that board back toward the whitewater cross, stepping up, stretching out for the 5. You can see this wave starting to stand up, offering him more scoring potential. He's again up on the nose. Beautiful critical 5. He does well to step back. Steps on the tail again. Nice wrapping turn back toward the white waters. Just having to take a second to recompose himself as he's back up on the nose here. Holding that 5 through this end section here. John riding his own shape boards. Brings that tight 5 and he's going to hold on to it to finish off this wave. So a really well put together wave there from John. A smaller wave. I'm not sure it's going to match that of Roland's last wave. However, I really like the display of surfing that John is doing throughout this whole event.
Yeah, I'd agree that the way that he really gets those critical hang 5s and hang 10s. He's really, from last year, seeing how his boards have developed, and he's done a lot of R&D, having a couple surfers actually riding his boards in this competition. Yeah, the way that he really sets up for those hang 5s in those tight pockets, he lets that board really catch that wave with him. It's like it almost looks like that the board is getting barreled, and that's how the judges can see that was a critical nose ride.
Exactly. I love the way that he's been surfing throughout the event. Judges quick to lock in a score for John, a 5.67. So that improves upon that 4.5 that's also in his score line. Currently, situation's just changed. John was in the lead, now drops down to second. Rodrigo Schweier drops a 7.93 to move himself up into the lead, also sitting with priority at the back. But we are still waiting for Roland Lefebvre's last wave to come through. That beautiful combination of hanging 5, hanging 10 on that outside section. It's going to be a great score, Megs.
With control, I mean, I'm going to stick my neck out there. I'm going to say that's probably the best wave of the heat so far.
Agreed.
The way that he had that control to even put his hands up to be like, well, here I am, hanging 10, having breakfast at, what time is it? 8:48 in the morning in my second heat of the day. And that's what's so good about being in the main round and just so happen, unfortunately, dropping into the Repercharge round. It can be actually a fortunate advantage for them because he just dropped an 8.83. It was the best heat. The best wave of that heat, the way that he controlled his hang 5, hang 10, and then connected those big swooping carves, got a lot of done. I mean, 2 judges giving him a 9.00, and they take the average, they drop the highest score and the lowest score to get that average score, but 8.83, beautiful surfing from him. I think he had that advantage of having that first heat and seeing what he needed to do from his other competitors. I mean, look at this wave, straight into a hang 10, perched, riding it all the way through. This, I'm going to say, is the longest controlled hang 5, hang 10 of the contest. He is still, I mean, this wave allowed him to have this beautiful wall, these little hands up in the air, like, here I am having breakfast. A beautiful sweeping cut back carve into that. And this little downtime, but it's not that it's downtime. He's really letting that board crank. He's getting this high line again, nice hang 5, and this is another hang 10, because why not? And then another hang 10, walking, crisp walk back into that pocket, turning, almost gets a little heel heavy, contains his composure, and rides out. Now, if he hit it on the end, do you think it would have went into the 9th?
Would have been in 0.13 extra. I think it would have got to the 9.
Yeah,
but I think
so
all
too.
the work was done on the outside.
Yeah,
Rodrigo Schweier up and riding, current heat leader. He's got a couple of scores in the high 7-point range. Still in the lead. Roland Lefebvre, 6.6 needed for him to move up into first. But it is all eyes on John Garmendia of Spain. He's looking for an almost perfect 9.66 to move him into advancing position. This is the elimination round for men's Repercharge, so 3rd place will be eliminated from the event. John, I feel like he's got the surfing in him to get an excellent score, an almost perfect score, but he's going to need to find a wave with 3rd priority, 45 seconds left. Very, very steep hill to climb.
Yeah, I mean, surfing is, to me, in my eyes, 60% the ocean, if not even more. Surfing is a reactive sport. You're only reacting to what the ocean allows you. So if that sets don't come and you need that 9.66, it's just surfing. It does have that aspect of luck too, you know. But what you can control, you really have to hone that in and do that research and development. He's done so well to really critique his own boards and take what he learned from last year's competition into this one. I mean, getting all the way to Repercharge round 8, that is a lot of work to be done. So he should be very, very proud of himself. Beautiful surfing. I mean, his boards are looking so great and very, very good.
As we see them sharing a wave here, but it will be the 2010 gold medalist moving through, Rodrigo Schweier alongside Roland Lefebvre. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back. We've got heat number 2 of men's Repercharge round 8 coming up. Hello and welcome back. We are stoked to have you joining us here for finals day action of the ISA World Longboard Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. We have the Filipino surfers J.R. Esquivel in the red jersey alongside Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines in the blue. Clinton Guest, though, the Australian, joining these two surfers in the green jersey. Clinton been progressing through the Repercharge rounds from basically day one. He's done some great surfing to put himself this far in the competition. Look forward to seeing if he's going to be carrying that momentum through. Of course, we saw J.R. Esquivel surfing earlier today. He's been relegated into this Repercharge round, but King, Crisanto Villanueva also putting on some great display of surfing. We saw a wave from this morning's session of him free surfing out there, putting on some great surfing, especially when the conditions are like this, Meg. So it looks like we're going to get a quick start. Clinton Guest deciding not to go on that one.
Yeah, smart move. We saw the wave coming towards him and creating this kind of meeting in the middle. That wouldn't have allowed him any type of scoring potential. He probably would have had to stand up, maybe quick five, and then kick out.
We see Clinton now on that inside position, getting things started here. Has to drop down the bottom of the wave to get around this whitewater section. See him just deciding to kick out. So the strategy's being a little bit different. I think Clinton really wanting to get a quick start in this heat because some of the previous heats today have been quite slow, although more lines approaching the takeoff area, Megs. We've got JR and Crisanto both putting themselves on that outside section. Let's see who gets this next wave.
Yeah, you can see the surfers have pushed each other very deep as we saw them paddling to the left of your screen. A little bit more wide, but we see blue getting the upper hand.
King up and riding, beautiful soul arching five as he steps back. That board drops down really nicely. He steps back for a drop knee, kind of stall to set himself up for this 10 through the midsection of the wave. Again, stepping back. Beautiful control through that down carve there as we see him having to deal with an oncoming whitewater section, getting low, grabbing rail as he tries to get his way around, as we see JR a little bit deep on the reef as well, having to grab rail and get around that section too. We'll stay with King as he rides this one through. Beautiful drop knee carve as he makes his way through toward the end section of this wave. He's deciding to stick with it, so realizing that there could be some more screw potential. Bit of downtime through this midsection, but he steps back for that drop knee carve. And he's going to position himself, looking to cross-step his way. No, he's going to decide to do another turn to set things up for the inside here. Steps on the tail, quick touch of the five to finish things off, and just going to do a big dive into there. Clinton Guest finding himself on one of these sets as well, carving back to the pocket. Looks like Clinton's found a wave that's going to open up for him. Up on the nose, beautiful five, tight five now for Clinton. Drops down that wave, almost loses his footing, but does well to stay on the board. So he's going to continue this one through that wave, kind of peaking up, bending back toward the left side as Clinton now waiting for things to stand up, steps on the tail, up to the nose for that five through the end section of this wave, wrapping that board back toward the whitewater, deciding to kick out. That small fall will hinder his scoring potential, but I think he's done some great work on the outside section.
Yeah, I think with the boys pushing each other very deep, they really all had to kind of reset themselves, and you saw it's they're paddling for the first waves. They ended up actually having that as almost like a reposition for them to really get wider so they can get those open faces.
And someone that connected well with the open face in that last heat, Rodrigo Schweier on the glass with Sam.
Thanks so much, team. I've got Paolo here for a little translation. I know Rodrigo's got another heat to surf. Again, on fire, excellent surfing. Paolo, I'd like to ask, it's slightly smaller today. Has that changed Rodrigo's plan?
Rodrigo, ele está perguntando que hoje está pouquinho mais lento as ondas, se isso muda o seu plano.
Não, o plano continua, escolher as melhores ondas e fazer o surf ali tranquilo e vamos para o próximo passo.
The plan is still the same, choose the right waves, doing the best surf and focus on the next step.
You look so focused now, Rodrigo. My question is, How do you stay so composed and cool? You always look in control. You never look flustered. How do you maintain that level of focus?
Você sempre se mantém tão focado, tão tranquilo. Como você consegue se manter assim dessa forma tão seguro de si?
Já são anos de experiência, né? E junto com a equipe toda deixa mais tranquilo. Isso me fortalece mais. Então, tô bem mentalmente, então estou preparado aí para o próximo passo.
Years of competing, he's together with the team and he's focused and he's ready for the comp.
Thanks so much, Paolo. Rodrigo, you're looking amazing. Good luck in the rest of the event. We're going to let you get ready for that next round. Congratulations. Keep it rolling.
Thank you, sir.
Great surfing there from Rodrigo. Moving on through in this event, he's going to be coming up in Repercharge, round number 9, against the 2 surfers in this heat. And of course, we saw Roland Lefebvre making it through the last heat with Rodrigo as well. As we take a look at the conditions greeting our competitors today, really beautiful light winds, nice swell, 3 to 5 feet. Had some consistent surf all the way through this week as we see the water temp there. Balmy 29 degrees. Air temperature 30 degrees, that's Celsius. I don't really run in Fahrenheit, but on Fahrenheit you saw it on the screen there in the 80s.
85.
Mid-80s.
It was 85. 85 degrees. But it is 85 degrees in the water. The air is 83. So, you know, I mean, you are always just chilling on the beach when you're here in El Salvador. You got this, everything's warm. You go get a mango, right? The fruits here are incredible. I tried a fig, like a tropical fig. I didn't even know that existed. I'm from Hawaii. Where's our figs? The Hawaiians, where's our figs? We don't have any figs.
As we see J.R. Esquivel, he dropped a 5.17 on his first wave, up on the nose for a tap of the 10, holding that 5, stepping back, wrapping that board, back toward the white water, staying mid-face, high on this wave to get another touch of the 5. You can see him now starting to utilize more of that wave face. We spoke about it earlier on. J.R. just cruising through, finding another section here to get up onto the nose as he steps back to wrap that board. A little rebound off the white water, so sticking with this one. He's going to try and back up that 5.17. I feel like he's on his way to do that as he, again, just waits patiently for this inside to stand up, stepping on the tail. 4 steps up to the nose, holds the 5 through this, and he's going to carve that board back around again. Just keeps that board moving, the transition between the maneuvers, very little downtime. As a tiny touch of the 10 decides to kick out. Just under 11 minutes left of this heat, so JR's going to paddle back out. That's going to help his situation. I think I'm going to see JR move up into first place after that. Clinton Guest dropped a 4.6, currently in second. Crisanto a 6.5 for his first wave score, so he's currently in that first position, but things going to change as JR's last score comes through. A 6.1 just dropped from the judges then as we see Crisanto up and riding of the Philippines on the nose. Beautiful soul arching, cool, calm, collected style. Drop knee, grab rail carve back to the bottom of this wave, sets himself up perfectly to get to the nose for a quick touch of the 10. Holds the 5 through this section. I love the wave selection that King has found himself on here, offering some good critical surfing. Again, going up to the nose for a beautiful 10. Does a nice little wiggle of the hips there as he drop knee. I think he's loving this wave. He understands it. You can see his body language. He's having fun out there on this ride. Another drop knee carve back to the white water. He's really cleaned up his footwork from yesterday, Megs. We were talking about it. I hope he watched that replay. I think he did. He listened to us. Those transitions and the way he kind of just effortlessly blends those nose rides through into the tail, the rail work as well as he rides through to the inside section. King gonna really improve upon that 6.5, I believe, Megs.
Yeah, his footwork got so much cleaner. I'm hoping maybe he did watch that replay, but the way that he's ticking off those C's, cool, calm, collected, and that's what he needs to do. You can tell yesterday he was kind of overcooking all of his turns, but today he's stacking his weight above his hips, you know, all the way down to his ankles. He's really just engaging the rail instead of trying to do something quick, as we see Team Brazil cheering on Luana up in the next heat, going up against Natsumi Teoka from Japan and Hiroka Yoshikawa from Japan. So having 2 Japanese surfers in the next heat, Bo.
Yeah, Team Japan doing really well, currently sitting in that 3rd spot on the team rankings, but Brazil not far behind them. I actually think they're in front. I think they're up into the in that second. No, it's Japan in second, Philippines, Japan. We have Brazil as well, and the Philippines, of course, in that top spot. So all on the line today for our nations, also individual surfers, going to be crowning champions later on today. Hiroka Yoshikawa, she's been really powering through the Repercharge rounds of late, so it's going to be great to see her coming up. There'll be her first surf of today. We did see Natsumi be relegated down into the Repercharge round from earlier. 8 minutes left on the clock for the men's heat in the water currently. The second heat of the round of 8 for Repercharge. Clinton Guest currently sitting in that 3rd spot, looking for a 6.67 to progress through. King's last wave, a 6.83.
Yeah, we've seen in the previous heats a lot of the surfers getting that second backup score or even improving on their score total in that last 3 minutes. So surfers really taking note that staying patient has been really key for them, as we see Clinton paddling for this wave.
Yeah, stroking into this one. He's up and riding. This wave going to look like it's going to count toward his heat total. See him stepping back from the nose now, stretching out for the 5. Gets that nose ride through that section. Steps on the tail now to bring it through. I think Clinton realizing he needs to start, building his house in this heat, getting some scores under the belt. Beautiful carve back toward the white water. This wave looks like it doesn't have too much wall in front of it. Clinton there, you can see just shy of the nose as he walked up. Beautiful wrapping turn back to the pocket. He's deciding to stick with this one, seeing maybe some more scoring potential on the inside as he steps on the tail, up on the nose now for the 5. Tight 5 there. Quick touch of the 10. Wrapping that board back toward the white water sets him up for another nose ride on the inside section. Smaller wave, Megs. Probably rivaling that 4.6 that he dropped already. I don't know if it's going to be enough for that 6.67 to move him up. If it improves upon his 4.6, though, it will make that requirement lower for him.
Yeah, I mean, a beautifully ridden wave. He rode it all the way in. He did have that slip up, and that did hinder his score a little bit, only getting him a 4.60, but he looked very cool, very calm. He was a little on the shoulder for those nose rides. I think he was just trying to reset his mind, get his bearings back, but he does have 6 minutes left in this heat. Yesterday surfing only 15 minutes as we see this replay. Nice cross step to the nose, tight 5 in that critical section. You can tell it is a critical section when that wave starts to break in front of his feet. Nice swooping turn, very cool, collected. Looking for that high line once again. Doesn't find it, this wave not really offering him a lot of face. And we heard from the other competitors that wave choice is going to be key today. It's pumping, there's a lot of waves, but it's all about, in a competition, you really need to focus on having those 2 solid scores. But he does a lot of beautiful work on this inside. Nice hang 5, tight hang 5, swooping cut back. I love his style. He has such a cool style, calm. Not a water out of place when he's surfing on this wave. Nice, beautiful kick out.
Do you know what, Megs? After seeing that wave back on the replay, I think he got a lot more work done than we were calling earlier. Those nose rides on the outside along with that carve That was a really great combination of major maneuvers on the outside section.
It'll be.
I actually think this score is going to go up there and could rival that 6.67 that he needs.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's it's a lot better than his 4.60. I mean, that first wave was bigger, but the work he did, all the maneuvers that he did, really linking everything together all the way to the inside, I think the judges are going to reward it, and they do. They give him a 5.70. So it is not enough to get him up into second, but it does lower the requirement for him to get there. He only needs a 5.58. With 4.5 minutes, him making his way out, he could get that on a mid-range wave. So he still has some work to do, but staying calm, staying, being in the moment is going to be very important for him.
The problem for Clinton now, I mean, he can easily get a 5.58, but the problem now is that we have the two Filipino surfers, of course, representing their home country. They're wanting to progress through, so they're going to start playing some real strategic games out there with Clinton to keep him off another wave. You can see here, Crisanto, King, currently in the lead, 6.83, a 6.5, JR, a 6.1 and a 5.17. They're looking back at Clinton to see where he is. As we take a look at the beautiful scenes here, Surf City, El Salvador, that beautiful mountainous background, you see the volcanic, as we can see just down there to the left of that competition area where the flags are on the left of screen where it meets the palm trees. We're going to be holding the Aloha party there after the closing ceremony today. Fantastic scenes as we pan around down toward La Bocana, of course the ISA holding their World Surfing Games here later on this year in September. Lots of great waves to be surfed here, lots of cool things to do when you're not on the water as well. So thank you very much for tuning in, longboard surf fans across the world. As we get back to action in the heat, Clinton Guest deciding not to go on that one. Currently with that third priority, the two Filipino surfers out in front in first and second place at the moment. They're going to play some games on Clinton.
Yeah, I saw JR really looking back and forth from the beach to the horizon, seeing where if the sets were coming in, really looking back at his team. But right now he has first priority and he's in second place. Clinton Guest needs a 5.58. If I were him, I would sit on Clinton and make sure he doesn't catch any wave. So this is to secure his second spot ball.
Yeah, JR looking to drop a 5.17 or higher on this wave to improve his situation. That was beautiful. He really dropped right down the bottom of that wave there, and he's up again on the nose for that 5. Very critical nose ride. He makes his way around this section, wrapping that board back to the white water. Again, drops down the bottom of the wave, gets up high for that touch of the 10, holding that nose ride through this section here. This score could be one that's going to improve his situation. Just combining the 5 and 10 on the nose as he steps back now on the tail to get some rail work done through this inside section. Again, just setting things up here, cross-stepping his way. That's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back as he wraps through. I think a great choice to use his priority out there as he taps the nose again and rebounds off the white water to finish off. So keeping Clinton off that wave, I think we're going to see JR improve upon his scoreline. Could even move up into first place. He's looking for a 7.23 to do that. But Clinton now sitting at the back right next to King. King sitting with first priority, Clinton second priority. Clinton is going to need a higher score, I think so, than a 5.58 to move through. So he's going to need to find himself on one of the set waves toward the end of this heat as we have 50 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, this is where that luck kind of aspect comes into surfing. It's, am I going to have enough time to catch a wave? And then for JR, it's, I want time to run out so that he doesn't catch a wave.
Finding himself on a wave, King letting him go. Clinton up and riding, 10 on the nose, 5. A tight 5 there for Clinton as he holds this nose ride. Has to drop down now to get around this section. He's done really well to find himself on a wave with 30 seconds left in this heat. You can see him again up on the nose, stretching for the 5. Critical section, almost in the tube as he cuts his way back toward the white water. Going to need a 7.47 on this ride from Clinton. Up on the nose, holding the 5, super critical. He steps back. It's a shuffle back though, not a cross step. So Clinton trying to make his way through here as we see King trying to hang heels on the outside. Let's stick with Clinton Guess. He's been doing lots of work through these Repercharge rounds to get himself this far in the event. What else can I do, judges? What else can I do?
Wow. I mean, was that a smart move from JR to leave him out the back? You know, as a competitive surfer, that's the beauty of the priority system is if you have the first priority and you have just about 2 minutes left, you do not want to leave third place in any room, shape, or form to get a score.
So, J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines dropped a 7.07. Clinton now needed a 7.47. Judges lock in the score. It's not enough. A 5.13 for Team Australia. Unfortunately, losing one of the informed surfers of the event, Clinton Guess, making his way through the Repercharge rounds. Great performance. Shout out to his friends and family watching back home. But it is Team Philippines keeping the Stoke alive to make it through to the next round of the men's Repercharge. We're going to switch things up in the booth, bringing Sam and Berlin in for the call. We're going to be moving into women's Repercharge round number 8, Heat 1. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up on finals day of competition.
Welcome to Day 5 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. The highest single wave score in our men's main round 3 goes to Japan's Taka Inoue with a 9.33.
Championship, and he's straight into a buttery roundhouse cutback, grabbing that rail on his back right down to the inside with a soul arch into a 5, into a 10. But this is pretty cool from Taka, all rubbery on the nose.
Team Philippines, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel with the second highest single wave score in our men's main round 3, 8.70.
Nose ride time on that outside section. I think that's where the scores are going to be really going high from, and you can see him again getting back up to the nose. 10, holds that 10 through this section, does very well to control his composure on his backhand here. Beautiful as a rail, keeping tempo with the wave as he's back up on the nose for another 10 on the inside. And again, back up on the nose for 4 steps back. Carves it back to the white water. J.R. Esquivel, the epitome of longboarding right here, has a goofy foot on his backhand.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable, more relaxed now. Yeah, I got excellent scores. I think this is the best condition so far from the event.
In our women's main round 3, the highest single wave score goes to Rachel Tilley of Team USA with this 8.50.
And the way that rocker really works for her, and that beautiful hang 10 in that critical section on the inside, go into this pupusa section, nice hang 5, walking.
It's so beautiful. I was just trying to stay really calm and like really enjoy myself out there, and it was my goal to get at least an 8, or just like I wanted to get in the excellent range for this one.
And in a tie in our women's main round 3 for the highest single wave score, 8.50, this wave from Mara Lopez from the Philippines. That's a wrap for Day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action.
todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy. Suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back. A pleasure, a joy, an honor to have your company for finals day here live from Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship. And with that, we'll go right down to the glass. The winner of our last heat, Crisanto, killing it for the Philippines, and the Philippines looking good in those team standings as well.
Team Philippines certainly looking very good. Crisanto, you look relaxed, you looked happy out there. Tell me, how are you feeling moving through finals day?
I feel today like so relaxed because JR Esquivel and Miss were there for give like a strategy together because same country. So yeah, I look so happy in the waves, so good, so beautiful, so great hit.
Team Philippines currently in first in the team rankings. How's that feeling moving through today as well?
Oh yeah, that was incredible because Philippines is it's my country, so I'm happy because it's still in the top one. So I'll make it like gold today. Let's go.
A few more heats to surf. If you get into that medal contention final, what are you going to do to prepare?
I prepare for the next hit like a great hit, and then more maneuver, and then good for nose ride. I'll do it like a more best for me. Yeah.
I love your energy. Good luck throughout today. We look forward to seeing you up again later on today, and back to you guys upstairs.
Congratulations, of course, 3 surfers for Team Philippines still in the hunt. 3 surfers for Japan in the hunt for individual golds, and 3 surfers for France in the hunt for individual golds. As we get a recap now of this replay, and it was an 8.0 kickoff for Natsumi Teoka. I'm Sam Bleakley. Again, a pleasure to have your company, Berlin Alvarez Kimball. What about this start?
Oh, this start was just on point for Natsumi. Big wave, clean shoulders, great nose rides. I feel that she really kind of clicked after her heat before, just understanding what she needed to do. And this opening ride, just blinking it all together for her. This connecting to the inside, lovely footwork. Again, just really knowing she needs to stay in the pocket and get those deep nose rides. Her first wave last heat, kind of maybe just changed her mindset of what she needs to do this heat.
Absolutely. She's come off the back of being eliminated from the main round. She's in the Repercharge. She has a strong start, and it looks like Luana Soares for Brazil has a good start as well. This a 6.67.
Luana, I think she's just on point again. She's knowing that she needs to match Natsumi's style and nose riding, and really, as she sees, great nose ride, toes over the nose there. And if she can just really keep continuing with this footwork, her nose rides are eloquent. Just keep the flow and the trim working smooth, and it's really well done with a 7.47. Beautiful 5, holding this 5, driving and jiving through this inside section. What a great surf to wave to this all the way in front of the judges.
Yeah, heat total of 7.47 with a low score to kick things off, and that really strong score of a 6 6-7. Luana, of course, had to surf through a lot of heats yesterday. And if you get the chance to watch the replay on ISAsurf.org of yesterday's action, there was a really quite poignant post-heat interview I had the honor of doing with her and Kate Brandy, doing the translations from Portuguese to English. And Luana lives through epilepsy, and you could see she'd had a big day and a big moment, and it was really wonderful to get the chance for her to talk about that and express how she manages that situation. And it's really amazing to see the progress she's making in sport, living with epilepsy.
It is a hard thing to live with. You know, I work with people that have that medical condition, and to be able to strive at the peak performance of an athlete like that and put the strain on your body that you have having to surf 3 times, you know, and still have composure and be able to come back the next day and do it is a testament to how much her passion and her caring for this sport, and having the support from her team here as well to help her guide through that mental challenge of what she is facing.
Great drone clip there as we just move across the cobbles at Sunzal. It is 9:23 local time, still 2 hours until peak low tide. High tide will be 5:31 this afternoon. We're going to move through women's Repercharge round 8, men's Repercharge round 9, and then we'll continue some more Repercharge before we revisit the main rounds, which is essentially the first opportunity for the top 4 surfers who have not yet finished in 3rd or 4th in main round heats to meet in a 4-surfer situation, and then 1st and 2nd progress to the grand final, and 3rd and 4th get one more go in the Repercharge final to move all the way to the grand final that will have around 11:40 a.m. for men, 12:10 p.m. for women, to go for gold and also team gold. As we can see, Natsumi backing up her excellent 8, locks a 5, holds that 5 real nice and smooth and crisp out of the nose riders. Things get speedy for Natsumi, and she just touches that outside rail, goes low, stands tall, now back out onto the shoulder. Here we'll see those S turns, the surfers using that positioning from the back of the board to then set themselves up for steeper sections that allow the nose ride we just saw as she comes out of that with a really nice top turn, down carve, good rail work, getting out of the high line again, really working nicely with this low tide section as it starts to stand up all the way through to the shallows. Just dags on that last turn, but with a very, very smooth start with a lot of dynamic surfing. She's going to drop a strong score. Luana staying busy, had a look at that wave, but decides to kick out. As we can see now, Hiroka out back. She hasn't got a significant score yet, a 177, but 2 Japanese surfers in here, and if they want to go for team gold, they really need to stay in the mix, because we still have 3 French surfers competing, and we still have 3 surfers from the Philippines. So at the moment, they are the front runners for team golds. Live action right now. Luana, what do you think of this wall ahead, Berlin?
Great section for a 5 to a 10, holding that back to a stretch 5. Again, nice footwork off the tail. Knows what she needs to do. She knows she needs to put on a performance. She's got 2 veterans in her heat who are no stranger to great scores. As we see this 5, holding this 5, just locked in. She knows she's going to be able to get a great score for this.
And this is nice because she took off on a wave before that seemed to set her up in a good position to snag this one. And this is really nice for Luana all the way through to the inside. She's got a 6.67 for her strongest score. She's now going to back that up, really now putting the pressure on Hiroka, because we're expecting Natsumi to be in a commanding lead when she drops her 2nd score. And now the attention shifts to Hiroka. Was a member of the Japanese team last year at the 2024 ISA World Longboard Championship that finished silver. Taka still in the mix. He got an individual silver. Both Hiroka and Natsumi still in the mix. But one of these 3 surfers will be eliminated in this heat.
They will, and obviously, wanting, for Japan to end up either in the top 3, bronze, gold, or silver. It's an opportunity right now. They're going to really Hiroka needs to kind of step up her game. I'm really interested to see how her body's feeling after having to surf so many heats yesterday.
And let's not rule out Brazil and USA for potential team golds, because they do have 2 surfers each left.
They still do,
And if those 2 surfers both win individual golds, they would be standing strong for a potential team gold. As we can see, Hiroka Yoshikawa, a high line, 2 steps forward, trimming, and now stretching, locking a 5, You could just see how on that 5, it dropped her down into the lower part of the wave, and now she can use a bottom turn to initiate a little speed check turn to the pocket. This wave, a slopier, more shouldery wave, so she's really going to have to work hard to get behind the section to find a nose ride, and she does that nicely with poise, widening those arms, now standing tall, setting herself up, looking down the line, seeing that the most of that wave has been done. There's not a massive amount of scoring potential, and look at the kick of those legs. She is hungry as we get to see the replay of Luana, and this was really strong with the opening 10, Berlin. You've got to call this live, and now studying this, where do you think it'll go in the scale relative to her 6.67? Do you think it's a stronger wave or not quite as strong?
I think it's going to come maybe up to par with Natsumi's, maybe just a little bit under. It wasn't as big as a wave, but her 10s and her nose rides are really lovely. I think she spent a little bit more time on the nose than Natsumi did.
I really like it.
It's a beautiful looking wave, considering, you know, her last score was a 6.67, and I feel this was just a little bit more polished, and the lines and running through that, you know, that little bit chattery spot as well with control. Judges really do like to see the hardest part of the waves being with clean style.
And talking of clean style, I mean, Mr. Ice Cool in those post heats, Rodrigo Schweier. I mean, I was just trying everything to get a smile. I knew deep down there's inner joy, but he is so laser sharp focused. It's like a razor blade. You could shave with him right now. He is sharp as a razor blade.
I love those kind of people when you're in a interview, as we see Caitlin McGuire getting ready. Sorry, not Caitlin McGuire. I still call her Caitlin McGuire because I've known her for so long.
Of course, Niles is the Mickelson.
Yes, Mickelson.
Husband.
You know, Dr. Caitlin
Dr.
Mickelson.
Caitlin, fantastic.
With Colin McPhillips there.
How cool to have Colin himself, a three times WSL World Longboard champion in the days when the WSL was known as the Association of Surfing Professionals. He never won a gold for in the ISAs, but his good friend Jeff Moyser did.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
Jeff Moyser.
Shout out to Jeff Moyser. Oh,
Big
we
name.
love our little, we love
Way
Jeff.
back in Huntington.
Yes, an amazing surfer, Jeff himself. That whole school, that Josh Constable, Colin McPhillips. So let's go the American boys. Cody Simpkins as well. But Colin, just so great to have him here as the head coach for Team USA.
It was 1996 at the World Surfing Games in Huntington when Jeff Moyser took the win. That was back when it was a mix of all of the divisions, the shortboard, the juniors, the longboard, and just either side of that you had a win for Michelle Demont for Tahiti, and after that Alex Picarutu Salazar. And then we see a domination of Brazilians. We see Alex winning, and then Marcelo Freitas winning 3 back-to-back ISA goals for Team Brazil. I got to talk with Rodrigo Schweier yesterday about some of his heroes, and we were mentioning the names like Picaruto, Marcelo Freitas. Now Marcelo, I had the unfortunate experience of having to have multiple heats with him, and he was so focused. He was like Rodrigo. He didn't give you an inch of space, and he never stared you in the eye. He always looked down, and he was so patient. A bit like Colin McPhillips. He'd often only get 2 waves, but your heart would sink. You'd be sitting there in maybe second, and he'd need a big score, and you just see him absolutely coming alive in the dying seconds and pushing you down into third, and then you're eliminated. He was a great competitor. Big shout out to Marcelo Freitas.
Yeah.
And that record of 3 golds, that's something that Elise Lemoine could be going for. That's something that Kai Salas could be going for.
That's a hard feat to match.
Absolutely.
Against the talent that it keeps coming up new every year as well. So it's a testament to professionalism and the quality of surfing that does show up at this event.
Absolutely. As we go into the last 2 minutes, 12 seconds, Natsumi Teoka drops a 6.83 for her last ride. So she's looking very strong. Luana Suarez is a 6.83 added to her 6.67. So now it's all about Hiroka's opportunities, because she's chasing a very, very strong score. She has not achieved a score as high as an 8.9 in the event so far. So what do you think is going through now Hiroka's mind with 3rd place on the priority list and chasing something that is going to be so big that she's going to have to put every ounce of juice into all those pockets with long 10s and really nice link-up rail work?
For me, and I really don't like to bring out the hard side of the surfing competition, but the reality is she has a minute and a half to be able to get, the score that she needs to be able to, like, it's going to be pretty difficult.
And this will improve this opportunities for Team Philippines and Team France to get the upper hand on Team Japan if they do lose Hiroka, but it's all still open. As the day started this morning, there were 8 teams that could win Team Gold.
Yes,
that's one of the most exciting elements of these finals day. Not just about individual silvers, golds, bronzes, all the way down to coppers, but those team medals as well. So important as Natsumi, our heat leader, looking safe and solid, now trying to replace a 6.83, back up for a second nose ride. As you can just see more texture now on the face as we move into the late morning shift here, and that low tide still dropping out, and those waves on the push as we move to the finals will be absolutely fantastic in shape. We just hope that wind holds back, as we can see Natsumi looking cool, looking composed, and looking ready for the next round.
I think this is going to maybe clean up her 6.83 and just kind of really solidifying her position at the moment. Just looking at this wave, beautiful surfing. Some of the way she cuts backs and comes off her pivots and her tails back into setting up the line is so great.
Few seconds remaining. Blue, little paddle battle out back potentially. Is she going to get the wave in time? It doesn't look like Hiroka has had the opportunity to catch a wave, because I can see no number next to her, but it looks as if those two women got caught inside. So Hiroka really chasing an excellent range score, and we can see by the clips on your screen that they both got caught inside, and it's going to be Natsumi Teoka who takes the win. Luana second. Eliminated Hiroka. Stay with us. We'll be right back. More action coming up next on Finals Day. Welcome back as Finals Day continues here live from Sunzao, the best longboard wave in Central America, in my opinion. And you can see by the clips on your screen that this is world-class longboard conditions, as Elise Lemoine on the deepest section is up and riding. She's straight to the lock of the 5. She's got 2 gold medals to her name. She's back up for another 5 on her Luffy, often going for the pink sprays, her trademark cut back there, just keeping that palm open, her arms out like the wings of a bird as she walks in and out of 3 critical nose rides. Really nice dynamic rail work. Luffy, her shaper. Big shout out to Luis Bento listening in. He's got a few boards still surviving here. A lot of surfers on his boards today, including this woman on your screen, Elise, and JR Rogelio Esquivel for Team Philippines, but Elise looking poised to get one more touch of the 5 on the inside. She sets herself up. There's the roll of the toes, and she's going to either float it or kick out or cut back. She goes for the cut back. Things will get shallow in here as she just gets one last walk back. And that was really nice surfing, as we can see. Caitlin Mickelson answering back. Mara Lopez, she got a quick in and out for her first wave. Won't be so strong. And Caitlin taking this all the way through to the inside. Berlin, you know these women all very well. Of course, Mara, the new young woman on the block, just 14, looking very confident. But Caitlin, let's talk about Caitlin's personality and on why she really shines on the big occasion. You've not only competed with her, but spent a lot of time with her. Let's come to that question after this, though, because Mara gets 4 clean footwork cross steps to a 5. rolls those toes and soul arches. I love the way she's able to be strong in her ankles and often has to just roll that back arm but can stay perched on the tip. It's a really incredible agility and ability to ride the nose, born of the great surf community that she has been raised in La Union, as she takes a fall through that second section, but she's likely going to be the first out back. And I go back to the question about our surfer in green. Caitlin, her mentality.
She has grown up with some great women inspirations, as we see Alice on a lovely wave, locked in 5, just holding that. And it was really interesting to see the way her board slides around just a little bit when she's on the nose. You can see the way the rail, the water holds down that rail, but she's still able to just flow forward. Again, back up to a 5. Nice style. Again, looking into this turn. Nice swing cut back into the white water. Elise really wanting to take top 2 so she's not having to surf that extra round. As we see, again, looking for this inside, trying to hopefully get a little stall and get a little nose ride on this inside section. Let's see what else she does. Up to a quick tap. And then nice little ankle turn to this inside. Deciding not to go to the nose, which was very smart considering it just sucked up underneath her.
So a chance really to go back to that question about the mentality of Caitlin. She is so laser focused on the big occasion.
She has just grown up around some very competitive understanding of contest surfing women from California. She's grown up around the contest season with shortboarding and longboarding, and
wow,
I was just going to say is she really understands what she needs to do to perform. And the big difference with Caitlin is you watch, she knows how to really bend her knees and throw her knees into a turn and really wrap a rail. And she really understands her equipment. This is a new board, and we were chatting about this, and she said, she's just finally honing the way this board works for her.
Well, let's go to the winner of our last heat. It's Bo down there with Natsumi Teoka for Team Japan, taking the win and on the glass.
Natsumi, you opened with an excellent ride at 8.0. You were just telling me how fun it is out there. How are the waves? How did you feel?
Yeah, this morning I lost the main round, and I feel like the wave cycle is very bad. I couldn't find any rhythm with the waves. But this heat, the first 5 minutes I can get the good wave and then good score, so I'm so happy into the next round.
You took the bronze medal here last year. You've also finaled in years previous as well. What would it mean to you to make it into the final today?
Yeah, I wish I could get the gold medal, but I'm just gonna focus on heat by heat, and I'm gonna enjoy good waves.
Well, I know you're coming up again soon. Very best of luck. How do you prepare going into the next round?
I think I don't have much time, so I'm gonna stretch and eating rice bowl and ready for next round.
Well, you're showcasing some of your best surfing at this event. All the best moving forward throughout the rounds, and we'll see you coming up very soon. Congratulations. Back to you upstairs.
Go and get that rice bowl, Natsumi. Fire yourself up because you're coming up real soon as we now reflect on some of those scores. Elise Lemoine drops a 7.5, near excellent. A 6 for Caitlin Mickelson's opening wave. Mara Lopez a 2 and a 4.5 as I just look back on some of those pioneer names. Phyllis O'Donnell won that first 1964 ISA event riding a longboard. Joyce Hoffman won back-to-back titles in 65 and 66. Of course, still riding longboards. By the time Margot Godfrey wins in 68, the boards are getting smaller, and then Sharon Weber, who won back-to-back titles, now getting down into the kind of fish period. But once we started to have that standalone ISA World Longboard Championship in 2013 at Juan Chaco, Peru, it was the South African Simone Robb who won that, as we see Mara Lopez locked in that trademark 5, just soul-arching. Incredible strength and agility to hold those long nose rides as she goes back up for a second nose ride. This is a really significant wave. It looks like it's got a lot of scoring potential. She's already done 2 very dynamic long nose rides. Can she sustain her composure as she sets herself up here through that last wall? As things get a little bit more peaky, it's all about line and timing and pace as she walks in and out, gets that trim speed, and now gets the opportunity to wrap a quick 5 accelerates, keeps her balance. She's going to have some tight cross steps to fit in a 5 here. Recognizes that that wall wasn't steep enough and makes the right decision of just down carving and kicking out. I really appreciate that. She
That was
could
smart.
have gone for a 5 and dagged the nose, but she recognized there was no section, walked back to the tail, and there's nothing more satisfying than seeing a clean end to a longboard ride.
Well, yeah, because she did fall on that wave previous, and she knows, she's like, I can't do this again. And that was really smart surfing and on point. And, if she can get back out, she still has 11 and a half minutes to get back out.
The level of maturity we're seeing from Mara, I mean, surf fans tuning in, if you've not been watching the event, Mara is just aged 14. I mean, it is absolutely mind-blowing to see how composed she is, and the way she rode that wave. Yes, there were a couple of moments where it got speedy, got tricky, but she ironed it out at the end, and now we get to appreciate the replay.
I love this footage from the top. You can see, again, great, nice, relaxed hands to the side, really calm and collected. Again, just trying to set this line up again, up to a 5, holding that. You can see her tail go under the white water there, so just, holding it. And then again, sees this section. She kind of sees that, okay, that's not going to give me the option. She decides to, get back into the white water. She's really trying to negotiate this to give her another face to allow her to get some tip time. So just a little bit of, just working this section right now. Goes up to the 5. And then again, she's just knowing she needs to get another nose ride. She wants to go there, but you can see, no, I need to not fall, and I need to show composure. I'd be better off just doing a little bit of a bottom turn than trying to go for the nose and pick it.
Big shout out to her sister Ashley, who will be listening at home. She represented Team Philippines last year. Live action. It's Elise Lemoine, toes on the tip there, locks it. She's got a 7.5 for her opening ride, and she's got into a second nose ride section as this wave stays steep and it's a little bit bouncy, and she's having to just widen her stance to go into a cut back as she just sets her rail again and eyes up a few more snaky turns, redirecting, staying close to the pocket, because she knows that the scoring potential now is resting on a steeper section, potentially for another nose ride. And you can see all of that down carve work is about setting up the stall. And here it is. Can she find a 5? There it is, a fast 5 all speed through the inside, walking cleanly with great footwork out of that last 5 and into another down carve. And she may well get one more touch of the 5 here. She does. She'll straighten out, and you could just see that body language looking towards the beach, knowing that she'd done a brilliant bit of surfing. So she's going to be in a really commanding spot now when that score drops.
That was eloquent surfing, on point, really good timing with that. Nice size. This should be a really great score coming in. Minimum high backup, if not better.
Now the Sunzao saltwater dance floor has now got a little bit of chop on it. How will that affect people's approach? Considering it's not as smooth as it was this morning, but there's still going to be really nice bowly sections.
When you're getting on a dance floor and you realize it's changing, you need to change your shoes. And so meaning that she needs to kind of change the perspective on how she's approaching. It's not clean and glassy anymore. Being a little bit softer on the knees, making sure that she's looking for those pockets that are going to line up a little better. That wind will start, changing the nose ride section. So, but one thing she did do, and we can chat about this after that, but one thing she did do that I really appreciated is when she did this really beautiful fade into the whitewater, and she came off and was cross-stepping through the whitewater, not stepping on her tail and riding through it. She actually used a forward momentum, as we see. Nice stall right there on the tail to get up to the nose in a nice section.
Nice.
It's just holding that, and you can see the bumps. So she is really, letting her body take in those little lumps and bumps.
Sure. Great analysis.
And then as well, you can see her, she sees, all right, I need to do a nice turn. And this is just setting up her line. But I think this is coming up. Here we go. She fades right into the whitewater right here. And then she comes off the water and starts taking that step, which is so beautiful to watch, because that's understanding the flow and the forward trim of a longboard, so that you can set yourself up to the right. And this nose ride right here from this angle is so beautiful, fast and really lumpy. She navigates not getting bounced off her board with this inside section, because that looks like a washer machine inside there.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Clean, controlled. As we get to see the replay of Mara Lopez And the score for this is a 6.97, Belin.
Well-deserved score for her. Again, really smart surfing, having not tried, you know, up to this 5. Look at this holding of her lines. And again, just nice transition. She's not rushing. She's very collected. She knows what she needs to get done. I'm sure she's probably got a little bit of nerves right now in this heat with Elise and Caitlin, but she's putting on an absolute performance right here. She sees this section, stalls it a bit, and then goes up for a nice 5, recovers from just a little bit of a slip, and then looks for this section right here, knows that's not going to happen, redirects, and kicks out. Great surfing for a 6.97. Had she not just maybe slipped a little bit on that and had a couple little bit more pocket nose rides, that would have went, I think, into the excellent. Because she has dropped ridiculous excellent scores over there.
Yeah, Caitlin Mickelson now waiting for a second score. 5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining for Caitlin. I'm sure that her husband Niles and her son Maddox will be tuning in back home in California. Caitlin herself, a doctor of physical therapy and owner of Seaside Performance Physical Therapy in Carlsbad, California. Herself second on the WSL World Longboard Tour in 2010, a winner of the iconic Mexi Log Fest, a multiple North American champion, as we get to appreciate those conditions, those temperatures, 87 degrees Fahrenheit. How is that hot water temperature going to affect those surfers who've got to surf a few times to get to the grand final?
It's hard. You get really bad cramps. I saw some surfers coming out of some of the heats that had to surf 3 times, you know, like, and it's about really staying hydrated and keeping cool. Really, and taking care of it. Your wax gets really slippery, and it really is difficult to and like I said, you can see you just sometimes just got to sit.
There are some surfers who are keeping their contest boards in their rooms that they're sleeping in with the AC to keep the wax hard, because the air temperature is so hot that it really softens that wax more than they like. So I know a bunch of these competitors who are keeping their master boards inside an air-conditioned room until they surf their heats.
And coming here last year, you know, I completely stripped my board and had to really get any touch of cool water wax or warm water wax, because the second you have any hint of a cooler wax out here, it just flicks off. And you're just walking and your surfboard's just peeling all your wax on it. But one thing I did notice is colored boards here are getting smashed. That you just walking from your hotel here with a colored board, it's like walking with a solar panel.
Yeah, you want to, if you're going to have color, like a light color is good for El Salvador for the temperature. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. In first priority, Caitlin Mickelson chasing a score of a 5.48. In second priority, Mara Lopez needing to better a backup score of a 4.5 to improve her situation. And in third priority, our heat leader looking to go for her 3rd ISA gold medal, her 3rd World Longboard Championship. She has got a 7.73 and a 7.5, and out of priority she gets this wave, and she's 4 steps to a nice 5, gets a real close heel to heel nose ride as she comes out of that 5 into a nice roundhouse, stretches for a second hang 5, cuts back as this wave gets a little bit more shouldery, stools, cross steps forward. She may find a 5, there it is, and just elegantly comes out of that nose ride, squats a little bit lower there, just holding that outside rail, but the damage has been done. That ride has finished, and Elise is looking to improve on that backup score of a 7.5. I don't think that's going to go that high, but she was out of priority. There's only 2 minutes 40 seconds remaining, and you get the feeling that she's pretty safe at the moment.
Yeah, if she, you know, making it through is having to surf again, you're going to want to just save your energy. Like I said, you want to work smart. They're all working so hard. Now it's working smart and taking this. And you know, Caitlin, she works well under pressure. And as we saw in yesterday, like right before the buzzer, she got the score she needed on a bomb set, and so
coming down to the wire for her, she still stays really calm and collected, and she's able to perform under pressure.
Well, this is definitely down to the wire for Team USA because Rachel Tilley's still in the main event. Caitlin Mickelson, if she stays in third, she will be eliminated. No men left in the draw. Stephen Newton and Kevin Skavana both eliminated, and Caitlin looking for her second wave. It needs to be a 5-4-8 if Mara Lopez doesn't have the opportunity to improve her backup wave of a 4.5. Mara with that 6.97, Caitlin right there in the mix with a 6 for her first wave. 1 minute 25 seconds remaining. On your screen you can see there's not clearly a big set coming, but 1 minute 20 seconds, things could change. Is there something a little bit there coming through on the horizon? Will Caitlin start to react and move? I get the feeling there's maybe a small one, but whether it's going to be a significant enough for that big score, we're just going to have to wait and see. But you can now notice how Caitlin is moving back down in what for the aspect of this beach is the direction of the east, the direction of the sunrise, moving away from the west where the sun sets, and Mara Lopez active as well because she knows that she needs to improve her backup score of that low 4.5.
Yes, I do think that we are going to get, we haven't had a big set come through, or even a set for that matter, so I do think that we're going to get a little bit of lumps and bumps, and this is kind of Mara's last dance, per se, down to 30 seconds, up to a 5.
Last chance to replace that 4.5 in and out of 2 nose rides. It's a smaller wave, but knowing that she can better a 4.5, she's opted to take it with just 15 seconds now remaining. She locks in a risky nose ride, takes a fall. She's unlikely, almost certainly not going to replace her 4.5, and now dying into the last 3 seconds. 2, 1. Does she stand up in time? I just don't know if she stood up in time. She locks a 5. She may well have stood up in time, and she was incredible to get that 5 and use that forward momentum to then drop down into the face and stall and walk forward, and now unleashes on her Takayama, of course, flying the flag for the great late Donald Takayama, still riding the brand. Of course, she was a good friend of Donald's, had many amazing boards shaped by him, and now still riding her Takayamas as this board just really looks beautiful out of that down carved turn with a lot of speed and flow and control. But the question remains, was this before that second hooter?
I'll have to wait and hear.
I'm not seeing any spinning circle next to green. We can look at the body language. She's feeling pumped. I don't know if it was in time, Berlin. There's no spin of that round circle that normally indicates if it was in time. I think it was literally a nanosecond too late. Heartbreak for Caitlin.
That will be heartbreaking for her because that was a great surfed wave.
Well, we can see Elise takes the win. Mara in second. She's still in. Stay with us. We'll be right back for a change of shift and a continuation of finals day.
Hello and welcome back to live action here for the finals day of competition, the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship. Into men's Repercharge round number 9. There's only one heat in this round. Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil. The two Filipino surfers, we have J.R. Esquivel in the blue and Crisanto Villanueva in the green. Roland Lefebvre of France up and riding, unfortunately taking a fall on his first wave. Uncharacteristic. This will be Roland's third surf today alongside JR as well. They moved down into the Repercharge rounds from the main event. So just a small score to kick things off here for our surfer in white as we see J.R. Esquivel up and riding on his backhand, holding that 5 through the outside section. Beautiful style as he taps for the 10, and he's going to hold this nose ride right the way through this outside section. Great start to things for JR. He rebounds off the foam. Now he has a little bit of work to do to get around this section. Looks like competitors sitting quite deep on the point break here at El Sunzal. But JR is going to stick with this wave, realizing that he could make it around this section. And if he does, he's going to look to get some more turns and maneuvers done on the inside. As we get a nice shot here, we see Roland Lefebvre up and riding. JR did well to hold on through that section all the way to the inside. He gets a quick touch of the 5, wraps that board back around for the inside. JR continuing through as he gets back up on the nose to finish this wave off through here again. Back up on the nose, this wave offering a little bit more as he rebounds off the whitewater. Really great fluid surfing from him as we look to Roland now. Halfway along his wave, we'll see what work he got done at the back later on as we see him pumping that board, bouncing, progressive style into this rebound off the foam. Gets a little bit mistimed there on that end section hit. We'll see what work Roland got done on the outside as our gold medalist from 15 years prior, Rodrigo Schweier. Just has to kick out of that one, recognizing this wave, not going to offer up much scoring potential. You can see it got a little bit smaller, a little bit foamy down the line of that wave. 20-minute heat. This is a 4-person heat. We're going to be going into 4-person heats to finish out the day of competition here. Up and riding, Crisanto Villanueva of the Philippines gets a little off balance on the nose there, but recomposes himself as he drops down the bottom of this wave. Quick touch of the 5, beautiful drop knee style, cutting back to the whitewater. Needs to slow things down a little bit as he steps up on the nose. That composure really nice as he drop knee turns. You can see his back foot go from one side of the rail completely to the other as he brings this board through the midsection of the wave, waiting for things to stand up here. He's riding a beautiful wide tail longboard as he's just doing some setup work to get more maneuvers done through this inside. You see him not much downtime at all, keeping that board flowing from rail to rail. He is super chill on this wave through the inside as he decides to kick out to get himself back out the back. 3 surfers there getting some good rides, and it is Rodrigo Schweier up and riding of Brazil on the outside section. Judges got their work cut out for them as Rodrigo holding this 5 on this outside section. He wraps that board back around to the bottom of the wave, cuts it short because he realizes that he has a bit more scoring potential on the nose. We find that 5, that toes wrapped over the nose beautifully. And he's cutting back, rebounding off the whitewater there. You see really fast surfing from Rodrigo. That's what's got him through this event so far. All 4 surfers getting multiple rides to kick things off. I'm going to take a breath.
Take a breath.
I'm Bo Nixon. I'm in the booth, joined with Megan Godinez. Megs, wow. Good start to this Repercharge round 9, heat 1. Top 2 surfers moving through.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically the final before the final.
That's
so,
it.
I mean, top tier surfing from all of our surfers, really getting things started. They're going to want to really get things moving as we see kind of that wind switching just a bit. It's becoming that south-southeast, so it is creating a little bit more chops. We saw a little bit from King, our surfer from the Philippines, kind of getting stuck up just a little bit on the turns, really having to navigate. So really having to calmly, approach the next waves, cool down, and reset to get back out there.
How good, though, was JR's wave? Just the nose ride he held on the outside section. I think the judges are really going to reward that. And I hope that JR looked at the replay and heard us, because he utilised the whole kind of steepness of the wave face. Megs, talk us through.
Yeah, the beautiful hang 5 out the back. Tap for that 10. Still holding that hang 5. Really having to negotiate this section. Hits it, banks off of that whitewash. Decides to stay with it, and a good choice, because at the end of this wave, he's gotten a lot of work done on the inside as well.
But judges recognizing that this is all downtime. This is a lot of downtime on waves, like compared to waves we've seen earlier on in the day and throughout the competition. So I think judges going to take note on that. Got a lot of work done on the outside, a lot of work done on the inside, but a bit of a stall in the middle there.
Yeah, as he works his way up into that nose again, really, maybe he did really hear us. That turn really let him drop down to the bottom of the wave instead of just surfacing on that top line. But beautiful hang 10 there. Just keeping that board nice and high as it gets shallower, and the big, beautiful bank off of that top to seal that wave off.
Yeah, great start for JR there as we take a look at Roland having a look. He's going to give way to Rodrigo Schweier with priority. Now up on the nose, holding that 5. That was critical nose right there on the outside section. Still holding that 5 as he wraps his board back to the power source. Going to stay with this one as things start to open up. He's going to have to stay on the tail to be able to negotiate through this midsection of the wave. Again, carving that board back around. You can see one of the bigger sets pushing quite wide. We're coming up to a low tide in about an hour and a half's time. As we see Rodrigo cross-stepping his way, fading back, dropping down the bottom of this one, setting up for more nose riding on this section here. 4 steps back, beautiful footwork again from Rodrigo. He is no stranger to competition, of course, has a gold medal. As we see him making his way through to the inside. And he's going to get another quick trip to the nose, steps back, rides cleanly out of that one. So great work there from the Brazilian. And someone else who medaled last year. Excuse me, not last year, the year previous, 2023. JR Esquivel out in the water, drops a 7.67 for the surfer in the blue jersey. So that currently puts him up into the lead. Roland, the further now, drops a 6.4 to go alongside a small wave score. So he's in second, still waiting on scores though from Crisanto and Rodrigo.
Yeah, I mean, getting this heat started early, you see the surfers even sitting a little deeper. They're really starting to push each other deeper, and they're gonna have to start playing that defensive game. They're really gonna have to sit on the other surfers, especially now that there's 4 surfers. They're now the surfers that are in first and second are really gonna have to pay attention to what the surfers in third and fourth are doing, because at this point in the competition, you can get that score with the, right now with 10 minutes left. Rodrigo Schweier is currently in fourth, but we will see that change as his last rides come in. He's got a 1.30 right now, just needing a 5.88 to bump up into second place. We got King from the Philippines. He's got a 6-point ride. And even on that wave, he had to really adjust his surfing just a bit with that wind starting to pick up, as we see Rodrigo Schweier just bumping up into first place with that previous wave of his last. He got a 6.77. So situation change. First is Rodrigo Schweier with a 6.77 and his backup score of a 1.30. Rogelio JR, 7.67. Really starting the heat off strong as we see him paddling for a wave ball.
Yeah, he's up and riding here. Really tight 5. Nice up to the 10 for JR. Beautifully tight 5 now on the 10, holding that nose ride through this section. We saw him doing this consistently throughout the morning today, getting those scores in the high 7-point rides as he's been dropping each and every heat. Again, back up on the nose. You can see half of his front foot wrapped over the nose of that board, dropping right down to the bottom, setting himself up for another touch of the 5. Again, just rebounding off the foam, waiting for things to set up through here. The wave goes a little small, but he's still got a lot of footwork for us. As again, back up on the nose for the 10. Holds the 10, beautifully surfed on his Luffy board as he brings it, wraps it back toward that power source. Again, cross-stepping up to the nose for another touch of the 10. Holds it for a little bit longer this time. So some great surfing from JR. This is more like what we see JR surfing like, especially on the WSL Longboard Tour, but also when he medaled a couple of years ago here. Surfer from the Philippines, getting a lot of work done, Megs.
Nice, beautiful, tight hang 5 to begin with. Then that tap of that 10. Tight, tight, tight hang 5. There's the 10. Just moving that foot just about 6 inches up into that nose, wrapping those toes. You see those toes really on the front of that board, securing him, almost kind of having some weight on there as he really opens up his shoulders now and lets that board come up to let him draw back down, engaging that rail. And I love when as he's turning, he's already cross-stepping. I mean, that is the epitome of fluidity, you know, just really rail to rail, nice, beautiful, drawn-out turn, sinking that rail in, again, turning as he's stepping. Judges really looking at that, giving him that 7.67 earlier on in this heat. Nice rebound off of that whitewash, looking over his shoulder, waiting for this wave to stand back up, as he does very well to navigate through this section. The wind is really starting to pick up, so you see a little bit more foam, a little bit more ridges in that wave. That's that south-southeast wind coming in, and this beautiful perch 10, he is fully over that weight, his shoulders almost over his toes, catching his weight just to come back and walk smoothly out of that nose ride. Nice wiggle up, back up to the nose. Nice, beautiful hang 5, hang 10, holding it. I mean, if that's not a statue that needs to be made in La Union where he's from, I mean, I don't know. His perch hang 10s are absolutely beautiful. The way that he can just put all his weight and that little fist bump, he loved that. And that scored him a 7.5.
Yeah, as we see his teammate up and riding, Crisanto, beautiful soul arching 10 on the outside section. Great way to kick things off on this wave. Really stretched out, drop knee, wrap back toward the pocket. I love King's style. He's really showcasing his best surfing throughout this event on this ride. As we see him just deciding to kick out there. Great start of that wave from King. As we get you caught up with the scores, dropping for all surfers out there in the water. We see Rodrigo Sfire dropping an excellent 8.07 for his third wave. But it is currently J.I. Esquivel in the lead with a 7.5 for his last wave and a 7.67 as his highest wave score. Crisanto dropped a 6-point ride and a 4.5 for his last wave. So he's in third. Roland Lefebvre with a 6.4 in his scoreline, looking for excellent surfing, an 8.44 to move through and advance into the next round of the Repercharge. Wow, great surfing. One thing I want to bring to your attention, Megs, is that, and one thing we haven't noticed, Rodrigo Sfire, he was in the final last year as well. He took the bronze medal here. So he's got lots of experience surfing this wave, also lots of experience competing. Currently sitting out there with second priority. He's going to be looking strong moving forward.
I mean, it shows. I mean, Sam asked him, like, all these years of competition, how do you feel going into the next couple of heats, the next couple of rounds? And he's always answered really cool, calm, collected, and he's super just very focused. That's the word for him. He's so focused. Even when he's cheering on his team, he's just sitting back, he's watching, and when he does need to cheer, you know, he's got that Brazilian passion in him, so he will stand up and cheer, but then he goes right back to sitting down and staying just so calm and just so focused, because he knows he needs to put in the work as well for the Brazilian team.
He's unshakable, Megs. He just has this control and confidence on the wave that sets him apart from other surfers, as we see our Japanese competitor Natsumi Teoka, another person that's been really displaying her great surfing, really top-class world longboard surfing here. She's coming up against Mara Lopez, the young 14-year-old of the Philippines as well. It's great to see her, and I'm going to stick my neck out. She's by far the best 14-year-old longboard surfer in the world, both boys and girls.
Yeah, I agree. The composure that she has is insane. She looks like another surfer that's like unbreakable. She's saying that, you know, the first interview that she did, she was shy, but she's got so much fire in that. I mean, she's just 14 years old.
And that just goes to show the amount of talent coming out of the Philippines as well. J.R. Esquivel, Crisanto Villanueva, we've got Mara Lopez, but also Daisy Valdez as well.
Yeah, I mean, if that Filipino Federation is listening, I really, really think you should start looking into making a statue for these surfers because, I mean, the way that they have that poise on that nose is unbelievable and really like no other.
It's really true. I totally agree with that as well. We saw, your JR's just standing tall, legs almost straight tens. We saw King soul arching through that hang 10 before. If he can back that up with some more maneuvers on this wave, he's going to be on his way to a great score. King up and riding on the nose, 10. Beautiful start to this wave. He's going to get another opportunity to get up on the nose as he's holding that 5 as well. He decides to step back for that beautiful drop knee carve down to the bottom of the wave. Sets him up really well to get another carve back into the pocket of this one. Some great shots that our cameramen are bringing you throughout this event. You can see another surfer up. That's Roland at the back. King, Crisanto Villanueva on the inside, throws the arms up. Shows a bit of style there, unfortunately just falling off. That flare coming into his surfing. Roland, a little bit of downtime to get around this whitewater section. Just waiting for things to stand up on the inside. It looks like this wave is going to stand up for him here. Just has to do a little bit of a stall around King. Up on the nose, holding the 5 through this section. Has to step back to race through that really speedy oncoming section. Bit of a grab rail progressive carve there back to the pocket. As we see him hopping, bouncing his board through this section. And another turn to finish things off through there. So a little bit kind of mispaced and mistimed there along the end as we see Rodrigo Fire holding the 10. Beautiful nose ride from the Brazilian surfer. This is what sets him apart as he cross steps back up to the nose. Continuing through on his backhand as well on this wave. Throws that board up into the lip. And again, wrapping that board off the top of the wave. That more progressive style on that 2+1 setup of Longboard. As he brings this one through to the inside. Rodrigo looking really solid on his feet there. Just using his backhand to place in the wave. A bit more control. Maybe a bit of a stall as well for him to set things up through here on the inside. Up again on the nose to back up that beautiful nose ride he did to start things off on this wave. Megs, that was a fantastic nose ride.
Yeah, the way that he could control that board on that line, as we see our surfer in white opting to come in.
Well, I mean, I can't believe how quickly this heat's gone. 40 seconds left. Where has the time gone as we see JR paddling in, up and riding on this wave here. He's currently in the lead, still waiting for scores for Rodrigo Fire to drop. 10, perch. Beautiful. I love that. He's so graceful under pressure. He's wrapping back to the whitewater here. We see him up on the nose again. A little bit of a bobble there, but he does well to control his surfing through. Back up on the nose. If he can continue through this wave with some great linking maneuvers, he's going to look to improve upon those 7s. Again, up on the nose, touch of the 10. I love this wave from JR. He needs to surf his best against the world's best to make it through this heat. You can see him cross-stepping his way again up to the nose. Quick touch of the 10, holding it. Again, I love the weight that he puts on the nose of his board. It shows that commitment to the judges that, his whole body weight is on that nose. Finishes off really well. Looks like we have Crisanto as well up in time. So this wave going to count. Really needing an excellent score, though, to get things moving for him into that advancing position. Beautiful nose right here through the end section of the wave. We see him wrapping that board back. Beautiful traditional style from King. We love what he's seen of him throughout this competition. He's so happy. I love the energy he brings to his heats. He loves surfing heats. He's a competition surfer, but he enjoys it as well. And of course, Team Philippines going to be stoked with his performance. Now, waiting on scores for all 4 competitors to finish off. Let's take a look at the replay of Last of King.
Yeah, he just got this wave right before the buzzer. Beautiful hang 5, perch 10 in that really critical section. as he's working his way back to this face. Stretch little 5 and that hang 10. Wow, that levitating hang 10 that there was. You saw all that air underneath that nose as he was up there, really perched, getting all his weight over his feet. Just a little bit of downtime here. He's just having fun. You know, he surfed so much throughout this competition. Beautiful hang 5. I mean, this is fun for him, you know? He's just, and why wouldn't it be? You get to come all the way to El Salvador, perfect right point break. So he's working his way into this inside section. I mean, he's happy with that. It is such beautiful surfing. The way he perches over that nose is absolutely incredible.
Great camaraderie there from our surfers in that last heat. Roland Lefebvre not looking like he is going to be advancing through already with the rash guard off, as we see Team Philippines making their way in. JR put on a fantastic display of that traditional longboard surfing up on the nose, mixing it up with some great rail work too through the inside of that one. Team Philippines looking strong in this heat. Of course, wave scores to come in. Let's update you. The last of Crisanto's wave, a 6.17, not enough to even move up into second place. So it is going to be Rodrigo Schweier and JR Esquivel. We haven't got the official results of who's first, who's second yet. We will bring you that update very soon. Unfortunately, we're going to be losing Roland Lefebvre in that third place. He dropped to 6.677, and Crisanto Villanueva from the Philippines in fourth. Really a round of applause to those two surfers. They've put on some of the best surfing throughout this whole event, as we await scores for the last of JR in that blue jersey alongside Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil in the red jersey. So who's going to take first and second? They'll both be moving through to the next round of the Repercharge, and they'll be meeting the surfers who drop back from the main event round, which is going to be coming up very shortly. We have another Repercharge heat of the women's to bring you after this, and we are going to bring you those official results once we come back from break. Don't go anywhere. The world's best longboard surfers coming up in the next heat.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Beautiful scenes here for finals day in Surf City, El Salvador. Look at the backdrop we have here for the world's best longboarders. 2025 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship here. We are going to be crowning champions today. Gold medalists for both the men and the women. Also that team medal too. Someone who's got a gold hanging up at home. I think it's going to be our surfer of Brazil, Rodrigo Schweier, is on the glass.
Thank you for that, Megs and Bo. Good surfing, amazing surfing, great wave selection, high scores. You're all in the grasp for medals, individuals and team. How are you feeling right now?
Ela parabenizou pela escolha de onda, pelos high scores, e ela quer saber como você está se sentindo nessa mistura de todo mundo só fazendo high score, uma grande bagunça e todo mundo muito bom, e você está ali também.
Vai chegando nesse fim, né? Sobrevivem os melhores. Então, A gente não pode brincar, tem que escolher as melhores ondas. São os melhores do mundo que estão aqui. E continuar fazendo a mesma coisa.
He said the surviving mode is on and he's doing what he can do and the best he can do and he's going for the next with all the strength.
Well, great surfing. I know you need to get ready. I hope you have so much fun and you're able to do what you need to do for your country. So best of luck.
Obrigado. Vamos com tudo, mais uma.
All right, back up to you in the booth.
Obrigado, Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil, moving on through to the next round of the Repercharge. He'll be moving on through with J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines. Now let's switch our focus, turn our attention to the heat in the water. We have the women's Repercharge round number 9. There's going to be one heat in this round, and we have our 2-time gold medalist, Alice Lemoine of France. She's going to be in that green jersey there. We also got the young Filipino surfer, Mara Lopez, in the blue jersey, 14 years of age, putting on and displaying surfing far beyond her years. Very mature surfer. Also, Natsumi Teoka, multiple finalist here for the ISA World Longboard Championship. She's going to be looking to try and get a berth spot into that final as well. Natsumi representing Japan, of course. She's in the red. And Luana Suarez of Brazil in the white jersey. Luana, I love that last heat that she surfed, linking together those nose rides to some big turns. She's done well to book her place here in this round of the women's Repercharge. So a really stacked heat. We've just had a small wave score of Alice Lemoine from France, a 0.57. So she's going to make her way and create a bit of distance between her competitors there. Smart move, Megs.
Yeah, she knows she has fourth priority. She doesn't like that score of a 0.50, so she is going to want to replace that. Also wanting to get those high scores into those 8s and 9s. As these sets come in, she's really going to want to sit a little bit on the inside.
Megs, I'm looking over my shoulder. Look how deep, and you can see on screen now, look how deep the surfers are sitting on the point. Elise sold them really deep. Now she's found herself a wave down on the peak of this point break. She's going to kick out, reposition herself, even in a better spot. But those 3 women surfers out the back there, Natsumi, Mara, Luana, sitting really deep on this point break.
Yeah, I mean, Elise doing really good defensive tactics to get that start early, almost getting under their skin to get them moving deeper to be, oh, I want that 8 or 9. Right now, the tide is sucking out, so there's a lot less water at where they're sitting, so they are gonna, if they do take off over there, there is gonna be that slim chance that the face does actually open up. They might be sitting a little too deep, as you see our surfer in green on the far left of the screen. She's sitting a little wider, a little bit towards the east end of the surf break. As you see now, they see the sets coming in. They probably looked back, referenced their landmark, saying, wow, I am well over. I'm almost in front of the open ceremony area. And that is a little bit too deep, especially with the low tide coming in. Bottoming out, they're going to reposition themselves. They're paddling over to the east, making their way, looking. So a lot of the times, these surfers right now, they're going to play that defensive tactic. As we see Blue paddling for this wave. Mara Lopez, is she going to get it, Bo?
Yeah, she's doing well. Remember, no priority to start these heats as Mara Lopez stroking through. She's not going to get onto this one. It's Elise Lemoine on the inside who's stroking in. She's up and riding. The French rider, 2-time gold medalist here. She's up on the nose. Beautiful touch of the 10, holding this 5. I love that she committed to that nose ride as that wave was sectioning in front of her. Does some rail work here again. 2 steps to trim that board speed. Up on the nose again. Beautiful 5. I love the back arm. Nice and high as well. Elise there utilizing that wave face, wiggling, weaving that board as she carves it back down to the bottom of the wave. Things get a little speedy through that section, so she has to get low and grab her rail. She steps back to whip that board around. You see her just patiently waiting for things to stand up. Looks like she's going to get another touch of the 5. She holds it for a second and then steps back, resetting her board, repositioning it for another touch of the 5. Kicks out in that short break. Oh, that's a shin bite of that one. But she does well to navigate that inside section. It's going to be Natsumi Teoka on a set on the outside in that red jersey. Just a little hiccup there. She takes a trip to the nose, steps back, swoops that board back around into the pocket of the wave, up on the nose again. Much cleaner footwork this time from Natsumi, stepping on the tail. You see that back foot moving from rail to rail as she wiggles and weaves this board through the midsection of the wave, bringing it through. Arms up for that rotation as well as she brings that board back toward the whitewater, setting things up, stepping on the tail, bit of a stall, finds the nose again. She's a bit on the shoulder of this one. Can she stick with it? She does well to redirect that board back to the left. This wave looking like it might offer her one more maneuver on the inside. She touches the 5. It's going to give her more opportunity to cut back as well. Natsumi Toka finding a great wave to kick off her campaign here. And she kicks out. 12 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock.
Wow, a lot of pressure. That tactic from Elise taking off, and I don't know for sure if that wasn't a defensive tactic, but it was smart surfing. She knew all the surfers were really, really deep, pushing each other even deeper into that lineup, not allowing them to get into the wave, also not allowing for a face to open up for them. So she did very well as to even with 4th priority, she knew, let me sit a little bit on the inside. Let me just get this, put some pressure on them, getting a solid wave. Now she's going to go out the back. And I think she will probably sit as she scratches into this one. It's a little bit on the inside, but here she gets this work done, waiting patiently, navigating these little ridges in the wave. Nice hang 5, committing to it in that tight pocket section. She's slowing things down. She looks a lot more composed and controlled going into this finals day. And this nice swooping carve that she's going to do. There it is, utilizing that whole wave, going from top to bottom. Little grab rail just to get into this turbulent section. Nice, beautiful turn, opening up those arms and shoulders. Swinging that board around to find this high line. Nice hang 5 there. Little stretched out, but the toes were definitely over the nose, and so was that one as she kicks out, feels good about it.
You mentioned it in that description there, Megs. She brings kind of this really controlled commitment, this kind of elegant, effortless style to finals day. The last few days we've seen Elise surfing. She's looked like she's had a bit of nerves dropping down into this Repercharge round.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure, you know, when you're wanting to be on that podium with a gold medal. I mean, podium in general is amazing, but to hold that gold medal, as we see the replay of Natsumi here, gets a little hiccup, just a little foot heavy. She's got, you know, a lot of surfing to do today, so surfers might be a little tired, but she regains control into that hang 5, staying nice and low. Really nice composed turn there, utilizing and using that wave, pushing that fins, pushing that board up against that water, engaging that rail, cross-stepping, looking for this wave to stand up again, weaving, redirecting back left up into that high line, nice hang 5, working her way into this inside. She's noticing that the judges are scoring all the way to the shore, making sure she completes the waves. Nice hang 5. You saw that tail kind of slightly to slip out, but she regains that composure. Beautiful footwork. Nice flowing turns. I think that'll be a good score for her as we see a replay of Luana White, our surfer for Brazil, stretched out 5 into that critical section. She's going to move back on that board to try and pump past this whitewash. She decides to grab rail, get low, and she just pin drop, knowing that wave wasn't going to allow her. She was sitting the deepest. So with that wave, she's going to readjust and assess where she needs to sit for this next incoming set.
A 3.5 drops for Luana on that previous wave. Sitting with 2nd priority, has to give way to Mara here. Mara up and riding on her first wave of this event on the nose. Beautiful control. I love the way she's able to drive that board back up to the top. She gets a little quick touch of the 10 there. Holding this nose ride again, a tight 5. The oncoming section in front of her, unfortunately, taps at her toes and she goes down. So Mara Lopez putting everything on the line to try and make it through this Repercharge round. As we see Takanue on screen representing Japan. This is the men's main round Repercharge final coming up. As we see the top 2 surfers moving through to the grand final, and the bottom 2 surfers moving down into that Repercharge final. It's a non-elimination round coming up for the men. Things are moving quickly here, Megs. This day is going fast. We're in and out of men's and women's heats. We'll be crowning champions today.
Yeah, I mean, that round, the next round that we saw Taka getting ready for is the main round. So if he does go down, or if any of the surfers that place 3rd and 4th will go into that Repercharge final and then into that final. So these heats right now are the finals. Final?
Yep, let's go with that. I love that. But if you do place 3rd or 4th, they're going to be meeting Rodrigo Schweier and J.I. Esquivel. Ben Skinner, someone not... He's got a few silver medals back home, as we see Ben getting ready for the next heat.
Yeah,
He's got all of Team England basically on the beach, as well as his friends down there. Of course, I know his family's going to be watching at home. Kai Salas, defending champion in the blue jersey in this next heat as well. It could also just be a final, but we're going to be having 2 of those surfers moving through to the final to have the chance to compete for gold, but also to gain valuable points for the team medals. Let's get back to action in the water. Elise Lemoine of France dropped a 6.5 for her first wave. Natsumi Teoka goes half a point better. She gets a 7-point ride for her first wave. Looking at Mara Lopez now, straight to the nose, holding that 5 again. Directing, trying to drive that board through this section here. She steps off the nose, back on the tail for some more setup work to get her back up on the nose, as she's now wiggling that board, weaving, stepping back on the tail, carving it back to the power source of this wave. Needs to stay close to that white water to connect through to that inside section, so we'll see her get back on the tail for more work here. See her stepping back up on the nose, the young 14-year-old surfer from the Philippines. She brings this board back around. More setup work here to get another little touch of the 5, bringing this wave right the way through. Up on the nose now, holding that nose ride for a little bit longer. You'll find her up again for a quick tight 5, kicking out of that wave. That'll be a better wave score than that 4-point ride that locked in. As we see Luana up and riding of Brazil, stretching out for the 5. Is she in a better position for this wave? It looks like she is. She's going to do really well to almost come around that section. Unfortunately, getting a little tripped up on her steps back to the tail. Comes unstuck. That was critical nose riding there from Luana. Unfortunately going down, she'll paddle out. She'll look to recompose herself. 5 minutes and 35 seconds left in this heat. Top 2 surfers moving through. Bottom 2 surfers will be eliminated from the event. This is all going to count toward the team points as well. We see Mara Lopez lock in a 5.83. She goes into first. Elise Lemoine now drops down into second. Natsumi Teoka looking for a tiny score, a 0.07 to move up into advancing position. Luana Suarez looking for a 3.58 to improve her situation. She only dropped a 1.60 for that last attempt.
Yeah,
5 minutes left.
We saw that little paddle. They looked at each other, Natsumi and Elise, seeing who was going to go. There's no priority established just yet, so they're waiting for the priority to kick in.
It's actually Elise sitting at the back, first priority. It's just not on the scoring screen that you are watching at home. Second priority, Natsumi Teoka of Japan. So Elise has choice of the next one. Natsumi in that second priority though. She's really wanting to just stand up on a wave at this point in time. 4 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. I do think the strategy is to sit and wait for another good wave there.
Yeah, Natsumi has a 7.00. You saying that she only does need a 0.07, but she's going to want another 7, and she needs to wait out the back for a set that's going to, for the wave that's going to allow her for that big score. As we saw, White kind of on the inside right now. She's got a 3.50 and a 1.6. She does need a small score of a 3.58. That's right now with Natsumi only having that 1 wave score. So she's going to want to do that work on the inside, really try to replace actually both her scores of a 3.5 and a 1.6. So we're going to see Luana on the inside wanting to really regain control for herself to get a good wave, kind of reset her mind, and hopefully have enough time to go out the back and catch a set wave.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Megs. Natsumi and Elise, sitting with the highest wave scores of the heat so far, will feel quite comfortable knowing that they've got that good score, but also still a little bit uneasy because they don't have a backup score as yet either. Mara Lopez sitting with a couple of mid-range scores. Looks like Natsumi's going to use her priority on this one. She's not going to get into it. Sorry, she was sitting in second priority. As we see Luana on the inside. She's up and riding now, cross-stepping her way up to the nose. She's found herself one of these inside waves that stands up and offers her some great nose ride time. As she steps back now on the tail, set up work for some more cross steps as she just controls that board speed through the midsection of this wave. Like we said before, you have to stay really close to the pocket here. And she's back up on the nose. Critical nose ride for Luana. Down carve to bring it down to the bottom of the wave. That board trimming really nicely in the pocket. As you see Luana bring this one through to the inside. Couple of steps up to the nose. Quick touch of the tan. Does well to get back and control it off the nose there. And she's going to ride this one throughout the inside section. Just wanting to finish off cleanly. She's going to rebound off the foam. Can she hold on to it? Unfortunately, that wave just breaking right below her. Mara Lopez, wondering what work she got done on the outside. Opted to kick out of that wave. Is that going to improve upon her 4-point ride? Not so sure. Natsumi Toyoka, Alice Lemois, letting Natsumi go on this wave. Natsumi just needing to stand up basically to get her ahead of Alice. So Natsumi now definitely got the score she needs to move up into advancing position. What can she add as she moves through this ride? She's currently on the middle of the board there, cutting things back now on the tail. As she again steps on the tail, set up work. Lovely little redirection there to stall her board. As she's just waiting for this wave, waiting for things to set up. Natsumi being one of the standout competitors throughout the Repercharge rounds. We see her trying to book a spot in the final for the third time. Be her third appearance in a final at an ISA. As she steps on the tail, whipping this one through. A couple of steps forward, but not finding much work on the nose just as yet through this inside. We see her now start to set things up as she stretches out for a 5. It's going to finish off on the shore break. Fortunately goes down. Some good work done on that wave. Is Elise on a wave out the back. That's definitely going to be the score for Natsumi. Elise now stroking into this one. Up and riding. Cross-stepping up to the nose. Beautiful nose ride in that critical section there. Elise now just setting her pace with this wave. Things starting to slow down as she's now accelerated out onto the shoulder of this one. Cutting back. Things steepening up for her on through this midsection. She has to step back on the tail to keep that board from purling as she now wraps that board back again to the white water. Just holding on. You can see the nerves in her surfing. Wanting to make sure she gets a good score. She's going to need something of substance through this inside section if she is to overtake Natsumi. Natsumi, of course, with the highest wave score so far of this heat. As Elise brings this one through. I think it might be enough, though, to overtake Mara Lopez. So looking like she's going to get a quick touch of the 5. Does well to finish off there. Still waiting on last wave score of Mara Lopez. Luana Suarez, super proud to represent Brazil here on the world stage. Brazil cheering her up. She's really represented her country. And I know that all of Brazil who are watching been behind Luana as well. We see Team Japan down on the beach. Cool scenes there from Natsumi. Still waiting on scores for all 4 surfers in that last heat. Very tense times on the sand to see who is going to progress through. We didn't get a view of Mara's last wave yet. Elise Lemois, Natsumi Toyoka definitely improving as we see a replay of Elise's wave.
Yeah, this last wave from Elise, she knew she really needed this wave right here. She's working her way, trying to find this wall, as you called, kind of getting onto the shoulder, but finds that swooping carve cut back as a tide the tide starts to suck out. We see the walls starting to stand up a little bit more on the inside. Beautiful carving turns as she's waiting for this wall to stand back up again. Nice high line up on that wave, dropping back down into the flatter section. Now looking for this wall. She's waiting. She's got a lot of pressure on that tail of her board just to try and find it. And then she does this cross step here. Doesn't get the finish hang 5, but she did a lot of work on the outside. But this is Natsumi's last ride that we're waiting for the scores to come in. Nice hang 5 out the back, swooping turn. She's just staying calm. She knows she just needs to complete this wave. She's got the highest score of the heat so far with a 7.0. Nice work done, swooping carves, using that the very top of the wave, driving that board all the way back down to the flats, getting low, compressing, using that footwork to push down against that board. She doesn't really just stand there until just now, but she did a lot of swooping, redirecting that nose back and forth, left and right. Slowly working her way in, looking for this wall to stand back up again. Nice footwork again. Really cat-like walking, nice hang 5. Getting into this smaller pupusa section now, and beautiful ride ridden by her.
So Luana Suarez dropped a 5.7, puts her currently up into second place, but still waiting on scores of Elise Lemoine and Natsumi Toyoka, only needing small 2-point rides. They're definitely going to improve her situation. Mara Lopez on screen now. Beautiful styling nose ride through this inside section. She dropped a 4.9 for her last ride, so it goes into her top 2 highest scores. As we start to see scores of Natsumi Toyoka dropping in. We're just actually going to watch these beautiful scenes from the 14-year-old from the Philippines. Really amazing surfing throughout the whole event. That score from Natsumi Toyoka, a 6.27, puts Natsumi up into the lead now currently. Elise Lemoine looking for a 4.23 on her last ride to overtake Mara Lopez, currently in second place. Fantastic surfing from Luana on screen there. She's really put the hard yards in throughout this event. She can definitely hold her head high, knowing that she's represented her country and herself really strongly. Still waiting for that last wave score of Elise to come through from France. A 4.23 is needed for her to change the situation and move up ahead of Mara Lopez, currently sitting in advancing position. 10 times Megs. I feel like the nose ride on the outside section and the work she got done is enough. A 6.63 drops for Elise. Elise moves up into second. So Natsumi Toyoka of Japan, Elise Lemoine, moving on through in this Repercharge rounds. We're going to be losing Mara Lopez and Luana Suarez. We're going to go to break. We're going to be back with men's main round action. We've got Sam and Berlin coming into the booth for the call.
Welcome back to the action as we see live on your screen Ben Skindog Skinner, 12 times European longboard champion, 2 times ISA World Longboard Championship silver medalist, locking in a 5, streaking, styling, holding, cross-stepping back to the tail on his new design, a double scoop swallowtail, looking over his shoulder, kicking out cleanly. Scores will come through now for Ben Skinner for Team England in green, and Taka Inui for Team Japan in white. Taka himself a silver medalist at the 2024 edition of the ISA World Longboard Championship here at Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador, with Eduard Del Pero and Kai Salas out back. Kai, of course, reigning gold medalist, defending champion, also part of Team Hawaii, who won Team Gold last year, and he's up and riding, driving from the middle of his board and just recognizing that one required a kick out heel reposition. There'll be a low score for Kai, an insignificant score for the Hawaiian, because he was just using that line to see if it was worth staying with, recognizing immediately that there was not much scoring potential. I'm Sam Bleakley, back in the commentary booth again with Berlin Alvarez-Kimborg. Berlin, this is the big guns. These are the 4 surfers who have not yet lost a heat. They've been finishing in 1st and 2nd, and they won't get gold from this heat, but they may well advance to the grand final. And somebody who is hanging in there really nicely will go down to her very soon, as we just see Taka Inui up and riding, all smooth and rubbery on the nose. Soul arches that one, stools it, hits that 5, holds that 10, pedals back to the tail, sets himself up, smooth, loose, stools it, fades in, and now hooks a really nice 10, hangs on by the skin of his teeth, his elasticity, his flex, as he goes through to that final section and holds the 5 and pulls up for a soul arch hood ornament nose ride as Team Japan cheer from the inside. Silver medalist for the team standings last year. He looks good, and with that we'll go down to the glass with Auntie Megs. As Edouard Del Pero hits the 5 onto a big sweeping cutback turn, driving off that nose ride, stretching back, locking in, low on the wave, but staying true below the pocket there, right in the heart of the action, in the heat of the moment, as he unleashes into a searing roundhouse cutback. And Berlin, you like the look of that one.
I just think I'm just so impressed at how much speed he gets off of his bottom turn and drive. It's incredible.
Sets himself up through the inside, locks a 5, lifts that back arm up, walks out cleanly on his collaboration, Alan Minvel and Torque, designing the speed shape as he speeds, arcs, carves, kicks out cleanly. The Frenchman looking strong. Great start for our surfer from France and our surfer from Japan and our surfer from England. And this is a Hawaiian. A foamy section, but locks in a nice tight 5, lifting. Kai Salas, of course, a surfboard shaper himself, designing this moon tail. The board, the model that he's had so much success across ISA and WSL. He's been a WSL World Longboard Champion and an ISA gold medalist twice, going to equal the record of Portuguese surfer Marcelo Freitas. He stands tall and smooth as scores start to come in. A 5.67 for Taka Inui, a 4.83 for Ben Skinner. Kai Salas locks a hood ornament 5, soul arches it, goes into a 10, and then unleashes on rail.
Oh my goodness.
Kicks out, and with that, from one Hawaiian, let's go down to Auntie Megs on the glass.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with Natsumi, the last winner of that heat. You got that 7.0 early on in the heat, and you were waiting out the back. Walk me through that patience that you had.
Yeah, I just tried to get really good wave. It's the wind a bit start and then a bit bumpy, but yeah, I really focus on the good waves.
Yeah, that last wave that you caught, really making it count. We watched you surf. I got to call that heat with Bo. The way that you had that control, what was going on in your head on that last wave?
At the last wave, I just need a second score, so that was a really small wave, but I just need second, so it's like a patient and not like a big turn. I just gonna try to medium score.
Well, I'm loving the strategy going into finals day. Your surfing is absolutely beautiful. We'll go and let you get some rest and get ready for the next heat. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much, Megs.
She's so fun to interview.
Ecstatic, positive, but she's got more to do. She needs to surf again if she wants to get to that grand final, and right now let's set the situation. 13 minutes 20 seconds remaining. This is that main round 6 of the men. All the surfers who have not yet been eliminated from the main round finishing in 1st and 2nd, and Taka Inui has got a 5.83. Ben Skinner has got a 4.83. Kai Salas waiting for a score to drop. We think it's going to be really high. Edouard Del Pero also waiting for a score to drop. Again, we think that's going to be really high as we get to see the lineup at Sunzal out back. Sitting there, deepest, furthest out in green, Team England. Ben Skinner, you can see white, Team Japan. Taka Inui on his tail coming close. You can see red, Edouard Del Pero, Team France. You can see out of your screen there, we have our Hawaiian paddling back out as we are in finals day at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, and it's been an incredible week with big challenging waves at the start of the window, and we had to go through a lot of adversity. There were broken boards, broken leashes, but across the last 2 days, as that swell has died, we've still got overhead sections, but near perfect conditions for the longboarders to really put on a show, to use this canvas and really display their love of longboarding through footwork and rail work.
Yes, all I can see right now as I'm looking at these names is like each one of them carrying either a staff or a sword or a, something of that what a king, as you can see. Look at this wave right here. This is his 8.83. Big swooping cutbacks, a lot of speed off of that, up to a 5, stretching it out just a bit and then back tighter, flying down this wave and doing really well to adjust the tempo of his nose rides to stay. And then again, these swooping cutbacks, his board just looks like it is carving and sliding through this. And the way it really re-enters and gives drive back into sections, it's just, he works this board so well, up to a 5, holding that little arm up with ole. Again, and then brings in the drop knee, the more traditional form of the cutback. And then again, just driving and really using those shoulders, those hands, and then a really nice kick out. And then we see a Hawaiian Superman himself, just being patient, not rushing, to the 5, navigates this, a little bit bumpy section, understands what he needs to do, and he's not going to make any silly mistakes. He is that cutback and redirection change. He's no stranger to putting down some big scores and knowing what he needs. Again, just waiting patiently because he sees sections that he's really wants to utilize his amazing nose riding skills, and just again getting a little bit of forward momentum, sees his line, nice footwork, and then pulls it in tight to that 10, holding that nice to a 5, back up to a 10, absolute control. And then that cutback is just such a beautiful butter technical maneuver as well.
Searing surfing from Edward with an 8.83, and the patience of Kai Salas through that ride, really then doing the damage on that mid to end section with a perch, lifting tight 5 into a 10, and then down carving on rail. He drops an excellent range, 8.0. You can see the spread of scores. 5 judges delivering that score out of 10, the highest and the lowest eliminated, and an average taken from the remaining 3. And now Kai Salas has got a great score to his name, as has Edward Del Pero. And now it's an opportunity for Ben and Taka to express themselves. They are in first and second priority, but if they want to advance to the grand final to guarantee a medal, they're needing to get something on the excellent range to rival these strong scores of Edward and Kai. But bear in mind that Edward also now needs a backup wave, and Kai himself will need to replace that backup of a 0.5.
We know that Taka dropped one of the highest scores in the contest. Ben as well is no stranger. Get a solid wave underneath him. He has really strong nose rides, amazing turns, great pocket surfing, and flair. He doesn't fall that often either. So you get he's no stranger to the 8 and up club.
Absolutely. And talking of team standings, of course, Japan still have 2 surfers in, as we can see now. Tully White going out for the main round of the women, round 6. Again, the surfers who have not been eliminated, who've been finishing in first and second throughout the event. Maria Fernanda Reyes on the left of your screen in red. We've got Sophia Colhane for Team Hawaii. Of course, Hawaii still have 2 surfers in the mix. Kai Salas out back. They're the defending team gold medalists. Tully White as well, and of course Rachel Tilley. She wasn't on the screen there, but she will be ready to pounce because Rachel Tilley has looked like a front runner. It feels like Maria and Rachel have been the standouts, but an opportunity for Tully and Sophia to shine, as we see Kai Salas looking for a quick backup score. He's got an 8 to his name, nose rides through that section and then drops back to the tail off the middle of the board. You'll see him just widen that stance and just unleash into a searing roundhouse cutback, just using that foam and then climbing over that float to just accelerate effortlessly but gracefully with all of this Hawaiian class. Kicking out, it will be a backup score. He's got 7 minutes 45 seconds remaining as Ben Skinner drives out of the nose ride, stands tall, eyes up this section, cross steps forward, holds that 5, but that was a steep section. He won't walk out of that nose ride at that moment. He will have 7 minutes 30 seconds remaining with Kai on his inside. Ben is going to get the better of this paddle battle for priority, but sitting out there looking strong, being patient. You can see Edouard to the right at the top and Taka Inui all to play for. The two surfers who do get through this, they will be guaranteed an individual medal. Could be copper, could be bronze, could be silver, could be gold.
And how exciting to be able to say that you're in medal position.
Absolutely.
Like, make it top two, and then looking out the back, we've got Taka and we've got Eduardo out there. Taka holding first priority with some standing up, looking to see what's coming. There is some lines, as you can see on your screen, coming through. And what's great right now is we are not wave starved, so each person is really going to be allowed to get the waves to showcase why they are here, why they are Olympians, why they are in the position to walk away with something hanging on their neck.
You said it, Olympians they are. As we can see now, our surfer in red representing Team France. He's got his brother Antoine as a team manager this time. Antoine won here in 2023, and now Antoine will be watching on as Edouard locks that 5, born in Marseille, now based in Biarritz, streaking through that nose ride section, and then just accelerating with a nice searing roundhouse cutback turn, grabbing that rail as the rubbery surfing of Taka Inui out back, jiving on that tip, soul arching, locking, as we can see now the searing turns of Edouard on that front section, and again mixing up that rail grab work for the Japanese surfer who got silver last year. Edouard's got a couple of medals to his name, but they haven't been silver and they haven't been gold. They've been bronzes and coppers. Will this be his year as he makes it through to the inside, and he's going to back up his 8.83 with a fantastic score, Berlin?
Looking at both of those surfers side by side when we had that split screen at the moment, you can see the difference, the point of differences between these two surfers. Both amazing nose riders, as Taka, really dropping those tight nose rides. But what I did notice with Eduardo is he's including those really big, strong, wrapping round the house. And look at this paddle. He looks back and says,
wow,
I see you, and I'm going to show you that I am like a little wind-up tool. I will just go and go and go and go. And he is known for how much energy he has. Look at this.
Well, it takes sometimes 5 minutes to get out back to the peak. He may well have to shoulder hop something on the way through, but he'll wait to hear his score. We know that Edouard's going to get something massive. Now we get to see the replay of Taka Inui with some great nose riding.
Great nose riding. Really solid wave on the point. Again, footwork. Back up to the 5, holding that, plowing through this section, board in the white water. And what I really appreciated was that mid-face trim right there as he just gets down and doesn't go back, uses that forward momentum to really allow himself for these excellent nose rides. Really nice in the pocket surfing, gets nice and low and then redirects here at this little bottom turn and, sets up, gets up to the 5, again, up to a 10, holding that 10, and then back to a 5, flying down this section with nice carving maneuvers, again, getting nice and low, not grabbing the rail, which is really beautiful, and then up to a 5, speed line 5, up to a 10, into this inside, and then rail grabs.
I like the way he kicked out of that. Great detailed analysis, Berlin, but what about this from the Frenchman?
All right, fast surfing from him. Again, nice fast footwork up to the 5, holding that, driving, slightly adjusting his back foot to move forward and backwards to adjust his speed so he doesn't throw himself too out of the section. And then again, swooping rail grab, cut back, and then brings in the traditional sides, the drop knees. He knows what he needs to do in order to get, and this is a little bit of the point of differences, bringing in those big roundhouses and then up to a 5. And then again, these really, the lift with the body upright, looking for this section. Again, another swooping drop knee. Oh, this is so exciting to call. Beautiful 5. Sees this inside section. Goes in for the floater re-entry.
Big determination, taking that all the way through to the inside as he heads towards El Tunco. And Kai Salas just asks for positions and situations, drops an 8.0 for his best wave, backs it up with a 5.07. He's now sitting in second with an 8.17, drop for Eduard Del Pero's second wave. So Eduard is in first. Taka Inui is waiting for a score. If it's a 7.25, he will move into second. If it's up in the 8s or 9s, he may well find himself moving further up the leaderboard, as Ben Skinner is now chasing a 7.25 to move into second, as we have 2 minutes 18 seconds remaining, and you get to appreciate the spread of the scores that garnered Edouard Del Pero for Team France an 8.17, the highest a 8.5, the lowest a 7.8. The average comes through, and he's looking strong, and he may well not be too stressed, Edouard. He's confident, he's poised, he's got 2 very strong waves. Now the situation rests on Ben Skinner with first priority to get something significant. It's going to have to be massive, because he is carrying a backup score of 5.83. So Ben knows he can deliver the damage if he gets the opportunity. There's not much time left. This is non-elimination. Surfers in first and second through to that grand final, third and fourth through to the Repercharge final, as we can see all of the camp who freshly arrived from Cornwall, the southwest county of England, supporting Ben Skinner. Team Skindog with Kai Salas now sitting in third, because Taka Inui has got an 8.63 and he's moved up into second.
Wow, well-deserved score for Taka.
Wow,
really appreciating those nose rides and the turn, and then bringing in a little bit more flair. You know, you noticed on his wave before, it was way more nose ride focused, I think. And then, yeah, just a little bit of extras, nice little spice. And then here we go.
Taka looking cool on the corner there. He's just breathing. He's just gaining his composure. And considering that he's been sporting a pretty serious knee injury, it's certainly not held him back. And let me have a shout out to David Kinoshita, who was team manager for Japan last year and really harnessed an extra level of creativity and discipline as well out of Taka. But right now you can see Kai Salas just moving inside. He is chasing a score of a 6.47, and Taka's in third priority, Kai in second priority, 20 seconds remaining. He's up and riding. Ben Skinner knows he needs excellent rage surfing. He's not going to waste a set for nothing. Up and riding right now is Kai, down. He won't get a replacement score, but there's only 7 seconds remaining, and it likely will not be enough time for Ben to get this wave. So Edouard Del Pero and Taka Inui are guaranteed individual medals. You can see how ecstatic Taka Inui is. You can just see his
little feet
flapping. As you see, Ben Skinner is just a bit too late. He goes to the tip, holds a 10, locks a rock and roll 10, roller coasters out of that 10 into a searing down carve cutback, all redirect and power in the foam. But it was after the hooter, so it will not count, and Skindog will just work his way through, and he'll have to regroup to get ready for the Repercharge final. We'll enjoy this, but watch out, because coming up next we've got the main round of the women. It's finals day. Golds are coming soon. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to an extremely happy Taka Inui. He's made it to the grand final. He can go for gold, he can go for silver, he can go for copper and bronze. Right now we can see that team standings are looking strong for France. In second position, Japan. France currently on the team standing, sitting in gold. Hawaii in third. The Philippines in copper. Bronze for Hawaii, but it could all change. And right now, let's focus our attention on this heat because it's Maria Fernanda Reyes for Peru, Tully White for Australia, Rachel Tilley for USA, Sophia Colhane for Hawaii. This is women's round 6. These are the 4 women who have been progressing through the main rounds. Top 2 will advance to the grand final to go for gold. Surfers in 3rd and 4th will move to the Repercharge final to have one more opportunity to claw their way back up the saltwater ladder of Sunzal and have another shot at that gold. As we can see, 17 minutes 42 seconds on the clock. On the left you have White, Sophia Colhane. Next to her you have Rachel Tilley, silver medalist from last year. You have Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru, also a former silver medalist. And over there, sitting deepest, it's Tully White for the Irukandjis, Australia. You know Tully very well. You were team manager last year for Australia Berlin. How will she be feeling right now?
Oh, she'd be so excited to go get good conditions firstly. She'd be so pumped to have an opportunity to actually showcase her surfing and not just survival surfing. So that would be her first thing. Her boards are feeling she's been working really closely with her shaper, so I think she really understands her boards right now and she's feeling good. And she's so calm, cool, and collected. She doesn't really get the nerves affect her, so I think she'd be really excited about being in this heat right now.
Set coming, you can just see the repositioning. Tully deepest, paddling fastest, Maria Fernanda Reyes furthest out, but you can see the way that set is peaking a little bit to the left of your screen. I feel like Maria is in a strong position, but she's a little bit too far out, and Tully deepest is going to be a hard one to catch. Is she going to get a nice line? There it is. She's straight up to the tip with 6 cross steps. A really, really hard section to navigate. She committed to it. She was sitting deepest. No riders completing that takeoff, as we can now see on the second wave. Maria Fernanda Reyes just had a little close moment there with Tully. I'm hoping that they're both going to pop up feeling okay. Tully pops up first. She's okay. Maria pops up second. Now Maria lifts her arms. Is that an interference? We'll have to wait and see. Right now, someone who has booked themselves a spot in the grand final is Edward Del Pero on the glass with Megan Godinez.
Thanks so much, team. I'm down here with the last winner of the heat, Edward Del Pero. Beautiful surfing. I mean, up until this point, every heat so far is going to be a final and a final and a final. I wanted to ask you, your brother is here with you, Antoine. How does it feel having that support from him here in El Salvador?
Super nice. It's super cool to have him with us, and he has my back for sure, and he's really helping me go through all these events. So no, we keep going. The last 2 years I won the little final and I didn't win the big final, so we're gonna try to do it different this time.
Yeah, you're looking very focused and very in tune with your boards and the surf. I mean, how does it feel to really get through the main round and not having to drop down into the Repercharge round? How important is it for you to stay in that main round? Talk me through it.
Yeah, it definitely gives you a lot of confidence, just not having to do the repose, saving a lot of energy and trying to save as much energy as I can to the last one. But the last one is the one to win, so we'll see.
Well, great surfing from you, and we'll see you in the next round. We'll let you get into that ice bath, cool off. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Great stuff. Well, the next time we see Edward, it will be the grand final on the men's side. So really keeping those hopes alive for Team France to win Team Gold. He's done so much, but he knows he needs to do more to win that gold, because he remembers now winning this round in previous occasions.
Little final?
And then not winning the grand final. And that's the place where you get that gold, that silver, that bronze, and that copper if you finish in 4th. So he's keeping it cool. He's going to have an ice bath and he'll be getting himself fired up but staying relaxed at the same time, and maybe he'll a little bit of communication with his brother as we now recap the situation. Time is ticking and Rachel Tilley is up and riding, fading in 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to a 5, holds the 5, goes to a nice 10, drops down into the face, accelerating in a Soul Arch 5, locked nicely on her Josh Martin spruce wood stringer with the Hoffman fabric inlay that she talked about in her last post-heat interview after a fantastic performance in the previous round. Goes low, grabs that rail. Do you think she's going to come around this one, Belin?
I don't know. It might open up. I think she's got enough speed to get out of it, and she does.
There it is, back up to the tip. Locks a 5, walks cleanly out of that nose ride, and then swoops in a big stylish setup again to a high-low combination and using the foam to accelerate, and then cross-stepping so cleanly as she just bottom turns and then cross-steps forward and finds a 10, and she kicks out, and Rachel Tilley has just put on a masterclass, once again stamping her authority on this heat, looking to book a spot in the grand final.
Commanding surfing from Rachel Tilley. And you mentioned Hoffman, and for those of you that don't understand the legacy of that name, it doesn't just go back to fabric. It goes back to a woman named Joyce Hoffman as well, who was an amazing surfer, great competitor, and I have a feeling that somewhere looking down at that board, that would drive a little bit of inspiration for Rachel.
And we were talking earlier, 1965, 1966, she was women's world surfing champion, riding longboards. Joyce Hoffman, the Hoffman legacy continues in the beauty of that board and the grace of Tilley and that nose ride.
And that nose ride was so similar to one of her famous photos of her.
It was.
It's a real famous photo, and oh my god, I want to find out who shot that photo, but it just was that nose ride, and the poise of that is just classic, iconic, traditional, beautiful surfing from Rachel. Again, representing her country so well, and the style that she is just driving off of this board. It is so working well for her.
Straight excellent range, you think, to kick things off?
I think excellent range. I'll call that excellent range. And for those of you that get upset with me, I'm sorry. Beautiful 10 on the inside again. Just great surfing from Rachel. I think she tapped and touched and played every single instrument you possibly can out there.
Maria Fernandez with a 2.33 low score, couple of small scores for Tully White. Rachel waiting for something significant, could well be very, very strong. Sophia Colhane now sitting waiting for her first ride. Now Sophia has won a WSL contest here in the Longboard Tour at Surf City. This is her first time surfing for Hawaii in the International Surfing Association World Longboard Championship, flying the flag for her islands. How will she now be approaching these last 10 minutes, knowing she's had a slow start?
So, I think she'd be really wanting to get some scores on the board, and she's used to posting some high scores. I think with the swell right now just kind of going a little bit quiet, that wave size will go maybe into Rachel's scoring potential, but the flow on her wave will be a solid opening score.
7.5 it comes in. Rachel Tilley paddling out for her second wave. 10 minutes, 13 seconds remaining. Surfers in first and second book a spot in the grand final, guaranteed a medal. Surfers in third and fourth go to the Repercharge final with one last chance to get a first and second out of that heat to earn their way back into the grand final, as we can now see a little bit of jockeying for positioning here. It's our surfer in white, Sophia Colhane, who has right of way. She has first priority, and that's why those other women let her choose this wave, and she's up and riding. She fades in, cross steps forward, and then just redirects and opens out those shoulders with the bottom turn, and now in trim. A lot of speed here. She's just locked on her Michael Takayama board. She goes back to the tail, swoops down a cutback and then a bottom turn, and now pounces for a 5, rolls those toes over the nose, and a really elegant but really powerful rebound off the cutback as she cross steps forward, up and down, throwing spray and then just accelerating with the cross steps now. Can she find a steeper section here as she stools? She should get a touch of the 5 if she does a couple more turns. There's that stool, there's that high line, there's that 5, walks out of that, and she's still got a little bit left on the inside here. Belin, what do you think?
I think this inside should give it a little bit of the nose. Derek does a little bit of 5 to the 10 that she was really wanting to put in that repertoire in that heat.
Big score we expect for Sophia Colhane. That's going to be dropped pretty soon, and considering that it's been a slow start for Maria Fernanda Reyes and Tully White, Sophia may well be in a good position now because she's going to have enough time to get out back, hopefully for another set. But Maria Fernanda Reyes has got first priority here, and that is why Tully pulled out of that wave, and that's why Maria's up and riding. Cross steps forward on her Piccolo Clemente board. Of course, Piccolo eliminated, but a 2019 ISA World Longboard champion from Côte de Basque, Biarritz, France, the home spot of the Del Perro brothers, as she drops down low in that nose ride and sweeps her single fin back and forth again, just S-turning on the top corner of the wave as this gets shouldery. She'll look to come from behind the section with that elegance and that footwork to maybe stall it for a nose ride. There it is, 5. Holds that 5 for a good amount of time. Cross steps back, just redirects away from the foam in time, and now right through to the inside we see the cross step cut back turn and another touch of the 5 and a walk out of that nose ride, and she stands tall again and accelerates, still trimming, still moving, still active. She's got a really now significant score on the board. This is important for Maria because she's also going to have time to get out, hopefully, for another set. I can hear Team Peru cheering on the sand. Maria was looking great, and this is our surfer in green. Rachel Tilley, Team USA. Berlin, what do you think of this?
Oh, it was a lovely takeoff. Nice projecting up to the 10, the 5, still holding that 5, driving. Smart, trying to get around the section. Good, great opening section for her. Is she going to make it around this? She's driving and driving and driving. She does again.
Nice
The
work.
queen of connection.
The queen of connection. She did this in her first ride that garnered a 7.5, and she's now unleashing that connection with graceful surfing, with that rail work into that footwork and the spring and the liveliness of that board, really making people want to order a custom Josh Martin, I think.
Oh, 100%. Beautiful, like her board looks so well for her. It's working in these conditions, amazing. It's got it feels light, but it nose rides good. It's got so much flow. It really creates so much trim, as we see surfer in blue. Tully.
One of our favorites, Tully White on her Sean Nelson board. Tully with that redirect involvement surfing style, reigning Australian champion. The line there, tricky for a nose ride. She takes a fall. She's got 6 minutes remaining. She hasn't had a significant score. We will expect a really strong score for Maria, for Sophia, and Rachel's backup could really put her in a significant lead.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what is dropped for Sophia, because her flow and style on that wave was beautiful. What do you think that's going to come in as?
I think that'll be strong. I think it was a slightly smaller wave. I think Rachel's 7.5, what held it back at the beginning was just a little bit of need to connect through the foam. I think it was going in the direction of a 9. Had it not had that need to really link it, I think that's the reference point. And I think that Sophia's wave was just brilliantly ridden. It was dynamic in the footwork and the control, but I think that maybe the size of the wave may well keep it below Rachel's opening score as we can move down into the last 5 minutes 6 seconds, with Rachel Tilley expected to be in a commanding lead, and now all of the surfers will need something solid. It's Maria and Sophie who are going to be battling for second, and the pressure will really be on Tully to either get something exceptional or quickly with 2 solid rides. As Sophia drops a 5, she temporarily moves up the leaderboard, but we are awaiting for Maria's score. Maria likely to move up to second or first, as we can see our president, Fernando Aguirre, there. Welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. Fernando, great to see you here watching the action, bringing us all this incredible energy as we can now see the longboard styler herself, the reigning Australian champion, with her toes on the tip for a 5 into a 10 and comes into a nice down carve bottom turn setup, all tall on a high line as this wave gets a little bit foamy, and she cuts back and just drives into a drop knee cut back again and redirects with some footwork, and now things get serious for Tully. She's going to have to get a backup score though. She's going to get something nice on this wave, but is there going to be time for her to paddle out for more? Berlin, what do you think?
I think if she does have time to paddle out for more, which we have seen, she's going to need to get something really good.
Irakanji's on the sand. We got Melanie, we got Archie, we've got Mum Donna, and we got Clinton. They're all cheering, they're happy with that, but they know she needs something else because we're still awaiting a very strong score from Maria and a really strong score for Rachel.
Yep, and the only point of difference right now is Maria's backup is a 2.33 and Tully's backup is a 2.93. So it's going to be interesting because this wave of Maria that she just had that we're waiting for her score was a really good wave.
There we go, sporting
Our
their
lifeguards. I just want to do a massive shout out to the amount of women lifeguards that I saw this morning. It was majority female. And I was like, go girls.
Yep.
Go the girls.
It's the Argentinian relationship we've got here. They do a fantastic exchange program where Argentinian lifeguards come out and work with the local lifeguards here in El Salvador. As we can see, Maria Fernanda Reyes setting herself up for her third wave, dropping a 6.67 for her second wave. Hits the 5, soul arches, walks out on her Piccolo Clemente board, and then redirects, gets a high line, finds the 5, holds the 5, cross steps back to the tail, and then just stays in trim with some great footwork and a nice smooth cross step turn, and now all snaky and slicing back and forth, just winding it up, just looking for the footwork into another 5, pulls up for a tight 5, those toes nicely over the front tip, as she now just redirects with some great positioning through the inside as things start to accelerate. She touches it, but that wave moving very fast now, and she just pedals back, and now as things slow down, she might get one little sneaky roll of the 5, walks out, lands on the sand, 1 minute 40. She's not going to have time for another significant set. As Sophia walks cleanly into a soul arch. This looks really nice, Belen.
Yeah, she caught that from out the back and has just worked this wave so well. Her style is so beautiful and buttery, and it's functional flow as well. You see the way she utilizes her trim to get her into positions without bopping and bouncing around is just so fluid. Her rail to rail is just clean and elegant. It's very graceful to watch, and these little turns right here are just nice setups for which when she's looking for these sections that are going to line up for her, and she's just hunting for maybe this little inside nose ride. Her last wave came in as a 5, so I have a feeling this might go into her a little bit higher score for her already just from what I've seen.
Well, we're expecting Rachel to be in a solid first when that score comes in, and now it's going to be a real battle for second. I love what I saw there from Sophia. It was lively, electric, loose, pacey, dynamic. Tully White definitely needs another score. Is there going to be an opportunity for her to shoulder hop something? Sitting out back, Rachel Tilly patiently waiting, knowing she's still awaiting her second score, but she knows it was strong. Yes, again, she did have to go through the foam, but when she connected back, it was incredible, and she drops a 7.5, so she's now in a commanding lead with Maria Fernanda Reyes still awaiting a score and still sitting in second. Sophia chasing a score, but Maria now moves up into first because she's just dropped her backup score, as we now see Tully White fading in with 4 seconds remaining, standing tall. Rachel back up into first with a little bit of score exchange there. So Rachel is soul arching out back. Joyce Hoffman-esque as she drops in a 10 and walks out of that 10, and Tully on the drop knee on that smaller wave in front, and Rachel just unleashing on a big searing overhead wave already with a 7.53 to her name. She will get a third score, and Tully's now right in the mix, Berlin. I expect Rachel to take the win here, but it's open for second between Sophia, Maria and Tully.
Watching these women exchange waves, as we see Tully and as we see Rachel on the back, just front post maneuvers of 10s, just looking like something, a statue, as Meg called it, and then Tully on the inside working. It was so interesting going back and forth between watching these two beautiful women showing so much style and grace come through, and we're still waiting for some scores.
I'm feeling kind of confident about Sophia here. I think she's really in with a shot, but Maria's got a big score to drop as well, and Rachel, I think, is booked herself a spot in the final. I think that Rachel is absolutely secured. She most likely will have the win. I think it's a 7-5, a 7-5-3, and she could even improve that 7-5 on that last score. It's now a battle for second. My memories of Maria's ride was that it was very strong.
It was a really
already
strong.
carrying a 6.67. It's a higher backup than Sophia's, which will mean that Sophia will need something super significant to move up into second. Tully drops a 5.93 for her strong ride, but there's one more ride to come through for Tully. I'm not sure if she took it from up the top of the point, but I think that there is possibilities for all three of the women from Peru, Australia and Hawaii respectively to still fall into second.
I think it's Rachel and Maria. That's how I feel.
Yep.
And this drive off the bottom was just so beautiful and really done with, like I said, again, back to that functional flow of understanding the lift.
Okay, now we've got some numbers coming through. So Sophia is got a 5.9.
5.9.
So
right.
that now means that Maria needs a 4.23. I think Maria's got that for sure. And Tully needs a 4.97. Now, once Maria's score comes through, that will determine what Tully really needs on this wave. I think that Maria is going to get the score that she needs, but I like what I'm seeing there from Tully. Do you have a memory of Maria's ride relative to Tully's? Is Tully's big enough to really garner the score that she needs?
I think that Maria had some pretty decent nose rides out the back as well and connected that all the way to the inside.
There it is, a 5.97. So now we know that Tully needs a 6.71. We're still waiting a score for Rachel. This is Maria's 5.97. And if you study and analyze and appreciate this, Tully needs something that's almost a whole point higher than this ride.
All right, having a look at this. So this is, again, this was from out the back. She's had, again, a couple nose rides. She's had, a little reverse cross step back. Nice, just some weaving, a little bit of downtime here, and then goes back up for the 5, tighter 5. So let's just see. Again, this connects all the way to the inside.
We know that Rachel is guaranteed herself a spot in the grand final. She will be guaranteed an individual medal. But right now, is it going to be Maria? Is it going to be Sophia? Maria is looking very strong because she's got that 5.97, and we're just waiting now for Tully's ride. Sophia will move down into the Repercharge. Tully will also move into the Repercharge. It's Rachel Tilley, Maria Fernanda Reyes who booked themselves a spot in the grand final, guaranteed a medal, and it's Tully White for Australia and Sophia Colhane for Hawaii who move to the Repercharge final to have to claw themselves back to the grand final.
And the thing about those ladies is they've got the skill set. Maybe they just need to go reset. An amazing heat. And congratulations to the top 2 ladies that are now into medals.
We're going to move on to the men's Repercharge final. It's not gold yet, but there's opportunities for those 4 surfers coming up. We have Bo and Megan in the booth. Stay with us. It's finals day.
Una vida llena de todas esas cosas que la hacen realmente suprema. La otra vida hoy se nota en una nueva imagen, hecha con el arte que nos enseña que todo eso que hemos ido dejando para otra vida es hoy suprema. Esta es la otra vida.
Welcome back to live action here, finals day action. Thank you so much for tuning in wherever you are watching in the world. This is the men's Repercharge round, heat number 1 in the water for round 10. as we see J.R. Esquivel just finishing off a wave here through the inside. The work he got done on the outside was all nose riding masterclass as he brings this one through to the inside. J.R. of the Philippines moving his way through, back up on the nose here as he makes his way through the inside section. You can see this tide bottoming out now as JR steps back off the nose, finishes that wave cleanly right on the inside. Going to be a great start for our surfer of the Philippines. He's going to be up against Kai Salas, the defending gold medalist from last year from Hawaii. Ben Skinner representing England in the blue jersey. Gold medalist Rodrigo Schweier of Brazil in the green jersey. So a stacked Repercharge heat. Top two surfers moving through to the grand final coming up very soon. Some great surfing throughout today. My name is Bo Nixon. Megan Godinez in the booth for the call as well, Megs. Great to see all these surfers putting their best show on for finals day.
Yeah, I mean, El Sonzo provides the best right point break, and they're just absolutely the landscape too, the water, everything about it, beautiful.
Yeah, we're going to throw it down to someone who's looking to go one better than last year, Rachel Tilley on the glass with Sam.
Absolutely, Rachel Tilley, you have just booked yourself a spot in the grand final. You can go for gold. You must be feeling over the moon right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like something that I woke up this morning thinking about, but had to keeping myself at bay because there was work to do until then. And now it's nice. I mean, the goal is gold, absolutely. But I'm in the medal round now. I get to stand on the podium for my country, and that just means so much.
There's a really special moment in that heat where me and Berlin were watching you, and you did this soul arch, and we suddenly realized that it was Joyce Hoffman-esque. It just reminisced of this amazing photo of her doing that soul arch. I mean, talk of all those women longboarders who've inspired you to get to this place.
Gosh, I mean, Joyce coming out of Southern California too, absolutely. And I mean, even more closer to my age bracket, Killia Moniz was a huge one for me growing up. I had all her posters on my wall. And then so many of the women that I compete against now are inspirations to me. Honolua, Alice, you know, and lucky for me, they're some of my best friends too. So I just love contests like these where in the free surfs, we're just all surfing together. I get to watch them. They inspire me. They push me harder. And then we get to sit out and just, while in between we're waiting for waves, we're just talking about life, catching up on whatever, everything. So it's great.
And let's appreciate the quality of the surf. How amazing is it here in Surf City El Sunzal?
Yeah, I mean, the waves here are top notch. You don't have to convince me anymore of that. I absolutely love coming to compete here, and we've scored on finals day, so we're so blessed.
Rachel, you are guaranteed a medal. You've got a grand final to get ready for. We can't wait to watch that. Good luck later on today.
Thank you.
Rachel Tilley there, definitely the standout women's surfer of this competition so far. Can she bring home gold? We'll have to wait for the women's final coming up later today. Lots of action still to come. Now you heard the screams from Team Philippines. A 9.5 drops for Rogelio J.R. Esquivel. But we're going to take a look at Kai Salas' first wave, dropping a 6-point ride, Megs.
Nice high line for that really tight hang five, holding it up on that wave, working his way around this whitewash section. Again, surfers really taking notice that they really had to kind of shift their positioning out in the lineup. Nice swooping carve roundhouse cutback, really just setting all his weight onto that back foot, having his front foot be that steering wheel. Nice swooping, just some downtime here, waiting for this wave to stand up, but he does opt out to get back out into the lineup as we see the replay of JR's wave. This beautiful hang 5, hang 10, holding it, almost going down to the middle of the face, then rising back up for another high line. I mean, that is just, he was in the pocket. If anything, he was going as fast as the wave. And to do that is absolutely incredible. As we see him up again for that hang 5, nice swooping carve cut back. The face kind of getting away from him now. He's just looking for that reform section on the inside. It's starting to hit that deeper spot, but then you see this wave start to stand up. He gets heavy on that tail, walks closely up into that nose. Nice hang 5, hang 10, hang 5, hang 10 again. swooping back into that whitewash, waiting for this wave to stand up, just redirecting his board back left, waiting, stomping on that tail again, shifting his weight, getting up into that nose, finding that nose right again, another 10, another 5, another 10, pointing at the judges saying, did you see that? Because that was the most hang 10s I think I have seen on a wave here at El Sunzo, El Salvador.
Gliding with precision, Megs. I love it. I love the way that JR's surfing. And he must have heard us in those previous heats, Megs, because he utilized the whole face of that wave. He's been holding those nose rods on the outside section for a long time, but he's only been really wiggling his board in that top half of the wave. This time, he managed to drop right down it, and that's where the score pushed him up into the excellent range, a 9.5 across the board from every judge.
I mean, beautiful, beautiful surfing, the way he had that control. And I would like to think that they are watching these replays back and hearing our input on it. The way that he really let the board drop down to the bottom of the wave and then pushing against that flat section to get him back up into a high line. I mean, he is connecting fluid, just beautiful, beautiful surfing from him. I'm almost speechless.
I agree. I agree. Flawless surfing from J.R. Esquivel of the Philippines as we see him up on another ride here, backing things up super quickly, getting the 10, holding it, perched on the nose. I love it. Oh my goodness. 10 seconds on the nose. That was amazing. JR still holding his nose ride all the way through this section here, stepping back on the tail. Now again, dropping down the face of that one, kicking out. That's going to be a great backup score, even though it was a smaller wave. 2010 gold medalist Rodrigo Schweier up and riding on his backhand. A good touch of the 10 there on this nose ride. Holds it through a critical section. You can see the tail of his board there in that white water. Does well to hold it through. He learnt from JR that he needs to hold those nose rides on the outside section. Now drops down, starts to get progressive off the top there. Catches a rail, uncharacteristic from Rodrigo. He's been on point on his rail game in the previous heats. Just maybe a lapse in concentration there. He's been surfing a lot already today. This is going to be his third session in the water, as he makes his way through these rounds. But he'll paddle back out, look to recompose himself as we start to see some scores dropping in for our competitors. We saw Kai Salas get things started with a 6, and here's our first glimpse at Ben Skinner up on the nose, holding a 10. Beautiful composure from Ben as he makes his way, weaves his way from bottom to top on this ride. Has to just let that board gain a bit of speed through this section as he's going to look to step back here on the tail. Really powerful wrapping maneuver back to rebound off the white water. Beautiful drop knee down carve. That was so elegant, the way he was able to control that board and the speed as well he carried throughout that turn. Unfortunately, that wave not standing up for him to offer more scoring potential on the inside. We saw that in Ben's last heat as well, and their scores really was kept in that 5-point range for Ben because he wasn't able to link it through. Bit of a smaller wave as well. Sets on the horizon.
Oh, wow. A lot of action already in this heat. We've got just shy of actually 9 minutes left in this heat. We see sets rolling in. We see the surfers repositioning. You can see they've starting to sit a little bit more wide because they are getting stuck behind that whitewash as we see Red, surfer from Hawaii, paddling for this wave wall.
Kai Salas up and riding, defending gold medalist of Hawaii on the nose, holding that 5 again. These waves are perfect to showcase the world's best longboarders. Kai Salas now dropping down, weaving, holding that midline on the wave as he cross steps up to the nose. Beautiful composure from Kai as he makes his way around this section here. A big white water section to deal with. We'll see if Kai is able to make it through this section and be able to bring some maneuvers through to the end section of this wave. You see him bouncing his board through this section, really trying to get something in a bit of board speed. Kai Salas there, just getting tripped up. This is the man of the moment. The 9.5 drop for him earlier. J.R. Esquivel up and riding. He brings this one through. He's going to just show Kai how to use his footwork to get back up on the nose, carving that board back around to the section here. Gets up on the nose again. Beautiful 10. I love the way he uses his hips to control the speed and control the weight shifting as well, adding that flair to his surfing. Back up on the nose again for the touch of the 5. Wraps it back around to the white water, finishing off on the inside. Team Philippines is going to be stoked with that ride there from J.R. Esquivel. He's got 2 rides now to drop in for those previous scores. He's going to be looking healthy in first place.
Yeah, the way that he's surfing right now, I feel like he was just building his house in the heats previous, and now I feel like he's starting to really get into that climax and getting those, the way that he's surfing right now is insane. How he's utilizing every maneuver is linking. As we see this replay from him, beautiful cross steps up into that nose ride, hanging 5, another touch of that 5, redirects just from the middle of his board, and he's got this beautiful hang 5, tap 10. In that critical section, you see the wave feathering out onto the left side of the screen. That is critical as we see that wave kind of almost explode behind him. Nice redirect, using that whole wave. Again, judges really looking for that. Nice. He's getting out a little bit into that shoulder, but he just redirects left just to wait for this wall to stand up. And this wall right here doing him the favor as he just kind of looks past Kai, saying, oh, and the way that he stalls on that top. And then this 10, how he uses his hips. He just puts all his weight over. I mean, the way that his hips were really shifted over that nose, his weight was technically over the nose. So for him to do that, and then this big rounding swooping cut back, I mean, he doesn't claim a lot, so he feels good. You know that he's feeling really good as we see the replay for Kai here. Nice high line, beautiful hang 5, just floating. So beautiful and so statuesque the way that he surfs. Very calm, collected, waiting for this wave to stand back up again. Now this is where it gets a little tricky. That wave really starting to come at him with this whitewash. He's going to try and get past this, work his way into this inside, that section, that middle section really starting to get very full and a lot of water. And there he finds it, and then he just kind of, it looks like that wave really just decided to kick him off. I think that the texture really wasn't paying favor with his board, so it just kind of just more board was behind the wave rather than in front of the wave, and he thought he could kick his footsteps to get to the nose, but it just decided to buck him off.
Yeah, great surfing there from all of our competitors. Scores starting to trickle in now. Still a few judges left to lock in their scores for some rides, but Ben Skinner locked in a 5.6 for his first ride. He's currently sitting in that 3rd position, but Rodrigo Schweier waiting on a score for him, waiting on scores for Kai Salas, but also J.R. Esquivel on that last ride, claiming it on the sand. I mean, any of these surfers could move through. This is the Repercharge round final. Top 2 surfers moving through to the main round final. That's going to be crowning champions later on today. Bottom 2 surfers will lose from competition. As we start to see scores coming in for Rodrigo Schweier, a 7-point ride for Rodrigo. That long nose ride on the outside section that we saw. Still waiting on scores. Last of Kai Salas, last of J.R. Esquivel. I think that's really going to solidify J.R.'s spot in the 1st position. So we'll wait to update you on the situation as those scores come through. 4 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. This heat feels like it is going by really quickly. Megs, this is a great display of just great traditional longboarding from our surfers, especially JR.
I mean, I've seen all these men in a final in other competitions, so for them to all be stacked in this, and this is the Repercharge. This isn't even the main round, so this is their last chance. As scores come in, we see Rogelio JR getting a 9.63. One judge giving him a 10. With the average, they take the highest and the lowest score. Wow, 2 9s. I'm telling you, he is now nailing that roof in, building that house throughout the competition,
beautiful, absolutely incredible surfing from JR.
That's the kind of surfing that turns heads, and we love it now. Has he peaked too early though, Megs? He's still got another heat if he gets through this one. Of course, Ben Skinner, second priority, sitting in the water, paddling hard to get this one. Will he get onto it? He doesn't. He misses it. Drops down to the, I believe, third or maybe even fourth priority there. Third priority in the water now. Rodrigo Schweier, still with that one wave score of a 7-point ride. He's looking to drop in a 5.2 to improve his situation. But it is Kai Salas, currently sitting in second position, looking to improve upon a 6-point ride. He's up on the nose, tight 5 to kick things off on this wave, dropping down mid-face, now down to the bottom. Cross steps back to the tail. Beautiful slicing turn there from Kai as he finds himself at the top of this wave to get up for a 5. He's going to hold it. You can see that board speed just perfectly matched for the wave speed, putting him back in the critical section of the wave. Now he's back on the tail to get some rail work done on the inside. Smooth, silky turns there from Kai. And he, again, is just waiting for things to set up down the line. He's going to stay with this wave, realizing there's only 2 minutes left. He's up on the nose for the 10. It's all coming down to this wave for Kai Salas. Will he be able to make it through to that final to defend his gold medal from last year? Kai Salas up on the nose for a quick touch of the 5, whipping that board back around toward the white water. He's bringing it right the way through to the end section of this wave. He's just going to finish it off cleanly, showing the judges he's riding out with control.
His turns are absolutely butter. The way that there's no hiccup when he turns. He really sets his rail and lets the fin do that work, especially with that scoop of that tail. It's this Blue Moon model, so it's working really well for him. That board has taken him to multiple world titles, so that board, I mean, did all the work as well as he did.
Oh, certainly did. We're coming down to almost 1 minute left on the clock. Ben Skinner looking for a huge score to put himself up into that advancing position. He's up on the nose. You see he's holding that 5, has to step back to deal with a steep section in front of him. He brings this one through, floating off the top of that section there. Bottom turning his way through. Smaller wave, but getting lots of work done already. Stepping back on the tail there as we sets up for this beautiful nose ride there. Levitates out of that 10. Steps back on the tail, wraps it back to the pocket. Beautiful surfing. I love the way he's linking and combining these major maneuvers through the inside section. See Ben, beautiful drop knee carve as he sets things up again to get up to the nose. Little hand drag there, tight 5 as Ben wraps it on the inside, loses a little bit of the fin there on that last turn. So we see him bring it through to finish this wave off. I think he's just going to end up straightening out. Ben up on the nose, looking for a 7.67 on this wave. His mates on the beach there cheering him on. So Ben needing a 7.67. Kai locked in a 7.07. JR Esquivel, the man of the moment, out in the lead, going to be advancing through to the main final. Hanging heels, walks back with control. Beautiful style and composure. That poise that he has on the nose is fantastic. Beautiful drop knee, swooping turn. Back up on the nose again. Wraps it back in for a rebound off the white water. As we see JR stepping on the tail again, stalling it. Back up on the nose. Drops down this wave with speed. Comes out through there. Beautiful little steezy style as he hits the top of the wave on that section. Wrapping it down for the setup work here as he looks to get back on the tail here. Whipping that board back around. He knows he's done enough in this heat. He knows he'll be moving through to the final. The question is, who's moving forwards with him? Kai Salas currently sitting in second place, waiting for the last of Ben Skinner, waiting for a last wave of Rodrigo Schweier as well, only needing a 6.28 to progress through for Brazil. And of course, the last score of JR to drop as well, but his teammates are down there. He's got the whole field in combination situation. He's done amazing surfing in this, and he'll be carrying that momentum, that confidence through to the main final. Rodrigo's last wave, Megs.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the score from our judges. Nice hang 5, getting down into that lower section and then stepping back, really engaging that rail, swooping that cut back. Gets a little hung up on the whitewash here, but he's waiting for this wall to stand up. Nice swooping carve, really setting that rail in. You can see all that water being pushed out of place for him to make way. And then he walks up to that nose. Nice swooping cut back. Really leading with that shoulder. Nice drawing turn, finding that high line again, getting a little sticky with these bumps, but he navigates it super well as he gets into this pupusa section, making his way. He knows he needs to make this count. He just needs a 6.28 as of right now. Nice hang 5 out into that section and finishes off.
As it stands, Ben Skinner drops a 6.27. Not enough. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Ben from competition. Is it going to be Kai Salas, currently sitting in that second place now, or Rodrigo Schweier on screen, down on the beach for Team Brazil, waiting for that score to lock in? A 6.28 is what he needs to change this situation. Will Rodrigo Schweier make it 2 finals in a row for a chance at another gold medal? Or will it be Kai Salas, the defending gold medalist from last year, moving through to the final? Tense times on the beach. We're waiting for the judges to lock in that last score. I have a feeling they're going to be looking at replays. They're going to be reflecting on the other scores in this heat. Was it as good as Ben Skinner's last 6.27? That is really the mark here, because that's just about what Rodrigo needs to move forward. He got a lot of good work done on the outside, a nice nose ride, a clean carve, got a little bit hung up behind that whitewater section. I would have really loved to have seen him connect through with a bit more, but he had to have that bit of downtime, but he brought it through on the inside. I have seen judges going into the 6-point range. He changes the situation. Rodrigo Schweier, now a 7.37 drops for him, puts him up into second place. It will be J.R. Esquivel. Rodrigo Schweier moving through to the men's main final. Unfortunately, losing the crowd favourite Kai Salas and Ben Skinner as well. They put on a fantastic performance throughout this event. Really, they should be holding their heads up high. And we're going to switch things up in the booth here. We're going to bring Sam and Berlin in for the call for the next heat. Don't go anywhere. Finals day here for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action, as we have just seen Rogelio Esquivel, JR, get in the grand final along with Rodrigo Schweier from Brazil. So that men's grand final will be Takanui, Edward Del Piero, Rogelio, JR Esquivel, known as JR, and of course Rodrigo Schweier, a 2010 gold medalist. But right now it's the women's Repercharge final to get a spot in the grand final to meet Rachel Tilley and Maria Fernanda Reyes. It's Tully White, Australia, Sophia Corhain, Hawaii, Natsumi Teoka, Japan, Elise Lemoine, France, going for her 3rd ISA gold medal. Exciting stuff as 18 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Tully White sitting out there in red, Sophia Corhain in blue, Natsumi Teoka in green, Elise Lemoine in white. Amazing stuff there, Berlin.
This lineup right now is next level. The surfing from that last heat, geez, I don't think I could have any more anxiety right now.
With that, he's booked himself a spot in the grand final. JR for Team Philippines will be guaranteed an individual medal.
Congratulations, JR, moving through to the final here on finals day. Tell me, how are you feeling?
So I can't explain. So thankful for that heat.
Like I think that's the best heat of my life. Imagine having two nines on the semifinal. That was crazy. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you put together some great surfing there, almost excellent surfing. Are you going to look to do the same in the final?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same strategy and try to like get another big scores, and yeah, just keep focused there and maybe wave selection. So yeah.
Congratulations, you're moving through. We'll let you take a rest because the final's coming up very soon. All the best. Good luck for the rest of the competition.
Congratulations, Team Philippines. Congratulations, JR. Congratulations, Surf Towns, San Juan, La Union, Luzon, north of the Philippines on that west-facing coast there. An incredible community and the government getting behind that team. And some interesting facts from our man, Aaron Hughes, Team ISA. It's the second year in a row that Rachel Tilley and Edouard Del Perro have been the two surfers in the top spot to advance to the grand final from the main round. The third year in a row that Edouard has done it. In 2023, it was Edward and Antoine advancing together, with Antoine winning his third gold medal that year. Also, Edouard and Taka were the two surfers to advance together from the main round last year. You can follow us on socials at ISA Surfing, and right now we are looking to see who will book a spot in the grand final of the women's. Of course, we have Tully White, Sophia Colhane, Natsumi Teoka and Elise Lemoine, and up and riding right now it looks to be our surfer in red. Tully White locks in a really nice soul arch 5, walks cleanly out of that critical nose ride, back up for another touch of the 5, streaking, stretching, and then cross-stepping back to the tail, that close stance, going low for a bottom turn as the tide starts to push and the waves get glassy here in the early section. She's already delivered some beautiful, stylish longboarding with rail engagement, footwork and flow, and use of all of the board and all of the wave up and down, covering a tremendous amount of ground. Berlin Alvarez Kimball, what do you think of this?
Oh, this is beautiful surfing, nice technical surfing. Again, she's staying really in the pocket, really driving off of, her footwork as well, and just showing clean, beautiful style. And for her opening ride, the first I think 4 waves of her last heat, she just kind of fell. Oh, look at this nose ride locked in. I love this drone footage.
Wow.
Oh.
How close can you get to the drone on a hang 5, as we see Elise Lemoine falling on the inside, but she may well have had some dynamic surfing up to that point. But what a display from Tully White for the Irukandjis, Team Australia, on her Sean Nettleton board, of course. Rhino laminating. Big shout out to all of the work they have done to get her out here with those amazing boards. As we can see Elise Lemoine paddling fast on her Luffy, and sitting out back on her Michael Takayama, we have Sophia Colhane for Hawaii, and then it's Natsumi Teoka in green for Team Japan. Who's it going to be? Who is going to meet Rachel Tilley and Maria Fernanda Reyes in that final? Both of those women will be waiting in anticipation to know who they're going to be surfing against, but they will have laser focus, Rachel and Maria, right now. They will be looking for gold as we get to appreciate this incredible ride from Tully.
What a lovely roll into that wave on a nice 5, and then again making it around the section. Again, another lovely nose ride. Nice carving, and then the drive just almost just touching the bottom just to get that forward propel, and then again driving the nice turns. If you notice, she's really drawing her turns out nice and smooth and really staying in the white water, which is just what you really like to see when it comes down to the art of log riding, and again just a little S turning. She's hunting another section, dropping another beautiful drop knee, and then again just moving towards this inside. Nice little footwork. I think this is where her next nose ride comes in. She sees the line. Nice footwork up to a 5. Slow, poised, held, controlled, and then finishing off with a great turn.
What about this for Elise? We saw the fall at the end, but what happened before that moment? Over to you, Berlin.
A nice 5, grabbing a rail to make it around this whitewater section, getting some speed. She's up in that top half of the board, really trying to drive, you know, with that trim in the top front of it. A quick 5, again, cutting back, looking really like she just knows she does not want to fall on the outside. She really needs to put on a good performance. All of these women. And then up to this 5, holding that 5, and that is what Elise is known for, being able to perform when she needs to, dropping this inside up to a 5, holding that, a little bit of chatter, and then just getting knocked off.
I've got no problem about that fall at the end because I think she did excellent range surfing out back as we get to see that outside set there, and a score coming through for Tully White of a 5.83. Natsumi Teoka will also drop a score. What will it be for Elise Lemoine? Considering Tully had a 5.83, the footwork, the poise, the finesse, the pacing of her cross steps in line with the lip, the tempo, the rhythm, the dance, it was all just exquisite. But what I saw on Elise's wave was, it was more of an aggressive wave. She was right in the pocket after that opening line, and she did stay there in that pocket, and then she really started to open out. I do think Elise's wave could go pretty high.
Yeah, I hear that. And we'll have a little look here. This is our green Natsumi flying on the nose, just waiting for that section. A little bit of foam here. Doing really well to navigate that, and that was really smart.
Yep.
She knew that after she started hitting that foamy part that it just wasn't going to allow her to get what she needs to get amongst all these other women.
And not so bad, a backup score of a 4, considering that there has not yet been a wave ridden for Sophia. That could potentially go in Natsumi's favor, but all of these surfers know that they need to go excellent range in order to book a spot in the grand final. As we get a little update on the team standings as it stands right now, France in numero uno in gold, Japan in silver, the Philippines in bronze, Brazil in copper, but that could all change when we get those individual medals. In 5th Hawaii, in 6th USA, in 7th Australia, 8th Peru, and up and riding right now our Hawaiian surfer in blue, Sophia Culhane, on her first ride of the Repercharge final, looking to book a spot in the grand final on her Michael Takayama round tail single fin, sweeping that turn, throwing spray, and again elegant in the footwork and nice with the down carve, little tool bottom turn setup, high in the line here, cross steps back to the pocket, whips it round, stylishly cross steps forward. She's already got a really nice long nose ride to kick things off. Can she keep composure through the inside? She snapped that cut back, and that whitewater just threw her off balance, but it's going to be a good score for Sophia, and she's got 9 minutes 40 seconds remaining. That's enough time to get out back. Will there be another set for her? Let's hope so.
I think and I feel after looking at this takeoff, let's see, straight up to nice little time, there we go, 5, and then again just waiting patiently for this section right here, holds that 5, nice control, and I really love how she stays in the middle part of that surfboard to drive speed, and those wraparound cutbacks are so clean, and see how much water she's throwing as she engages that rail. So a lot of speed and power into her turns, but still quite feminine, and that right there is just so lovely to watch. Functional flow, nice turning, and unfortunately just pivoting a little too fast and catching.
That was the Sophia Culhane we love to watch, with that rhythm and that flow, and then really being aggressive when necessary, but sustaining a real element of poise throughout those turns. And the displacement of water on that down carve, she throws a great line of spray, but it never is a break in her flow, a break in her continuous movement, walking into the next nose ride.
And that's a sign of really good control and speed in your turns when you are able to get that up and not, you see some people do that, but it kind of goes where that's just nice even arcing turns for her. And I really appreciate the way Sophia surfs, and really love her approach to the traditional but yet just nice flowing turns, S-turns as well.
Surfers muscling into the hustle there because there are some waves coming close, and they're just repositioning themselves, looking like somebody is going to potentially pounce on one of these smaller ones, or are they going to play it patient and trust that there could be more significant sets, as we can now see red, Tully White, having a paddle. She looks like she's got a chance to see this one, but it's not big enough, and she will not catch that ride to add to that 5.83. We may well have expected that 5.83 to go a little bit higher from the performance that we saw, but we're still now waiting for Elise's wave. I thought it was a more lively wave. Some people would have preferred the footwork and the flow they saw from Tully, but I'm not surprised to see now Elise's wave coming in at a 6.4. Something I did appreciate about Elise's wave was how bowly it was at the beginning and how she just stayed right in the pocket in the middle of the board, and that was strong and it was great timing.
It looked like, you know, her drive speed, it looked like she just had a lot going on, and sometimes, you know, when you're technically amazing like Tully, it can hinder your score sometimes because it's so smooth.
Teyuka, 4 to her name. This wave peaky, shouldery, so she's going to really have to drive through to get this next section. As she cuts back, she stands tall, and now it's walling up for a nose ride. There's the 5. She's done well on what has been quite a peaky wave, but she's really put that board on rail, and that was an incredible, exquisite carve, just coming right down to the bottom of the wave to power and around into a nice top turn, and then she just goes in the bottom turn using all that cross step. Difficult wave to surf, but she's done an amazing job so far.
She's really worked everything that she needs to work. Oh, there she goes. Fixes that nose ride. Foot wasn't quite on the nose there, but then was able to adjust her foot. Again, she is going to be replacing her 4 on this. And coming down to 6 minutes remaining. Again, nice footwork, quick footwork on the small inside, just holding. Love seeing beautiful footwork on really small waves, because I feel it's really hard to get good nose rides on small waves.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from Natsumi Teoka. She's got a 4 for her first score, as all of the surfers sit out back, with Elise Lemoine out there in first, Sophia Colhane in second, Tully White in third. Natsumi Teoka now drops a score, and it's a 5.33, and she moves up into first. As a big shout out to Robert Fasulo, just updating the ISA team on some information that there are 6 countries fighting for Team Gold: France, Japan, the Philippines, Brazil, Hawaii, USA. Berlin Alvarez Kimball, who's your money on for Team Gold?
I don't know. I'd have to have a little think about that one. But right now, man, the Philippines are pretty on fire.
Absolutely, they're looking good. But can JR deliver the damage in that grand final? Going so big with those high 9s. Let's hope there's still fire in the belly, fuel in the tank. I think there will be. But right now, we've got to really stay focused on this. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Scores required. Tully needs a low score, a backup score. Sophia Colhane needs a very low score as well. Elise has not got her second wave. It's Natsumi out there in first, because she's the only surfer to have 2 rides. So all will change if all 3 of these surfers get their backup ride, and maybe Natsumi might get the chance to replace her low 4. 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Who's up and riding?
Elise uses her priority to keep Tully off of that. As we see them both paddle. Nice 5, nice tight 5.
Nice.
Yeah, really close feet, which is really beautiful to see. Goes in for the floater.
Ooh.
And just kicks out.
Risky. I'm not quite sure from the body language if that was a kick out because she saw she couldn't make that section, or if she was, I think she was aiming for the float then. And just as she extended into that float, her legs were quite straight, and it didn't allow her to have the flex to drop back down. So really unlucky for Elise Lemoine. Will this prove to be a missed opportunity, or now will she benefit from being out of priority, being a little bit more free to go wide and maybe inside and find a potential scorer on the corner, or a little bit inside of the surfers sitting patiently with priority? She drops a score. It does put her up into first. It's not significant. It's a 3-4-3, but we have to appreciate that both Australia and Hawaii are only carrying 1 wave each. Tully has a 5.83 for Australia, Sophia a 6.10 for Hawaii.
Okay, so right now there's no other scores that need to get dropped. So what we see is what will turn the heat 3 minutes left. Tully first priority sitting. I would really love to see Tully advance through this to see. She's been to this event several times and she surfs so well, and she really does the art and flow of longboarding justice, and I would really love to see her up in podium.
Absolutely.
And she's put the time and the effort, and she cares so much about her sport. She gives so much to it, and she has the talent. I really hope she can pull this off for her, because out of all of these ladies, besides Sophia, her first round here, they've all been on podium. They've all had, you know, that medal hanging from their neck.
Hey, this is big moments here. We've got ISA President Fernando Aguirre on the sand, on site, President of the ISA since 1994. Between him and Executive Director Robert Bob Fasulo, they have done so much to bring surfing to the Olympics. And yes, we will not have longboarding in the LA 28 Olympics, but we will have trestles as the center, the podium, the arena for shortboarding, for the opportunity to win Olympic gold in LA 2028. And our sights, our horizons on Brisbane 2032 for a potential inclusion of longboarding as Elise Lemoine styles it through the inside on the sole arch, hips forward, arm up. And that fall earlier may well have favored her to have a little bit more freedom to roam the lineup and get this insider, which could replace her backup score of a 3.43 as she moves right down into the shallows, standing tall. She's already got a couple of really nice rail turns and distinctive critical pocket nose rides and sole arches as she just gets low and eyes up a nice locked roll of the toes over the tip. Again, a little touch of the 5. And walking that all the way through to the inside. And who would have thought it, but maybe a full one wave ago opened up this potential for Elise to book a spot in the grand final if the situation remains unchanged with the other surfers with only 40 seconds remaining.
That was smart surfing, and that was beautiful surfing. She surfed that wave very beautiful.
Hunger.
On point. She's very hungry, and she's not used to being in the Repercharge. She doesn't like being here, and she's like, I need to be back in that that final.
Opportunity came off the back of falling on her 3.43 that put her at a priority wide on the inside. She's got a score. It's coming through. It should solidify her situation. I think she's going to make it to the grand final. Sophia Culhane chasing a score. Can she get into this in time? She can. She's up and riding. It looks good. She needs to get out on the open face. It's a difficult start. It's a smaller wave. She's just having to release the leash from her toes, and now she's locked in a 5. She's walking out of that opening nose ride. She really needs to put every ounce of energy into the remaining part of this ride. She just widens her legs to open into a cutback turn and then set herself up for a tight 5, and then she cross steps really nicely back, and then with that close stance just stands nice and tall and looks to see if she's got one little touch of the 5 to give on the inside. And there it is, a little poised positioning into a kick out. No time is left. No backup score for our surfers until I now see red has got a score, so we don't know how good it's going to be. Sophia Culhane, we got to watch that. It was a small wave, but very well ridden, and here we go for Tully White.
All right, stalling on that takeoff as we see nice fade, nice footwork, looking for the nose ride.
Wow.
She's up to a quick 5. Nice turn.
Nice.
Driving
small
off,
wave,
beautiful
though.
swooping turn. And then we see here again, another nice arcing turn, a smaller wave.
Almost like the wave behind the wave. And she caught up with the wave in front and kept her balance, which was pretty impressive. But I felt like Sophia's had more scoring potential.
She got probably 3 nose rides, probably about 4 or 5 cutbacks.
But I
was
do
able
like
to drive.
the start of Tully's.
It was beautiful. So it will just depend on, as we see, okay, she had driving. Again. Oh, that leg rope. Hate that thing. Up to the 5, holding that 5. And then again, just nice drive. So that's his, and this is going to be her nice little turn.
So they do not need big scores. Tully White is just chasing a 3.5. Sophia Culhane is chasing a 3.23. Elise Lemoine looks like she's in a really good situation with that 6.5 and that backup score of a 393 out of priority. I mean, there's a possibility.
Oh,
that
there's a
both
total possibility. I'm
Sophia
just
and Tully
excited.
could move into first and second. But right now, Natsumi is under threat. And there it is. Sophia drops a score of a 343 and she moves up into second. Tully is now chasing a 371. Now, it was a very, very small wave. It was almost the wave behind a wave. It wasn't super significant in length or speed, but she did have a clean nose ride. As it stands right now, Natsumi Teoka will be eliminated. Elise will certainly make the grand final. Will it be Sophia or will it be Tully? Tully chasing a 371. It comes in just under a 303. Tully will be eliminated. Natsumi will be eliminated. Elise Lemoine and Sophia Colhane will meet Rachel Tilley and Maria Fernanda Reyes in the grand final to go for gold.
Oh my goodness. This is just keeping everyone on edge. Here we go, girls.
Wow, amazing stuff there. Congratulations, Elise, clawing your way through the Repercharge. Congratulations, Sophia. We're going to have a short break, but coming up, we've got the men's grand final here at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champs. Welcome back to the grand final of the men's. Going for gold, it's Taka Inui, Edward Del Pero, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel, Rodrigo Schfeier up on the nose. The first ride for Taka Inui. Silver last year, 30-minute final. Locks in a hood ornament 5 into a 10. Stays on that 5. Accelerates out of his nose ride. Grabs that rail. Just deals with that foam. Chandeliering. Points his knees forward. And then quickly pounces back to the tip. Holds a 5. Walks back with quick, snappy footwork. And then gets a high line for a third 5. Soul arches, tight steps, rebounds off the foam on his Piccolo Clemente built board. Nice drop knee roundhouse coming up, I expect. There it is, a rebound. No drop knee, but a drop knee top turn as he gets spring, bounce, liveliness. Locks into it, a soul arch through that inside, and somehow the rubbery, the elastic Taka Inui keeps his balance. Holds a 10, bolt upright, lifts the back arm, accelerates. Goes for a switch stance float, keeps his balance, and says, thank you. That was absolutely incredible as we see JR Esquivel up and riding, live action. Got a near perfect heat, high 9s in the previous round, the equivalent of the semi-finals. Locked into a super long 5, into it out of 10s. Can he hold it through this section? The degree of difficulty on this nose riding is absolutely next level for JR Esquivel. I am so impressed with the way he held that 5 and locked in those 10s. He just needs to now keep his composure, relax, stay cool. Don't do too much because I just want to see a little bit of variety here, JR, as he gets locked again in a driving nose ride, all tight on his 5s and going in and out of the 10s, and now he unleashes the rail of his Luffy and stands proud for the Philippines, representing the incredible Asian nation that is producing some of the most exciting surfers on the planet at the moment, as JR just walks back to the tail and then through to the inside. Another high line, finds a 5, holds that 5, still going strong. He's going to look to the shore, and that flag from the Philippines is going to be waving as we see now Edouard Del Pero up and riding for Team France. He needs to go big because he's already now would have heard the crowds on the beach cheering the amazing surfing of Taka and JR, and trademark Del Pero searing roundhouse cutbacks low into the drop knee, rail grab, rebound off the foam, accelerating, coming back to the top of the wave. And will there now be an opportunity to blend in some of the footwork and the lifting nose rides as he stands tall, just wipes the water off his face and gets relaxed, but now starts to accelerate once again with the stall, the high line, and there's the 5, holds the 5. This is a really nice ride for the Frenchman. Walks cleanly, widens his stance, another rebound off the foam. In red, Eduard Del Pero looking really strong. In green, J.R. Esquivel, a great start, an incredibly difficult nose ride. In blue, the rubberiness of Taka Inui kicks off with a really cool approach, but right now it's Eduard all the way to the inside, may well straighten out, lands, jumps off, he's good. Massive situation now for the judges to appreciate, study those replays, as we now see Rodrigo Schweier, our 2010 ISA World Gold medalist, locked in a long 5, walks and then shuffles and opens up his stance for a roundhouse cutback on his Luffy board. 2 Luffys represented here in the grand final as he goes top to bottom, unleashing vertical progressive rail turns and then cuts back, stands high, stalls it, straight for a stretch 5, walks out, kicks out, and that was 4 surfers going for gold there, Berlin Alvarez Kimball.
How are you feeling after that?
Let's get down to Elise. She's booked herself a spot in the grand final.
Elise, through to the final of the women's round. You must be very happy with that. You have a chance to go for your 3rd gold medal. Tell us, how are you feeling?
Wow. It was a long day, and yeah, I'm super stoked because it was super long with the heat of Repercharge, but I'm super happy to make to the final. And of course, I want to win. I'm gonna do my best, of course, and just to have fun and to share a final with good girls.
Well, you're looking strong. Team France is looking very strong. You're coming up in the next heat. I'll let you go get ready. All the best. Back to you in the booth.
Merci beaucoup et gros bisous à tout le monde. Maman, je t'aime et allez, j'espère qu'on va gagner. Gros bisous à tout le monde. Merci.
Congratulations, Elise. Great to hear her. Happy to do that interview, knowing she's now got her regain her focus, get hydrated, get ready, wax up, have her backup board on the sand. Team France waving the tricolore, allez le bleu, as they say, as scores will start to come through pretty soon for all 4 surfers. So this will set the playing field. Such a variety of approaches there, from the long opening nose ride of JR. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 seconds on that 5 with 10s thrown in.
Okay, keep going.
What was that about? That was mind-blowing.
Oh, that was amazing. And so if this was a nose rider event, you add 2 seconds to each 10. So it's still on the nose. Still on the nose. This display of control and understanding how to navigate the speed and flow from, you actually were nose riding. You were guiding your board off of that. And that was just exquisite. The absolute masterclass of how to nose ride on your backhand as he's back on the inside here. So proud, so ecstatic. You could see in his interviews he was just overwhelmed with emotion, and he has put the effort in and so deserves to be in this final.
I couldn't believe the degree of risk that he stayed loyal to that line on the 5, and the fact that he used the 10 functionally to just drive back along, as we can now see him going for his backup score. It's not going to be a catcher for JR, but this is really going to set the tempo. Taka's wave had a huge amount of variety. JR's long 5 in and out of 10s. Taka had more variety. Eduard had the biggest searing roundhouse turns. I think Edward's wave had the best shape. It was potentially the fastest at the beginning. Taka did more things, as we've come to expect from Taka. Mr. Do everything on one wave, ending with a pretty groovy switch stance floater. That was cool. And then JR, without doubt, a 15-second 5 with multiple 10s.
But the difference, in my opinion, is watching hanging 10 in the pocket. To me personally, I feel is one of the hardest maneuvers.
Yeah.
To do it functional, with flow, with style, grace, and in control.
Absolutely. And what about Rodrigo Schweier relative to that scale? You think good?
I think it was really good. I think, you know, his rail-to-rail surfing is amazing to watch. His nose rides didn't get the nose rides that we saw from some of the other competitors, but great tail surfing, good nose rides. I'm interested to see what's going to come through.
There it is. Edouard Del Pero gets the best of the exchange. Still waiting for Rodrigo Schweier's score, but Edward drops an 8.5. JR Esquivel drops a 7.33. Taka Inui drops a 6.33. So Edouard's size of wave potentially playing into his advantage as we get to appreciate the opening 5 and then the searing cutbacks and turns and carves that he performed.
Oh, he surfed this wave so well, deserving of that 8.5. Big swooping rail grabs, adjust from the right hand to the left hand to give that lift as well. Again, really a testament to why he deserves to be in this final as well. Beautiful, banking off the whitewater, driving speed. You know, he's really maximizing these fast sections of the wave that are not really allowing the nose ride sections until he can set it up for himself into the nose ride section. And there he goes. He sees it. Now he sees the nose ride section open up for him. This is where he unleashes the other side of his surfing, that beautiful technical nose ride in pockets. And then again, readjusts, brings in the drop knee. But again, he does what needs to be done on the wave. If it's a really fast section, that's when you're going to see the rail to rail. Beautiful nose ride section, you're going to see him glide and flow. And this is what scored him that 8.5.
Wow, incredible stuff as we can now see the replay of the second wave of JR Esquivel. Into a 5, into a 10, holds that 10. Walks out cleanly from that opening 10, snaps it back with a real good redirect to high line into another critical 10, and then walks out of that 10 all radical. This is a great wave. Now demonstrating his ability to bring in the variety. And what about these multiple 10s, these nose rides, the length of time with all 10 toes over the tip of his Luffy. This is absolutely world class from JR.
Seeing the amount of hanging 10 that I've seen between the couple of waves that he's ridden in this final, I think is more hang 10s than I've seen in some of the whole in some of the heats, you know, like put together, combined. So to showcase that talent of nose riding in so frequently right now and just blowing up is a testament to understanding his log and his longboard and being able to mix in the other side of surfing as well. You know, it's so beautiful to watch.
Absolutely. USA is out of the fight now for Team Gold. Of course, it's still to play for a number of other teams. It could be France, it could be the Philippines, it could be Japan, it could be Brazil, but right now Edouard Del Pero going for that first individual gold. Of course, his brother Antoine, now a team manager, won 3 longboard golds for France, and now Edouard into a 10, holds that 5, drops down, soul arches, lifts that arm, stays loyal to that nose ride, walks out just in time, and now unleashes that searing trademark turn into that down carve bottom turn setup with a touch of the 5, and then you can just see the acceleration and the torque of his Alan Minvel combo torque design as we can see him going back up for another 5, walks to the tail and goes low and drives into a drop knee for some variety of the rail work as we wait for scores to come through. A 5.77 for JR's last ride, and it's Edouard who may well be on the hunt for his first individual gold. Already now he's going to be sitting on a backup wave that could well rival his 8.5. Is this finally Edouard's year as he just clamps it on to the sand, dealing with the Papusa section, letting out a massive almighty roar? And we have to consider the heartbreak for Edouard, getting bronze in 2019, copper in 2023 and 2024, and the year that Antoine won his 3rd ISA gold 2 years ago, that was tipped to be Edouard's year. And then out of nowhere, Antoine just nailed it in the final and won his 3rd gold, and you could see the eruption of emotion for the Frenchman. It will mean so much to him to finally win the individual gold.
He is pouring his heart and soul into his surfing right now. You can see everything. There's just so much passion and power and drive and really the feel of the need. I deserve this.
Sure.
I have worked so hard for this, and it's display. Look at this from this angle. Again, locked in 5, so committed powering through a whitewater section. And then again, these rail turns, just really utilizing the speed that he drives off of his bottom turns. And then again, just these swooping cutbacks, doing what he needs to do to get the job done and not bouncing and flopping around. Again, just really using the trim and then bringing in the drop knees as well, and then the subtle arts of the trim up to the 5. Such great surfing from him, and you could just feel his power in all of these turns and the drive and the motivation right now and everything he's doing. He's so committed. And look at this 5. Again, floater. You see his arms go down and that roar. Oh, I think I kind of would have been scared to see that or hear that.
Surf City shook when the Frenchman let out that positive roar, a eruption of joy. As we now see Taka Inui up on the tip. He's got a 633 to his name, and he's now hanging 10. Walks back to the tail, a high line. He's got a silver last year. He's going to have to go super hard to rival the 917 that Eduardo Del Pero has just dropped, putting himself in a commanding gold medal position with 15 minutes 33 seconds remaining as Taka goes into the bowley section. He's just having to really stroke forward to get that reform, and he comes off the back of that as Rodrigo Schweier, who's been the quieter surfer in this final, but kicking off with a 737, backing it up with a 377. He's right in the mix, but I feel it may well be a battle for silver as we see Schweier on the tip in the 10, holding the 10, walking out with clean footwork, widening the stance into his trademark roundhouse cutback, deciding not to hit the foam, just coming out in front of the curtain as he sets himself up on the final bit of this stage. Salt water welling up on the 5, some spray as he kicks out cleanly and ends his ride, which will go into his top 2 because it will replace his 377, and it may well put him in a decent position. He could even move up to silver. Right now, Eduardo Del Pero for France in gold, J.R. Esquivel for the Philippines in silver, Rodrigo Schweier in bronze with a score waiting to come through, Taka Inui in copper, also with a score waiting to come through.
The hunt for silver now.
The hunt for Red October, because this man in red on your screen just dropped a 917, and wow, look at that.
He is so fired up right now. If there's anything we know about this man, you give him a little bit of fuel and then add that fire, he's a rocket. And he's going to just take off as we see Rodrigo on a lovely wave. Again, really appreciate his style of surfing. Beautiful flow within this more progressive approach. Up to a 5 through the bumpy section. Really hones in, does not come off of that nose, drives with speed in a really critical part of that wave, really steep, and then again really knowing how to use that tail so smoothly, and then again just looking back and then driving again. Nice footwork. This section right here I really liked to watch. That 10 to 5 on the backhand, you know, beautiful. Again, nice swooping arcing turns, and I really appreciate the flow that this Brazilian has brought to this final with his progressive, clean. You know, it's so. Each person in here has their unique style, and I really appreciate everything that each one brings to the table right now.
So when the other surfers hear the scores drops, they need to recognize that there's still enough time to get 2 big excellent range scores, because all of the field is in a combination situation. None of their scores will count with just one single wave. They need to have a complete refresh if they want to go for gold, because Eduardo Del Pero has combined the field. He's got a 917 and an 850. He's sitting in second priority. There's 12 minutes 20 seconds remaining. J.R. Esquivel for Philippines is in silver. Taka Inui for Japan is in bronze. Rodrigo Schweier for Brazil is moved up into silver because he's just dropped a score of an 8.6, and up on the tip right now it is Taka Inui. So Schweier has got himself out of a combination situation, now chasing a 9.08. Can Taka also get himself out of the combination situation with the need for an excellent range score up in the 9s. He falls. He was putting everything on the line there. That won't pay off. He'll still be carrying his 6.33 and his 6.10 with 11 minutes 40 seconds remaining, and now Schweier is right back in the mix. Yes, he's chasing a big score, but he's already now got an 8.60 to his name. Can JR go excellent after that 7.33, 5.77, gets a 5, holds that 5, holds that 10, touches that 10, stays on that 5, in and out of a second 10, a third, longer 10, a fourth 10, still on the 5, walking out of the 5, rebounds off the foam, goes vertical, drops down, feels that. He needs to stay with this wave. Little fist pump there, he felt the degree of difficulty. May well not get out on the open face, but looks like there's a possibility just to end cleanly as he comes through the corner, and here it is, accelerating. Up to the tip again, locks that 5, soul arch, lifts it up, all statuesque. I want to see a statue of JR built in Manila to celebrate how cool this dude is. On the tip, in and out of the tip work. Walking back to the tail and kicking out. Is this the opportunity for JR to get the excellent range score that he needs to put him in the mix? Schweier's done it. He's now within striking distance on a single wave. Taka still in a combination situation.
Goodness. That nose ride as we see this, another set come straight to surfer in red.
Brilliant stuff from Edouard, looking to replace a backup of an 8.5, locked in a hood ornament, Biarritz style hang 5, soul arch. The boy from Marseille learned to surf at Côte de Basque, runs the Del Perro Surf Experience Surf School with his brother as he locks into another long streaking 5, and he's got more options ahead as he walks back to the tail and puts that board on rail and then just drops down low and accelerates, cross steps into another 5, holds that 5, speeding on the inside, and there's going to be a really flamboyant end to this. Is he going to go on rail for a big float? Will he get one more nose ride? What will he do? We're going to find out. He's going to straighten into a down carve rail grab. 9 minutes 30 seconds remaining. He's feeling the buzz. He's feeling the flow. But there is opportunities for Schweier. Now let's not rule out the fact that Rodrigo has got himself out of a combination situation. Will JR do the same? That was an incredible bit of surfing. It could well be a much better score than his 7.33.
It'll be interesting to see. We see these little red wheels spinning around right now with 9 minutes left. It was really great surfing. Really beautiful hang 10s, tight pocket 10s and 5s.
Did you see someone just go through the shot on the hang glider there? That was pretty exciting. I just noticed someone just come sweeping through, enjoying the action from the air as we have done with the most incredible drone clips. And a huge thank you for Surf City for hosting us, and the incredible broadcast team at Action Sports Productions bringing these live images, as well as all the staff at the International Surfing Association as we move down to the last 8 minutes 30 seconds of our first grand final at the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships. All tears welling up for me there. That's a bit of a Mana moment as we can see Sarah and Sophia with the hug. Very powerful moment.
That's beautiful, like mother. Yeah, that's really beautiful.
And big celebration, of course, for the Colhane's father. Of course, no longer with us, but I know they'll be channeling his positive energy for Sophia to have a big result, as we can now see Rodrigo Schweier kicking out. I'm welling up with tears there because I know how important this opportunity is for Sophia to go out there and fly the flag for her special family and really put on a great show of the world-class longboarding we've learned to love from that young Hawaiian.
Oh, she has just been such a standout, and just surfing with such grace, humility, and power and flow. And I'm really hoping that she gets the opportunity to really showcase why she deserves to win that medal around her neck.
Rubber man on the nose, all elastic as always. This guy has got so many tricks up his book. I mean, the fact that he did a switch stance floater on his first wave in the shore break. He can hang 10, he can hang heels, he can carve, he can nose ride. He's full of joy and excitement. He's really fun to watch, but right now he remains in a combination situation. This is the person who's getting that bird's eye view. They are just kind of wafting around and really enjoying the view because they have got some world-class surfing to appreciate as JR drops a 7.5, so it doesn't take him out of a combination situation. So Edward Del Pero, of course, a finalist last year at the ISA World Longboard Championship. He's got a couple of coppers, he's got a bronze, and we can see someone who got silver last year. Is this going to be her year to finally get the gold that she deserves? Rachel Tilley is paddling out for the women's final with Maria Fernanda Reyes, Elise Lemoine and Sophia Colhane. Oh my golly gosh, that is an absolutely incredible final.
It is an incredible
Stay
final.
with us to enjoy that. I'm sure that you are glued to your screen right now if you're a fan of France or Brazil, because they are neck and neck right now, but it's France who has the edge with that backup excellent range score. But let's not rule out Rodrigo. He needs a 9.08.
Well, I'm really interested to see what's going to come in from Red, if that's going to take over his 8.5, which for some reason I kind of have a little sneaky suspicion that that's going to make it even harder for Rodrigo to come in. Okay, good. I'm in the good books right now. I was right.
Congratulations, you nailed it. A 9.07.
9.07. So making that go up from that attainable 9 to a 9.64.
Wow.
Surfer in white, Rodrigo Sphere. And wow, needing an 8, it's a whole nother contest. You'd have to completely wipe your scores, recalibrate, and start all over.
And you know something to talk about with regards to Edouard? Not very long ago, he broke his C5. He broke his back surfing Safi in Morocco. He made a full recovery, and now he is here sitting in the gold medal position with 5 minutes 8 seconds remaining, and you can just see him sitting there knowing it's all gone his way. Rodrigo Schweier now chasing a 9.64. Edward Del Pero sitting there on your screen. He has been a bronze medalist, twice a copper medalist. Finally, will this be his moment? He's lived through the experience of seeing his older brother Antoine raise that gold medal as a longboarder at the ISA World Longboard Championships 3 times. The family legacy is incredible, and it looks like Edward is going to do it if the situation remains the same.
If the situation does remain the same, 4.5 minutes, and I am pretty willing to bet a lot on the line right now that his beautiful partner Lindsay is glued to the television right now. So Lindsay, we miss you, we love you, former World Longboard champion, and we are so excited for your family right now.
And through all of the ups and downs of winning and losing, Edouard not only has won multiple European titles, but he's also suffered that bitter disappointment of something coming so close at the top level. So this really represents the tenacity, the determination, the grit, the focus to keep digging and keep doing what he loves to do and fly the flag for his country. And he's a proud Frenchman. You know, he will be so excited to also push for a team gold for Team France.
I feel the same way for Rachel. You know, she's just been the bridesmaid for a while, and she's really wanting to be the queen and the bride. And I'm really hoping she does get the opportunity to, as we see this beautiful stalled nose
Now
ride.
that is the statue they should build in Manila of
That was
JR perched with a perfect 10, standing tall and cool, representing all of the beauty and brilliance of the Philippines, which is one of the great countries on the planet, filled with culture and energy and beautiful waves. And that guy absolutely is showing a masterclass of the hang 10 in this final, Belin.
I have just so been in love watching his nose rides, as well the way he's carried himself through this. But look at this 10.
Oh, wow.
And hands down.
There it is, the Manila statue.
That's it right there.
Of JR.
And
let's build it. Any architects, sculptors from the Philippines listening in, that is the screen grab to take to model the statue on. He deserves that. He has helped solidify huge opportunities for the future of surfing in the Philippines with 2 minutes 23 seconds remaining. What will be going through the head of the other surfers now, knowing it's about silvers, bronzes and coppers?
Oh, they just need to improve on what they got. But I'm sure, you know, they'd be very excited, but knowing that, okay, what do we need to do to make sure we solidify our spot? How do we need to start moving. There's 2 minutes down. Needs to get rid of, white needs to get rid of a 737, green is 733, and Taka needs to get rid of a 610.
funny memory from 2 years ago when both Antoine and Elise won for Team France, individually and Team Gold. I went down to do the post-heat interview with Antoine. He just won individual gold. Meanwhile, all of France is around the camera. Elise is out there. She breaks her leash. Nobody's there to bring her back up board because they're all celebrating Antoine's win. And then they realize and they all rush off, help Elise. She paddles out and takes gold. Is this going to be a repeat, or will it be Rachel, or will it be Maria Fernanda Reyes, or will it be Sophia Cohen? How special would that be for Sophia to take gold?
It would be so special, you know, like you just said, with the memory right now of her father and being able to dedicate this and working so hard. She has put her heart and soul coming in from so many Repercharges into the finals. This is beautiful.
Yep, Auntie Megs is just getting emotional behind offset. She's going to have to just channel things because we have been bringing up a lot here, but Auntie Megs has been incredible sharing all of this Hawaiian knowledge and incredible passion for longboarding. She will be calling the women's longboard final along with Bo Nixon. Berlin, this is our last final. We have had such a great week. Thanks so much for your energy, your brilliance. We will be doing this again for sure. You have been so inspiring to be with. Some final words to share.
I just would love to say thank you so much for having me. I have just enjoyed sharing my passion, my knowledge, my love for this sport, and really uplifting everyone in their uniqueness and what they bring to the table with longboarding, and really helping give a voice to the longboarders that are coming from places that don't have the support, and as well those countries that are thriving. So thank you so much. I have had such a ball, and I really hope I get the opportunity to be here to celebrate the art of longboarding with you all.
Great moment. We can see.
Look at this. Oh, here we go.
Congratulations, Antoine Del Pero. You take gold for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Rodrigo Schweier takes silver. Rogelio J.R. Esquivel takes bronze. Taka Inui takes copper. A great opportunity now for a platform for France to win team gold. As you can see, the emotion shared between our gold medalist from France, Edward, and our silver medalist from Brazil, Rodrigo.
So well deserved. Everyone surfed amazing. Completely emotional. What a beautiful win for my friend Eduardo. I'm so happy for you all. And Rogelio, you know, great job. And Taka, everyone should be celebrating this. And here we go. I'm going to give this up to the ladies.
Oh, wow. That's a great moment.
Team
Elise
France.
giving a congratulations to Edouard. Well done, Edouard. You take gold. We've got the women's final coming up. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back to the final heat of the day. Finals day, we'll be crowning the women's world champion here for the ISA World Longboard Championship. Surf City, El Salvador. El Sunzal, the surf break here to showcase longboarding at its finest. Moving through, have a look on this screen here, everyone at home. This is going to be a great final. Rachel Tilley of the USA in the red jersey. Maria Fernanda Reyes is going to be in the blue for Peru. Elise Lemoire, two-time gold medalist here. She's in the green jersey representing France. And from Hawaii in the white jersey, Sophia Culhane did some great surfing to book her a spot in this women's final. Wow, this is going to be exciting. 30-minute final. So 30 minutes on the clock for these surfers, allowing them a lot of time to be able to be really selective and wait for those set waves to come through. Waves that are going to offer them the best scoring potential here. This is going to be a fantastic final. We saw in that last final there, Edouard Del Pero of France taking the win for Team France. Elise is going to look to back that one up. We've got 29 minutes left on the clock in this heat. My name's Bo Nixon, joined by Megan Godinez to call the action of the final heat of the day. Auntie Megs, you've got some good friends and also some fellow competitors in this final.
You know what's funny is I realized looking at the screen, I've surfed against every single one of them. Every single one of them I surfed against. When Rachel and I called the heat the other day, just reminiscing on the times, I'm like, wow, surfing has gotten us so far. And now she's here fighting for a world title. I mean, a gold medal.
Well, Megs, it was you and Rachel Tilley in the final back in 2013 in Peru.
We're bringing that up again? I see.
I feel like we have to, because that brings your credibility up, Megan. That's why you're here. You're able to speak about these competitors, these athletes of women's longboarding. It's so great to have you here to call all of this action and just to really bring us those insights throughout the whole week. It's been great.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fun as we see Eduard Del Perro getting chaired up the beach. His moment, his time. He's got that gold medal. He's got it. His brother is carrying him, as well as Roland Lefebvre. It's amazing. I mean, shout out also to his other half, Lindsay Steinreity. She'll be tuning in, watching. So proud of him, putting in all the work. I actually remember seeing him getting hurt at Safi in Morocco, and for him to have this comeback, I mean, he is feeling so great, and he did amazing, beautiful surfing, textbook to the T, checked off every single box, and here he is with the gold medal.
Effortless, just pure fluidity with Eduard's surfing there. Huge congratulations to Eduard Del Perro. He's bringing that gold back home for France. He's done so well throughout multiple finals over the years, and he's brought it home for himself. That must be a really proud moment to be on the sand with his brother, sharing in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, he'd be up and up, you know, with his brother, trying to following his, that's big shoes to fill, and he's filling them very well, Bo.
Oh, he certainly is. On screen there, you can see Sophia Colhane there, representing Team Hawaii. She's the last Hawaiian competitor left there, so still trying to bring home those valuable points. And we have an exciting interview down on the glass there. Sam is with the winner of the men's final.
Eduard Del Perro from France, you are our 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champion.
Yes. Fuck yeah.
Eduard, I've been through this journey with you. I've seen you come so close. You've seen your brother take 3 golds, and finally you have done it. You must just be so ecstatic right now. Congratulations from the whole longboard community.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Like, I don't realize what's happening actually right now, but yeah, I made it. I don't know, it's been the last 4 ISA. I did a final and I couldn't reach that goal, and the last 2023 edition with Antoine winning, that was such a beautiful moment, and last year I wasn't there, but this year I came back as a coach and I fucking win, so.
And let's have a little reflection on the family. I think Antoine being here, that must have given you so much belief.
Yeah, especially today. I mean, I had a pretty hard night and I managed to catch back the force and the momentum and the mental for those last 2 hits, and yeah, fuck man, I don't realize.
Eduard, I remember when you were a Grom at the Biarritz Surf Festival, watching all of the people from all over the world come, and who did you most get inspired by in those days? You know, where did that flame start for you to finally become a world longboard champion?
There's so many. Of course, my brother is the main one, but there's one that were on the world tour and still winning world titles like Ryan Taylor. But yeah, I don't know. There's so many good surfers that Ben too is surfing, still in the contest, and no, it's just unreal, man.
You did it. It was amazing. I know there's been so much support back home in France. Let's hear some messages in French to really celebrate the fact that you are our 2025 ISA World Longboard Champion and our gold medalist.
Vous y croyez, vous, ou pas là? Là oui! Là oui! C'est bon ça! Merci à tous. Merci à tous ceux qui n'étaient pas là physiquement mais qui m'ont envoyé plein de messages. Merci à ma chérie qui a été là et vraiment là, même à distance pour moi aujourd'hui. Je vous aime tous. Ah, la choune, c'est trop beau.
Allez le bleu, and let's get back to the women's final.
Alice maintenant. Ah oui!
Great scenes down there from Eduard Del Perro, your men's champion this year. Live action in the water. We're catching up with the women's final out there. Rachel Tilley up and riding, screaming across this wave, trying her best to find some more open face. She's up on the nose again. Beautiful style from Rachel. We've seen her progressing through the main round all week. Couple of cross steps up to the nose. A little touch of the 10 there to get some great nose ride time on this inside section. Spreads the arms, rips that board back toward the pocket. Up on the nose again for a touch of the 5. She's going to bring this one through to the inside section. Again, stepping on the tail of that board, setting things up for another trip to the nose. She kicks off that one, looks to paddle back out. Rachel, a 2-time silver medalist here at the ISA. She's looking to go one better. As we see at that back live action, Sophia Culhane, she is representing Hawaii up on the nose here, holding that 5. Beautiful style, soul arching her way as she steps on the tail, wrapping that board back up on the nose for the 5, holding it through this section. Touch of the 10 there, so showcasing to the judges she's got some work and some skills on the nose. Again, touching the 5 as she steps back. Things get a little fast through this section, a little steep. She's got a bit of work to do to get around this whitewater section. I can see Megan saying, bend those knees, Sophia, as she's making her way around this. Can she hold on? Unfortunately, not going to get any more scoring potential on the inside, but some great linking maneuvers out the back. During that interview, we also saw the fellow French surfer, Elise Lemoine, 2-time gold medalist, up and riding, so waiting for a score to drop for her.
Yeah, we're also waiting for a score to drop from Rachel Tilley. She caught that wave right before Sophia's wave. It looked like a really good one, so I'm going to be really excited to watch the replays of all these waves right now.
Oh, fantastic start to the women's final here. 22 minutes, 15 seconds left on the clock. I love how the contest director has given these women an extra 10 minutes in the heat as we take a look at Sophia's replay.
Nice, beautiful hang 5. Just waiting for this to stand up again, and she does. It's in that nice, beautiful pocket, getting a little bit out onto that shoulder. Nice sweeping cut back, and here she stalls. She stomps on that tail, spreads that feet a little bit apart, and that tap 10. Nice wave here. She's working that inside. She sees that wall kind of starting to build up, so that nose ride redirecting towards that beach, and she hangs on past this whitewash. This is the section where I was mouthing, bend those knees, girl. But beautiful work done on the outside. I mean, very good textbook surfing as we see this replay from Rachel Tilley, red for the USA, going for that gold medal. Beautiful hang 10 out the back, regaining that control on the nose. So difficult to do in that pocket section. Beautiful selection of her wave. She's got such good wave knowledge that she picks them really well. She knows which one's going to line up for her as she gets around that whitewash section, gets into this hang 5. The wave's starting to die off just a little bit, so you're going to see her carve back and forth. Nice high line again. That board's really springing, as we said, that stringer that she's been making with Josh Martin, that spruce, really letting her spring off of that wave, letting the wave and the board work for her and not against her. Nice carve back, waiting for this wave to stand up, getting a little peaky, and she kicks out. That was a beautiful, beautiful wave. And here we see Elise Lemoine. Nice hang 5 out the back. In this critical section, very well behind that section. She does very well to work around this foamy spot. Nice tight 5. Nice footwork back, really navigating through these bumpy sections. So we're so lucky that the wind decided to stay off the waves here for this final. Nice redirect back into that whitewash. Just stomping on that tail on the top of that wave, waiting for it to stand up again. She gets that tap hang 10. Beautiful footwork back into that tail, then right back up into that nose. Walking back. Wow, this wave's so long I had to catch my breath and nice high line, waiting, and she looks so comfortable right now. Like, knowing that she came from the Repercharge, she feels so good. I mean, you can tell her demeanor, even walking down the beach, she had a big smile on her face. She was just like, you know what? This is the final. The waves are absolutely absolutely firing. So she's super stoked.
She's so stoked. Yesterday, she was right on that cut line of being eliminated. She only needed a 2-point ride, found a wave in the dying seconds of the heat. It was a small one that broke way on the inside, but she got a 2.37, I believe it was, that score. So it put her into that advancing position, and that's how she got through to the final. And a 9-point ride drops for Elise Lemoine of France. So that really solidifies her position up into first at the moment. This is exactly how you'd like to start a final.
I mean, she's going to feel having your teammate win that gold medal. And then we saw that drone shot of him paddling up to her and shaking that hand, just trying to get that gold medal juju. I mean, she feels really good right now. She's got a 9.00.
She does, and you can see her name on screen there. She won in 2023, also back in France when the ISA was being held there in 2019. So a 2-time medalist, drawing on that experience to drop a 9-point ride. But Rachel Tilley with that long hang 10 out the back drops an excellent 8.33, nipping at the heels of Elise's 9-point ride. Sophia Colhane locks in a 5.83. She's currently in third position. The patience of Maria Fernando Reyes out there in the water right now. She's going to be holding down that priority position. She has choice of the best wave that comes through next. 18 minutes left. Just like she's been doing all week, surfing through those 20-minute heats, she's been posting excellent scores throughout her heats.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised not to see her on that exchange. Usually she loves to get the heat started early, but you know what? She has been dropping such beautiful scores. I mean, well into the excellent range, closer, I mean, almost near perfect. So I think right now that mindset going into this final heat, she knows she's been putting on amazing surfing. She knows she can get the score. So she's really taking her time with 30 minutes on the clock as we see this replay of Elise Lemoine onto this beautiful, beautiful hang 5. And the judges really paying attention to where that hang 5 was. Shout out to Daniel on the drone, really doing good work on this drone shot. Oh, man, you can really see that board settling into that back of that wave, really helping her levitate on those nose rides. And this swooping carve, she knows she's feeling good. She's doing a lot of work on the outside. Now it's all about putting that stamp, that finishing, seal the letter. Nice hang 10 on the inside. Working her way in. Beautiful cross step. Gets nice and low just to regain that control through this choppy section. There's a lot of foam. The foam, you know, is mostly air. So it does get bumpy, but she does very well to keep that board situated into that water. Nice carving turn. I mean, she looks at the judges and she feels absolutely great.
The reason that went into that 9-point range is because she was driving through the sections on her nose rides. This is Rachel's 8.33. Megs, talk us through that 10.
I mean, this beautiful hang 10, the way that this board really allows her to just stick there and levitate, that rocker being from the middle of her board, really paying, you know, giving her that upper advantage to have that board sit more in the back of the wave. And that's why she can levitate like that. It's that really big rocker from the middle of the board, as you can see, as she swoops that beautiful Josh Martin back and forth. Nice tap 10 there. And then when she turns, you can tell when she turns, she's not just surfacing turning just on the lip. She's turning to turn down to the bottom of the wave, regaining speed to get back into that high line. Beautiful redirection as she just quickly walks up to that nose and kicks out. I mean, beautiful score for her, 8.33. This is a long heat. We're just about halfway through this heat. We've only got 3 scores on the board. And I mean, the composure that these women need to have in this final, they're doing, I mean, we have to give it to them. They're all going to medal today, but I mean, it's that fight for that gold. That gold shines very pretty when you get it.
It does. It really does. Elise Lemoine currently sitting in that gold medal spot. Also, or not all surfers, sorry, but 3 surfers with 1 wave. Maria being very, very patient start of this heat. Half an hour long, so she knows she's got time to get 2 wave scores. We're down just under 15 minutes left of the women's final. Megs, I really just want to break down the 9-point ride and the 8.33. We spoke about Elise and how she was driving the nose rides through the wave, not having to stall at all, where Rachel just got that little bit hung up behind the white water, slowed her down a little bit. She had that tiny bit of downtime. I think that's what separated those two scores. Rachel still with that beautiful 10 though on the outside.
Yeah, and if you really break it down, it comes down to the wave choice. Rachel's wave didn't allow her to get really, and it was a lot smaller. Elise's wave was a set wave, and where she stood up on the board, she already stood up in the middle to get to the nose quickly, out the back, and to get that high line. With Rachel's wave, it started to almost run away from her. So you saw her really, the face of the wave kind of slowly disappear, and then she was working her way. She did very well to navigate that wave. It didn't give her that beautiful, oh wow, as we see Blue up and riding, Maria ran
Queen of longboarding in Peru, hanging 10 across this section. Beautiful poise. The amount of control she has on the nose is so fantastic to see. Down carving that board to the bottom of the wave, sets up again high on the wave for another nose ride as she just steps back toward the tail here. Has to do a bit of rail work to keep things moving, but finds herself back up on the nose for a quick touch of the 5. Things steepening up in front of her, so again she makes her way to the nose, holding that 10 through a critical section there, drops down the face of that wave, steps on the tail. Beautiful, elegant style of Maria of Peru. Things get quick down on this inside section. She decides to kick out before the Papusa section. Wow, what nose rides to kickstart her campaign. Elise not getting onto that wave. Sophia Colhane now of Hawaii, up and riding. She's on the nose, holding that 5 through this section. This is going to be her second scoring ride. Still beautiful, holding that 5. Up again, touching the nose with those 5 toes over. Cross-stepping her way, beautiful footwork back toward the more critical section of this wave. A little bit of a slopier face though as it meets the white water, so she has a little bit of rail work to do as now she starts to see things steepen up in front of her. Cross-stepping 4 steps up to the nose, quick touch of the 5. You can see her just weaving her board through on that 5 again for a nose ride. It's going to fall off the back of that one. No hang 10s on that wave for Sophia compared to Maria's wave. Also Rachel Tilley's wave, probably going to sit around that 5-point range again.
Yeah, I agree that she's really got to work on getting those all 10 toes over the nose, so that way that judges, that's the hardest part of surfing, is getting into that critical section.
As we see the teammates from Hawaii there on the sand cheering on Sophia. It is tense times down on the beach, of course, still vying for team medals. These surfers in the water representing their country, trying to bring home team gold. We saw Team Hawaii last year take the gold. I don't think they're going to retake the gold this year. It's going to be between France and possibly Brazil. We're going to have a look and see where the countries stand on the rankings as we see surfers paddling here. Rachel Tilley currently with priority. She doesn't get that wave. Elise as well doesn't get that wave.
Switch.
Priority switches. Elise now sitting out the back in that green jersey with priority. Rachel Tilley now second priority. Was that a mistake, Megs?
Wow, that got heated really quick. I mean, 11 minutes left. I mean, now they're going to start pulling out all these tactics. They're going to start playing that defense game we were talking about. She knows. You know, Rachel Tilley has an 8.33. Elise has a 9.00, so she knows that she wants to make sure Elise doesn't have that another opportunity to get that 9. Rachel really trying to solidify that spot there with that priority as we see Maria. Oh wow, the queen. They don't call her the Queen of Longboarding of Peru for nothing. That beautiful hang 10. I think maybe she needs to have a statue in Peru too, as well as JR. Beautiful hang 10 out the back, just working her way onto this inside. Nice carving turns. She's waiting for this wave to pick back up again. Nice hang 5. Her footwork so clean. So clean. Nice in the pocket hang 5. Quick footwork back into that tail to dig that rail to get that carving turn. A nice finish for that wave. Beautiful, beautiful ride.
So that last score for Maria Fernanda Reyes drops at a 6.57. Megs, I'm going to break it down. I do feel like we didn't get the wide angle. Maria a little bit out on the shoulder for that hang 10, where Rachel's ride was really critical in a steeper section of the wave as well. Maria's wave still had a good size to it, but we saw Elise and Rachel just a little bit more in the pocket, riding more critical.
Yeah. And we just saw a surfer from Hawaii, Sophia Kohane, drop a 6.83. So, again, there is just under 10 minutes left. These are, we're seeing scores drop into the excellent range as we see Rachel up and riding.
Rachel Tilley straight to the nose for a touch of the 5. Again, back up there for the 5. Gets the 10. Beautiful style for her on the nose as she again finds herself up for a long nose ride here. Holding that 5, you can see her eyeing off just in front of the board with the bumps. Beautiful stepping on the rail, that transition from nose to tail. Just working this board really well through this midsection of the wave, and gets the cross step up as well to trim that board speed. We see her wrapping that board back around, back up on the nose there for a nice touch of the 5. She's going to back up her 8.33 for her first ride as she cross steps her way through the inside, touch of the nose for a 10. Gets a little hung up on the top there, but manages to come around it with a bit more speed to get up again to the nose. And she's going to drop down this one, riding out of control on the end section there. 8 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock. Rachel Tilley now with 2 really good wave scores. She needs a 4.33 to get up into that gold medal position. Elise, though, was sitting out there with priority. Let Rachel Tilley go on that wave. Elise maybe identifying she was a little too deep.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. If she had stood up on that wave, she know that wave was going to break in front of her, and she didn't want to make that mistake again. She didn't want to get caught behind. So she did let Rachel go. Was it a good idea? I don't know. She's looking back and watching and being like, oh, I hope I didn't make that mistake.
But just beautiful scenes here from Rachel Tilley, 2024 WSL Longboard champion, 2-time silver medalist here at the ISA Megs. Beautiful sweeping turns.
Man, the way that board really looks so good under her feet. Again, kudos to Josh Martin making this board for her with this custom fabric, Hoffman fabric. Love the way she sets in that rail, really quickly running up to that nose. That board was actually swaying back and forth, kind of like an Indo board, and she just navigates that. She just uses her legs. Nice tap 10. Gets a little hung up on that whitewash, but just puts that weight down onto that board to connect back down into the water, and she's going to feel good with that second score coming in at a 6.80.
Puts her up to the gold medal position right now. Rachel Tilley of Team USA, Sophia Colhane in the silver medal position. Currently with those 2 wave scores, Elise Lemois, single wave score of a 9.0. She's looking for a 6.13 to put herself up into first place to secure her 3rd ISA gold medal. Maria Fernanda Reyes with a 6.57 needs to go up to 8.56 on her next ride to take over the lead. This is coming down to the wire. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Elise Lemois positioning herself in a little bit further on the inside compared to her other competitors out there. I feel like Maria's going to look for another set wave. She needs excellent surfing to progress. Alongside Sophia Colhane in that second place from Hawaii, she's going to need an 8.31 to take over that gold medal spot.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done by our surfers. All of them having a really, really good first ride. With 6 minutes left, the ocean looks like it's getting very quiet. So I'm interested to see what their tactics are going to be with that 5-minute mark. I mean, they're constantly turning around, looking back, referencing where they're sitting, making sure they're not pushing each other too deep. We saw Elise have that little paddle battle with Rachel, neither one of them catching it. They had to switch priorities, but Rachel sneaking that one on the inside. I mean, also look at this beautiful view of El Sunzal. To be in the final in El Salvador at the most perfect right point break. I told you this earlier. I almost had thoughts about putting a jersey back on and maybe getting back into contest.
Just to come back here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. This is absolute perfection here for the world's best longboarders. We absolutely love the vibes here from Surf City, El Salvador. If you have not yet visited El Salvador, book a flight, come on down here. The food's great, the weather's nice, the waves are pumping, plenty of things to do. So huge thank you, of course, to Surf City for hosting the ISA World Longboard Championships here. It's been a great week of action. We hope you've really enjoyed watching at home as well, but it's not over. We're into Under 5 minutes left in the women's final. Rachel Tilley currently holding that gold medal position. Sophia Colhane of Hawaii in silver at the moment. Elise Lemois still just one wave score, but the highest so far. She's sitting in bronze. And Maria Fernanda Reyes sitting in that copper medal position. Maria has had quite a few finals here. She's looking to secure a little bit higher than what she's gone before. She took silver to Elise Lemois in 2023. So it's a bit of a repeat here of that final, of course. Rachel Tilley, no stranger to the finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm going to throw my age out there. I'm 33 years old, and I surfed against every single one of them. And it's so wild to think that
12 years ago you were here. So
I was in the ISA. I was in Peru. I was just a little baby, not knowing what this really meant. Honestly, like my dad texted me again. He's like, "You do realize you advanced through the Repercharge rounds, right?" And I was like, "No." And then after calling heats and doing the post-heat interviews, and then seeing the surfers multiple times throughout the day, especially in the Repercharge, I'm like, wow, I really, to have that young blood, I was so surprised actually to look back and see that and realize that, Sophia dropping down into the Repercharge round along with Elise really surfing smart, her tactics to get that 2-point ride yesterday to solidify her place in this final. I mean, all these women are just veteran surfers putting on a showcase at this point.
Oh, they certainly are. 3 minutes on the clock. The ocean has gone quiet. There's still enough time, though, for another set to appear on the horizon. Elise Lemois moving on to the inside. She really needs to back up that excellent ride she dropped earlier on in this heat. She is sitting with priority at the back at the moment. Maria Fernanda Reyes currently in second priority. So those two surfers having a good pick of the waves that come through. Taking a look over my shoulder, Megs, because this is tense times.
Tense times as we see her mom, Sarah Colhane, and her agent, Jenna Kuklinski, here to cheer her on, holding that Hawaiian flag, wearing those Hawaii T-shirts. But yeah, this Annette, here we go. Now we see some sets rolling in.
Small bumps, not a set wave.
Yep,
some
smaller.
Smaller waves. We'll see if anyone decides to go, because we haven't seen huge scores drop on smaller waves, but a couple of surfers here. Surfer in blue, Maria. Surfer in green, Elise. Still looking for backup waves. No one opting to go. There's sets on the outside. Wow. This is what we love to see. 2 minutes left of the women's final for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. We see all competitors repositioning themselves a little bit wider, maybe getting a bit too deep during that lull of sets. As we see Elise Lemois, first priority out there, sits up on her board, decides to take a spin for the first wave of the set here. Paddling in. She needs to drop a 6.13 on this ride to move up into gold medal position. 4 steps up to the nose. Quick touch of the 5. We see her cutting back on this wave, dropping right down to the bottom. Love the use of this full wave face as she again gets up on the nose for another quick touch of the 5. Has to step back though, this wave going a little bit slopey on the end section here. She finds a nice touch of the 5 again. Very quickly has to step back to negotiate these bumps on the face of the wave here. As she brings this one through now, moving toward that midsection of the wave, she wraps a turn back toward the white water. A reminder for those of you watching at home, a 6.13 is what she needs. We see her get another quick nose ride in, redirecting that board back to the left. Has bit more work to do on the inside here. She steps up for another touch of the 5. Can she hold a longer nose ride here? She gets another nose ride in and another quick touch. Loves it. She likes it. Do you like it? We like it as well. I mean, this is perfect longboard surfing. Maria Fernanda Reyes in the priority at the back. Uses that. Is up on the nose now, holding that 5. 40 seconds left. Touch of the 10. She makes her way through this outside section. Has to do a down carve. Things getting a little slower on the wave here. She's going to step on that tail, wrap that board back around. Maria looking for an 8.56 as it currently stands to move up into gold medal contention. And she is holding this 5, touch of the 10. Beautiful nose ride from her on this wave, wrapping that turn back around. So is this excellent surfing from our Peruvian competitor. Up on the nose again. Maria holding tight 5 this time to bring things through. The composure she has to ride this wave in the last minute of the heat, knowing she needs a score, and she rides it all the way through to the sand. she should be very proud of that performance. We have scores coming through for Maria Fernandez and Elise Lemoine as well. Rachel Tilley up and riding, looking like a really small wave. Not sure it's going to improve on her 6.80. She's currently holding down the lead in that gold medal position. Waiting on scores for Elise Lemoine of France to come through. There we go. Rachel Tilley drops a 4.33. Doesn't go into her top 2. So it all comes down to these last 2 scores. Surfer from France, Elise Lemoine, 2-time gold medalist here. She's trying to back up a 9-point ride, and on screen, Maria Fernandez of Peru is looking to improve upon that 6.57, looking for an 8.56 to move up into that gold medal position. Megs, talk us through the replay of Maria.
This beautiful wave, she's got this high line, getting into that pocket. As you can see, that wave really starting to fizzle out just a little bit, so she does do smart turns here. She's working her way into this. She needs an 8.56. Not too much work done on the outside, but this is where it really counts. She redirects, just shifts her weight, and then she gets that tap of the 10. She's working her way into this wave. Nice swooping carve, really letting that rail sink in. Just that very standard, very, very Maria hip turn that she does. Beautiful, beautiful ride from her. Working her way onto the inside here. And she finishes strong. And she gets a 7.40.
So not the 8.5 that she needed. Puts her into second place. Rachel Tilley still holding down the lead. But it's this wave here, Megs, that is going to count. Will Elise get an unprecedented 3rd gold medal for the Women's Longboard ISA World Championship?
She needs a 6.13. That was one of the biggest waves of the heat so far. She does good to nose right out that back. But as we work our way into the inside, let's see that she gets some work done. There's some chatter on the wave. She's waiting on that little bit of that downtime. She's really now stepping towards that tail of the board just to redirect this board into this inside, waiting for this wave to stand up. Nice tap of the 5. Get a little bit out on that shoulder. We want to see it in that pocket. Nice pull of the board back while she's walking. Nice tap 5, another tap 5, working it all the way down, another tap 5, because why not? Looking up at the judges, waiting for that score to drop. She has the best wave of the heat so far with a 9.00. She needs a 6.13 to get gold. Will she jump from 4th to 1st?
So they're going to really be comparing it back to Maria Fernandez first ride, also Rachel Tilley's second ride. Was it as good as that? She needs that 6.13, like you said, Megs. Waiting down on the beach there, Elise Lemoine on screen in the green. Rachel Tilley on screen in the red jersey representing the USA. Is it going to be Team USA? Is it going to be Team France? 6.13 is the score that Elise needs to secure her spot in that gold medal position. Currently holding that first spot is Rachel Tilley there. You see the USA flag waving down on the beach. Elise standing in the shallows, waiting for the score. She's one person's going to be cheered up this beach no matter what happens. And we're going to anticipate, anxiously await this score to drop from the judges. They are definitely going to be looking at the replays. This is a very important score, both for the team rankings, but also the individual places here in the women's final. It is a very, very, very nervous times down on the beach for Team France. We now see the French flag there on screen, waving down there. It's just an amazing scenes down here on the beach. The team camaraderie that is being shared here at the ISA World Longboard Championship is fantastic. Of course, a huge thanks to the team managers and the coaches of all the teams to get the athletes here, to get them prepared, to put on a show for us here. I hope you've been watching throughout the week because it's been a great week of action. But we're going to wait to see who will be crowned the women's gold medalist here down on the sand. Scores, I guess, starting to trickle through from the judges. And there it is, Elise Lemoine. Not enough, so it's going to be Rachel Tilley, the winner of the 2025 ISA World Longboard Championship for the women's. Elise Lemoine dropped a 5.6 on her last ride. She's going to be the silver medalist. Great scenes down on the beach, Megs.
Rachel getting cheered up. It's so nice. It's just like so heartwarming. I'm fighting back tears to see her get cheered up, you know, winning that gold medal, seeing her being there in that heat with her more than 10 years ago, and her getting, you know, silver medal. But now she is our ISA World Longboard champion, getting that gold medal. I mean, flying that USA flag nice and high. So proud of all these women in this final. The way that they surf, the way that they compose themselves, their grace. I mean, epitome of grace, these women surfer. The way that they hold themselves and have to carry themselves through this marathon of this contest. I mean, hats off to you guys. I'm so proud to be behind all of your backs.
Oh, Megs, we really thank you for being in the booth here. Rachel Tilley, a 3-time world champion, 2-time in the WSL. Her first gold here at ISA. She's had silvers in the past, but she goes one better than last year, securing that gold medal position for Team USA. Fantastic scenes down on the beach. We see her getting cheered up. This is amazing. Congratulations, Rachel Tilley. How cool was that final, though, coming right down for that buzzer beater. Elise Lemoine needed a score. Elise going to be in that silver medal position. Maria Fernanda Reyes in the bronze. Sophia Colhane, a great performance representing Hawaii, takes the copper medal. Those are your official results for the women's final. And Rachel being brought all the way up to the glass here for her interview. She looks so happy, so stoked, as does Team USA. She has put on the best surfing all week long, making it all the way through the main event rounds, not dropping into that Repercharge round. Great scenes. She is so stoked to take home the gold medal. And it looks like Rachel is going to be down there on the glass right now. Lots of emotions. Sam Bleakley, do you want to take it away when Rachel is ready? We'll just enjoy these scenes. Celebrations down there on the glass. Rachel Tilley, I don't think you'd be wiping that smile off her face for a long time, Megs.
No, not at all. I mean, I'm smiling for her. The way that she just has the most greatest spirit of all, you know, of all the surfers, and the way that she carries herself, even from a young age when she won her first world title at WSL, absolutely amazing.
Sam Bleakley, you are with the winner of the women's event. Tell us, she must be feeling so good.
Well, Rachel Tilley, you embody everything that is cool and special and creative and stylish about longboarding, and you are our 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champion.
Oh my gosh, I'm absolutely speechless. Obviously, this was the goal. I've gotten 2 silver medals, and I really wanted to win gold, but I knew that was going to be a really tough heat, obviously, with the competition. And then Alice opened up with a 9 and I backed up with an 8, and I was like, okay, it's on. So yeah, I can't believe this.
Amazing, huge congratulations. And when you were in the shallows, you were waiting to hear if Elise got a 613. What was going through your mind at that moment?
Well, it was hard. I mean, I didn't see the wave, of course. I just saw her taking off, and I'm so confident in her surfing and her ability, and you know, it's so special to share heats. We go back and forth all the time. So I was kind of banking on me not getting it, just to like ease the letdown. But I can't believe that I'm standing with you now.
Well, you are, and what a journey it's been. I mean, if you look back to 2013, how old were you when you won that silver behind Simone Robb?
I was 15 years old. It was my first ever international event. And we were in Peru, of course, and so, you know, to be here now with the ISA, how many years, like 12 years later, I'm 27 now, and to finally get this gold is just so sweet.
And let's go back to the silver this time last year. What went through your mind when you were awarded that silver, and where did you then set your motivation to return with Team USA?
Man, I was so proud of that silver medal. You know, any opportunity to be on the podium at an ISA event is such an honor. So I would have been proud with any result that came out of today, but of course the goal is to win, and you're not going to be satisfied until that happens. And so that's all I just had my laser focus on.
And it takes a village, and of course you've got that amazing family behind you, but Team USA on the sand, from Colin all the way through to Kevin and Caitlin and Stephen and everyone else. I mean, how important has that been for this platform?
Man, it's been incredible. Traveling here with Caitlin, Stephen, his girlfriend Lorena, Kevin, being his wife Deidre, and Colin as our coach. We've just had such an incredible team, and the support that they've given us here throughout this event has just been unmatched to any other event that I've participated in. So to have that in combination with this result is just incredible.
You are finally a gold medalist for the International Surfing Association. You are now our reigning ISA World Champion. I know you've got some messages for all of your fans around the world supporting you.
Oh my gosh, well of course, Mom, Dad, Michael, I can't wait to call you guys and talk to you about this, and Josh watching. Yeah, thank you so much, Jake watching. I'm just so happy to share this with you guys, and I can't wait to call you guys soon.
Congratulations, Rachel Tilley, 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Champion.
Well, what a fantastic day of action it has been for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. What a fantastic display of surfing. Of course, Rachel Tilley on screen there, taking home gold for Team USA in the women's. And it was Edouard Del Perro of Team France taking home the gold for the men's division. And guess what? I mean, let's just enjoy these scenes down on the beach here, Megs, because Team USA doing very, very well in this competition. Rachel Tilley there on screen, super happy with her performance. We really want to thank you for tuning in to what a fantastic week of action it has been here in Surf City, El Salvador. Megs, talk us through some of your highlights from today's action, but also the whole week of action.
I mean, JR, the Philippine team, they did absolutely amazing. The way that they had their entire team had composure, down to their coach, down to their all the teammates. I mean, amazing job. Good fight from Hawaii, you know, Sophia making it to the final. So really excited for her. She'll get the copper medal, and that's the medal I won back in 2013. So it's amazing.
That is so cool. We can update you now on the team rankings as well. Team France taking home the gold medal for the team. We had Team USA from Rachel Tilley's performance there in silver. Team Philippines in that bronze. And also Team Brazil taking home the copper team medals. A huge thank you to Surf City, El Salvador, and of course to the International Surfing Association. What an amazing team that is behind this whole production as well from the ISA. Of course, a big thanks to Fernando Aguirre and also Robert Fasulio for their, I guess, just their inspiration and just their
fight for surfing to keep it going in all disciplines of the sport. You know, we got you coming from the SUP world too. I mean, the way that the ISA brings the world together, that's truly what I feel like the motto is that it brings the world together with surfing and the camaraderie and just having even that and also fighting it. Yeah, and it's just, yeah.
Totally. A better world through surfing is what the ISA stands for. The ISA are going to be back here in El Salvador in September as well for the World Surfing Games, so don't miss out on that event. Huge thank you to the local people here of Surf City El Salvador, and of course a shout out to our fellow announcers. We have Sam, of course, amazing to have his insights. Belen Alvarez Kimball as well on the mic. Megan Godinez, Auntie Megs.
Bo Nixon, come on. Give it up for Bo Nixon.
You've done an amazing job. I've loved calling all the action with you, Megs.
you.
Thanks for your insights into boards, into heat strategies, into some of the athletes that we've had here this week. An absolute pleasure to call the action with you. We're going to be back, like we said, September for the ISA World Surfing Games. A lot of highlights to bring you from today's action. Thank you so much for tuning in to watch the World Longboard Surfing Championship. We're going to be going to the closing ceremony this afternoon alongside the award giving as well for those gold, silver, bronze and copper medals. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you at the next event.
Welcome to day 4 of competition for the Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. So in today's men's Repercharge rounds, the top 2 single wave scores go to Australia's Clinton Guest with a 9.93 and a 9.17.
Doing well to hold on to the rail. He's got that 5-point ride currently.
Definitely. We're sitting up there, Team Oz, just looking at the surf going, I don't think it can be any better. A dream coming over here. That's what we want to surf.
In Argentina is Surfiel Gil with an 8.50.
Cuts his board back toward the white water on this one. You can see Surfiel Gil of Argentina.
And in our women's Repercharge division, the top 2 single wave scores go to Puerto Rico's Jasmine Dean with an 8.17 and a 7.90.
Well, yesterday it was really high tide and bumpy, and I thought it would be smart just to take small clean ones, and normally I like the big sets and going for it.
Drop, and she drives forward and then cross steps into a 5. An incredible good takeoff. Backed up with a nose ride. Good arc and line.
Join us tomorrow for day 5 of competition with more action. Welcome to day 5 of competition for the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. The highest single wave score in our men's main round 3 goes to Japan's Taka Inoue with a 9.33.
Championship, and he's straight into a buttery roundhouse cutback, grabbing that rail on his back right down to the inside with a soul arch into a 5, into a 10. But this is pretty cool from Taka, all rubbery on the nose.
Team Philippines, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel with the second highest single wave score in our men's main round 3, 8.70.
Nose ride time on that outside section. I think that's where the scores are going to be really going high from, and you can see him again getting back up to the nose. 10, holds that 10 through this section, does very well to control his composure on his backhand here. Beautiful to rail, keeping tempo with the wave as he's back up on the nose for another 10 on the inside. And again, back up on the nose for 4 steps back. Carves it back to the white water. J.R. Esquivel, the epitome of longboarding right here, has a goofy foot on his backhand.
Yeah, I feel more comfortable, more relaxed now. Yeah, I got excellent scores. I think this is the best condition so far from the event.
In our women's main round 3, the highest single wave score goes to Rachel Tilley of Team USA with this 8.50.
And the way that that rocker really works for her, and that beautiful hang 10 in that critical section on the inside, go into this pupusa section, nice hang 5, walking.
It's so beautiful. I was just trying to stay really calm and like really enjoy myself out there, and it was my goal to get at least an 8, or just like I wanted to get in the excellent range for this one.
And in a tie in our women's main round 3 for the highest single wave score, 8.50, this wave from Mara Lopez from the Philippines. That's a wrap for day 5 of competition. Tune in tomorrow for more action. Welcome to the official closing ceremony of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. All of the countries and athletes present have given their best effort, and it is with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes you all here.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la ceremonia oficial de clausura de Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship 2025. Todos los países y atletas presentes han dado su mejor esfuerzo en esta competencia y de parte de la ISA es un gran placer darles la bienvenida y tenerlos aquí.
We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today, who have the honor of presenting all of the medals.
Nos gustaría darle la bienvenida y presentar a los siguientes dignatarios presentes con nosotros aquí en el escenario, quienes tienen el honor de presentar todas las medallas.
The ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
El presidente de la ISA, señor Fernando Aguirre.
The Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Madam Morena Valdez.
La ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdez.
And now it is my privilege to introduce you to the Minister of Tourism, Madam Morena Valdez.
Y ahora es un privilegio presentarles a la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdez.
Well, thank you, Fernando. Muchas gracias, Fernando, por venir a esta ceremonia de clausura. Por favor, un aplauso a Fernando. Yo solo quiero decir gracias a todos ustedes por haber venido. Gracias a todos los atletas que dieron lo mejor de sí. Me encantó verlos surfeando las olas grandes del Sunsal.
Thank you so much, Fernando, for being here. And I just want to mention that we are very grateful to have you all here. Thank you, athletes, for surfing the biggest waves of El Sunsal. It was a pleasure seeing you surf them.
Pudimos ver a muchos surfistas y sobre todo a muchas chicas surfeando estas olas grandes del Sunsal. Bravo por eso.
It was a pleasure to see many of you surfing, especially a lot of ladies and women surfing the big waves of El Sunsal. So round of applause to you all for this task.
Y muy bien a la ISA, la felicito porque está mostrando que la equidad de género sí existe. Este fue el primer torneo en que veo tantas mujeres como tantos hombres surfeando olas grandes y desafiantes.
Thank you, ISA, and congratulations for a gender-inclusive championship. It was the first time that we've seen so many men as well as women surfing these big waves of El Sunsal. So congratulations for this gender equity.
También felicito a la ISA porque este campeonato también muestra que no importa la edad. Tuvimos desde los 12, 13 años hasta personas mayores de 40 surfeando esta ola y eso significa que de verdad el surf es para todos. Felicidades, ISA.
Also, congratulations, ISA, because you've demonstrated that age is not an issue. We've seen people surfing from different age ranges, from 12, 13, all the way to 40 and up. So all of you were surfing this wave. So again, thank you, ISA, for all of this and bringing people from all ages together.
Y quiero también mandar un saludo aparte del presidente Bukele, que precisamente ha estado muy pendiente de todos los posts, de todas las historias que han surgido de este longboard, porque hemos mostrado también al mundo de lo que estamos hechos los salvadoreños y los surfistas.
Also, greetings on behalf of President Bukele, who has been very much aware and sends greetings to all of you. He's been following all the posts and all the stories that you've shared, and we really look forward for more longboard championships here in El Salvador.
Un agradecimiento grande a todo mi equipo, gracias Alejo, gracias a todos los equipos del gobierno del presidente Bukele, gracias también a toda la empresa privada, a los emprendedores locales, a todos los atletas también de nacionales que fueron y mostraron que sí se puede, sí se sueña. Y quiero terminar con una frase que precisamente siempre me recuerda a Fernando Aguirre y a todo lo que significa la ISA. Primero lo sueñas y luego lo cumples. Como bien pusieron a Brian Pérez en los Olímpicos, en un post en Instagram, en donde colocaron a Brian Pérez en Punta Roca, cuidando carros, viendo las olas, soñando ser grande y representar a nuestro país en los Olímpicos. Y años después, gracias a todo el esfuerzo que ha hecho la ISA, Brian Pérez, un salvadoreño, pudo ir a mostrar su mejor surfing a Tahití. Gracias, gracias, gracias.
As well, we would like to thank the ISA for all you've done, and also big thanks to all the teams and staff that put all of this together. I also want to say and mention a phrase that if you can dream it, you can do it. And this is actually true, and it's been demonstrated with our surfer, Brian Perez, who posted a picture recently where he was looking out for cars in a parking lot, dreaming to reach the Olympic Games. And actually, this dream became true. He was able to go to the Olympics in Tahiti and compete in behalf of El Salvador. So again, thank you all athletes, and thank you national athletes for fulfilling these dreams.
Thank you, Minister Valdez.
Muchas gracias, Ministra Valdez.
And now the ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will present a plaque of honor and special diploma to the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Morena Valdez, that permanently commemorates the sands of the world to the country. It's the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the sands of the world takes a visible and prominent place here in El Salvador as a legacy to this historic competition.
Y ahora el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre, hace entrega a la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, Morena Valdez, una placa de honor y un diploma especial que conmemora permanentemente las arenas del mundo en el país. Es la esperanza de la ISA que con este diploma las arenas del mundo ocupen un lugar visible y destacado en El Salvador como legado de esta histórica competencia.
Let's all welcome the medalists of the Open Men's Division.
Y ahora le damos la bienvenida a los medallistas de la división masculina.
The medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism of El Salvador, Morena Valdez.
Las medallas serán presentadas por la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, señora Morena Valdez.
The copper medalist representing Japan, Taka Inoue.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Japón, Taka Inoue.
The bronze medalist representing the Philippines, Rogelio J.R. Esquivel.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Filipinas, Rogelio Esquivel Jr.
The silver medalist representing Brazil, Rodrigo Fire.
Medallista de plata en representación de Brasil, Rodrigo Spire.
And the gold medalist representing France, Edouard Del Perro.
Y nuestro medallista de oro en representación de Francia, Edouard Del Perro.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of France.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Francia.
Maybe he can do his speech after he gets the medals before the team thing.
Why is not here?
I know. We're gonna write his speech in, so we figure it out.
We should ask him.
Aim. Because he's already up there to give the medals, so it's kind of perfect timing. Congratulations to all of our men's finalists.
Felicitaciones a nuestros medallistas.
Now we would like to welcome the medalists of the Open Women's Division.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas de la categoría de las damas.
The,
Por favor.
the medals will be presented by the ISA president, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el presidente de la ISA, el señor Fernando Aguirre.
Thank you. That was supposed to send one. Thank you. The copper medalist representing Hawaii, Sophia Colhane.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Hawái, Sofía Colhane.
The bronze medalist representing Peru, María Fernanda Reyes.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Perú, María Fernanda Reyes.
The silver medalist representing France, Alice Lemoine.
Medallista de plata en representación de Francia, Alice Lemoine.
And this year's gold medalist representing the USA, Rachel Tilley.
Y la medallista de oro en representación de los Estados Unidos, Rachel Tilley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the USA.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de los Estados Unidos.
All right, so before we move on to the team standings, the president of the ISA, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, would like to say some words for you all.
Bienvenido, presidente.
Hello, can you hear me well? You're very quiet. Can you hear me well? There you go. Okay. What a wonderful day for longboard surfing. What an amazing week. Amazing waves. I want to first thank all the athletes and especially congratulate the medalists. Voy a felicitar y agradecerles a todos los atletas por haber venido y en especial felicitaciones a todos los medallistas. Al sector público y privado de El Salvador, al pueblo de El Salvador, gracias por recibirnos una vez más y hacer que El Salvador siga confirmando su lugar como una meca del surf mundial. Thank you for everybody for coming, but thank you to the people and government of El Salvador for making it, El Salvador, one of the most important destinations of surfing. Five years ago, a very famous legend of surfing left this world. I call it Uncle Greg. He went also by a nickname, the Bull, and his name was Greg Knoll. And in April of this year, he was celebrating Macaja Beach, a place that he loved. So I wanted to honor today. I'm wearing the Bull shirt. I love to wear flower shirts, but today I'm wearing the Bull shirt. Thank you, Ben. Quiero honrar a la memoria de uno de los fundadores del surf moderno, gran surfista de Longboard y sobre todo gran surfista de olas grandes, Greg Knoll. Era como un tío, como parte de la familia. Este año, en Macaja, en abril, sus cenizas fueron dejadas en el mar. Era una leyenda longboardista, fue uno de los primeros en surfear Waimea, llamada Waimea, Pipeline, Sunset, and of course, Macaja. Quiero terminar rápidamente, no me gusta hacer discursos largos. Agradecerle al presidente Bukele por una vez más confirmar esta charla que tuvimos a mediados del 19 de querer convertir a El Salvador en el centro del surf mundial. Lo ha logrado, señor presidente. I want to congratulate especially President Bukele, which sometime in 2019 he called me and said, I want to take surfing and to make El Salvador one of the key places in the surfing world. And congratulations, you've done it. I want to congratulate Minister Morena Valdez. She said she was going to leave, but luckily for surfing, she's still here. She didn't leave. She's still the Minister of Tourism. Thank you, Morena. Quiero agradecerle a Morena Valdez, la ministra, que todos la conocemos como Morena. No hay muchos ministros que se conocen por el nombre de pila, ¿no? Pero ella lo ha logrado. Es parte de la cultura del surf. Gracias. Tal vez se iba a ir al final del primer mandato del presidente Bukele, pero decidió quedarse y estamos contentos de que siga estando acá. Y también, por supuesto, Alejo Campos, ahí está. Alejo. Alejo is a... If you look at her relaxing, it's because Alejo is here. Si la ven a Morena relajada es porque está Alejo organizando todo aquí para que funcione. Ven, Alejo, ven a saludar. Ven. No le gusta. Alejo doesn't like to be known. Este es Alejo. Gracias, Alejo. Gracias. You know, in the Spanish-speaking world, people from Argentina, we have a different way of speaking Spanish. So, Alejo is also a fellow countryman from Argentina. So, gracias, Alejos. Now, we're going to do the team medals. I know you guys can go surfing and then going home, or going home and then surfing, whatever. Whatever you do, go home as ambassador of El Salvador. It's beautiful people, it's beautiful place. El Salvador doesn't have oil, doesn't have minerals, doesn't have a lot of the things that big countries have, but it has the Salvadorian people. And that's huge. Ahora todos ustedes se pueden ir de vuelta a sus países, a surfear primero, después a sus países o viceversa, pero váyanse como embajadores del Salvador, y en especial de la gente de El Salvador, que es la diferencia, ¿no? Hay muchos lugares lindos en el mundo, pero cuando un lugar es tan hermoso y además tiene gente tan cálida, es muy especial. Así que muchas gracias a El Salvador. Gracias por recibirnos una vez más. And now, from the bottom of my heart, and with all my love, I say thank you. Desde mi corazón, con todo mi amor, muchas gracias. Gracias.
Gracias, Presidente Aguirre.
Thank you, President Aguirre. And now we present the final rankings of the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship.
Y ahora presentamos la clasificación final de los Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships.
So coming in 44th place, Switzerland. In 43rd place, Poland. 42nd place went to Nicaragua. In 41st, Sweden. In 40th place, Channel Islands. 39th place goes to Tahiti. In 38th place, Norway. We have a tie for 36th place between Israel and Venezuela. In 35th place was Wales. 34th place, American Samoa. In 33rd place, Italy. 32nd place, Denmark. 31st place goes to Guatemala. Another tie for 29th place between Ecuador and Thailand. In 28th place, South Africa. 27th goes to Germany. 26th goes to Mexico. 25th goes to Chile. 24th place to Spain. 22nd place goes to Puerto Rico. In 22nd, Panama. In 21st place, big round of applause for El Salvador. In 20th place, Colombia. 19th place went to South Korea. 18th place, Ireland. 17th place goes to New Zealand. 16th place, Chinese Taipei. 15th place goes to Canada. 14th place goes to the Netherlands. 13th place goes to Argentina. 12th place goes to Costa Rica. In 11th place, England. 10th place goes to Portugal. 9th place, Uruguay. In 8th place, Australia. In 7th place, Peru. 6th place goes to Hawaii. And 5th place goes to Japan. And now the copper medals will be presented by the Minister of Tourism, Madam Marina Valdez.
Ahora las medallas de cobre serán entregadas por la ministra de Turismo de El Salvador, la señora Morena Valdés.
In the team spirit, we're going to do the medals together, all the medals. So vamos a hacer todas las medallas juntos.
So in the copper medal position.
And in life, when you don't like something, change it. En la vida cuando no le gusta algo, lo cambian. Es fácil. Enseñanza de un gran argentino que allá no está, que se fue hace 2 semanas. Gracias, Francisco.
So with the copper medal position in the team standings, that goes to Team Brazil with 2,251 points.
Ganadores de la medalla de cobre con 2.251 puntos, el equipo de Brasil. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Please come up to the stage, Team Brazil. Big round of applause for Team Brazil. Gran aplauso.
Fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Brasil.
Obrigado. Parabéns. The winners of the bronze medal, the team from the Philippines with 2,288 points.
Ganadores de la medalla de bronce con 2.288 puntos, el equipo de Filipinas. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Team Philippines, please come up on the stage. And a big round of applause for Team Philippines.
Y un momento para la foto oficial del equipo.
Thank you very much, Team Philippines.
Felicidades al equipo de Filipinas.
And the winners for the team silver medal goes to the United States of America with 2,335 points.
Y los ganadores de la medalla de plata con 2.335 puntos, el equipo de los Estados Unidos.
Team USA, please come up on stage.
Invitamos a que suba al escenario el equipo de los Estados Unidos.
Big round of applause for Team USA. Big round of applause. Thank you very much. And now the winners of the team gold medal goes to Team France with 2,865 points.
Y los ganadores de la medalla de oro, el nuevo campeón por equipo de este Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championships 2025 es el equipo de Francia.
Big round of applause for Team France.
Un fuerte aplauso para el equipo de Francia.
And now the national anthem of France. And now the national anthem of France.
Y ahora sí el himno nacional de Francia. Felicitación.
Congratulations.
Felicitación.
And now the ISA president, Mr. Fernando Aguirre, will officially declare closed the 2025 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship.
Okay. I know, this is the part that I don't like, is the saying goodbye. Esta es la parte que a mí no me gusta, decir adiós. But there is a solution when you don't like to say goodbye. You start the countdown for the next time we get together. La solución para no ponerse triste cuando uno se tiene que despedir es empezar la cuenta regresiva para volver a El Salvador. La ISA vuelve en septiembre con el World Surfing Games. The ISA will be back in September with the World Surfing Games Shortboard Championship. Vamos a estar de vuelta en El Salvador. Y ahora, antes de declarar cerrado el campeonato, les cuento que la música que vamos a escuchar, ya la conocen, ¿no? Es una música escrita por señor Flavio, de la banda Los Fabulosos Cadillacs. Es una música escrita especialmente para la ISA. Flavio es surfista y le encanta y es una letra que hicimos un poco para que sea nuestra canción, nuestro himno de la ISA. The song you now are going to hear is from señor Flavio, from the most famous band in Argentina, the Fabulous Cadillacs. And it's made just to celebrate the spirit of love, friendship, aloha, and mahalo from Hawaii. So this is your song, this is our song. So officially closed the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship, Surf City, El Salvador. Thank you very much. The song, the music, please. Swirl. It's a better word through surfing. Oh, okay, everybody, come over here. Come on stage, everybody. Whoa, 1, 2, 3, 4. At our world through surfing. Thank you, ocean, mahalo. It's all about love, the planet and the sea. Thank you, ocean, mahalo. Bam, 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 bam. One, oh, on stage, anybody that wants to be on stage, celebrating. Oh, 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 hey, oh, now we go. A better world through surfing. Thank you, ocean, mahalo. It's all about love, the planet and the sea. Thank you, ocean, mahalo. Woo. A better world through surfing. Whoa, 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 whoa. A better world through surfing. Oh, by the way, you can find it. Where do you can find it? The song. ¿A dónde la pueden encontrar?